A Hopeless Christmas, Book 5 in the Hope Walker Mystery Series. Written by Daniel Carson. Narrated by Tavia Gilbert. Chapter 1. I was halfway down Boise Airport's Concourse B when I heard a loud and unexpected noise. A sharp crack, like someone had dropped a bowling ball. I turned and saw a man sprawled out flat on the marble floor, a stepladder leaning precariously against the wall a few feet away. I didn't think a body falling to the floor would make that kind of noise, but someone's head might. I dropped my carry-on bag and ran over. What I found wasn't good. The man's eyes had rolled into the back of his head, and blood pooled at the base of his skull. I couldn't believe it. This couldn't possibly be happening yet again. I'd already seen more than my share of dead people in the past few months, ever since I'd returned home to Idaho, and enough that I'd actually become accustomed to the look of death. This man definitely had that look. I dropped to my knees and put my head close to his face to check for breathing, the way I'd seen Sheriff Kramer do. "He's not breathing," I said to no one in particular. I immediately checked for a pulse on his carotid artery. Crap! "We've got to stop the bleeding," said a voice with a distinct English accent. I looked up. The accent was attached to a rather handsome man, and that man was looking around frantically for something, probably something like a towel. "He doesn't have a pulse," I said. The handsome man's face expressed the same emotion I was feeling: fear. A man was dying, or had already died, right in front of our eyes. Suddenly, the man dropped his hands over the victim's chest and started doing compressions. Looking again at the pool of blood on the floor, I did the next thing that came to my mind. When a man's life hangs in the balance, you do what you have to do. I ripped off my shirt. Bundling it up into a ball, I pressed it against the back of the man's head, where the blood was coming out. The man with the handsome face glanced at me for one stunned moment, but only one, before turning his attention back to the poor man and continuing chest compressions. By now, there was a flurry of activity around us. Someone was calling 911, and other people were shouting for a doctor. As I kept pressure on the head wound, I noticed that the man who had fallen wore coveralls with the name Lewis stitched on the front, an airport maintenance worker. It looked like he'd been changing a light bulb, and now he was clinging to life. I heard a commotion behind us. "We've got it from here, folks." The airport paramedics had arrived. "It's okay, ma'am," one of them said to me. He gently grabbed my hand and eased me away. Then he pulled back my bloodied shirt from the man's head, examined the wound with a flashlight, and applied a fresh towel to the wound, resuming pressure. The handsome man and I both backed up a few steps, watching as 4 paramedics did their thing. And their thing was amazing. Each one did a different job in a symphony of action. Within a few minutes, they had poor Lewis strapped to a board, an oxygen mask over his nose and mouth, and were lifting him onto a stretcher. One of the paramedics paused by us. "Thank you," he said. "You two might have saved this man's life." "You think he's going to be okay?" I asked. The paramedic smiled. "I think so." It was only as I retrieved my carry-on bag that I realized I was covered in blood. It was all over my hands, my forearms, and the black tank top I'd been wearing under my shirt. I threw the tank in the trash and spent 10 minutes in the bathroom trying to wash the blood off of, well, everything else. Gotta be honest, I wasn't expecting to run into a body at the airport. And sure, I'd seen a few dead bodies over the previous few months. I'd even caught a few killers, but I was always there after the deed was done, when it was too late. I'd never helped save somebody before. I hoped the paramedic was right, that Lewis was going to be okay. It would be nice to prevent a death for once, not just investigate them. A large woman came into the bathroom and saw me standing there in nothing up top but my pink bra. She stopped short and stared at me, her mouth wide open. "Do you think this pink one is good?" I said. "Or would you rather see the white one with the pretty lace?" The woman dropped her gaze and hurried into the nearest stall. I pulled a fresh top from my carry-on, one that didn't have that recently held against a bloody head wound look that was all the rage these days, and left the restroom. Waiting in the concourse, leaning just so, with one hand in the pocket of his Italian sport coat and his legs crossed at the ankles, was the man with the handsome face. "You're still here?" I asked. He smiled. "You probably save people's lives every bloody day." Pun intended, or are you just that English? Just that English, I'm afraid. I have no sense of humor. You were a real lifesaver back there. Actually, this is totally out of character, I said. Usually Tuesday is my day to save people's lives. There he was, with the smiling thing again, this time wider. And it was a gorgeous smile. A hide-the-women kind of smile. Problem was, at the moment, there was nowhere to hide. "Well," he said, "since I am not accustomed to saving people, even on Tuesdays, and in fact found the whole thing rather terrifying, I was thinking a pint might be just the thing to relax." "And you waited 10 minutes outside a restroom just to tell me that?" "Actually, I was asking if you might relax. I know what you were asking. And yes, I could use a pint as well." We grabbed 2 beers at the airport bar and sat in a dark booth in the corner. After we'd both taken a sip, we let out a breath simultaneously. "So that was kind of crazy," I said. "Definitely crazy for me. But you sprinted toward that guy like you've done this kind of thing before." I leaned forward. "Are you saying you were watching me?" I thought that might embarrass him. I was wrong. He flashed that hide-the-women smile like a weapon and winked. "Actually, I was. I was watching you from the time I noticed you on our flight." That caught me off guard, but I rebounded quickly. "So you're some kind of creeper?" "If noticing a beautiful woman makes me a creeper." He bowed his head slightly. "Then I am guilty as charged." A gorgeous Englishman telling me I was beautiful was not what I expected from a walk through Boise International Airport, and suddenly this back corner booth felt a little warm. I needed to take control of the conversation. "So, Mr. Charming Englishman, do you have a name? And don't tell me it's Charming Englishman. That's really more of a nickname." He stared at me curiously. "My name? My name is Benjamin." Okay, that didn't sound natural at all. "Your name is not Benjamin. You're lying, and you're really bad at it." He took a sip of his beer and chuckled. "I am. Lying, that is. And bad at it, I suppose." "Well, at least you're honest. You know, about your lying." He laughed at that, then rubbed his chin. "I'm sorry I lied. It's just... how can I say this? Back in New York, work is my whole life. That's why I came here to Boise, to get away from it, to get away from who I normally have to be. And what we did back there? I've never done anything like it before. It was exhilarating. Honestly, I feel like a new man." "And so you figure why not pick up a woman in the airport, give her a fake name, and see what happens?" He raised his glass like he was making a toast. "Pretty much." That made me laugh. "So if I'm Benjamin," he said, "who does that make you? And be sure to lie. Badly, if you could, for the sake of my pride." I easily came up with the perfect fake name. The name of someone who did whatever the hell she wanted and faced few to no consequences. Then I put my hand out. "Jemima. The name's Jemima." He took my hand and shook it. "I wasn't expecting Jemima." I laughed. Trust me, I wasn't either. "So, Benjamin, what do you do for work?" "Something so boring it's not even worth talking about." "Like accounting?" "Worse. Far too boring to admit. I'd much rather talk about you. What do you do? And tell me the truth this time." "So we're doing fake names, but real jobs. Those are the rules?" Those are the rules. Okay, well, if you must know, I'm an investigative reporter. I was in New York auditioning for a national TV news magazine. I said no fake jobs. All I did was smile. He almost spit out his drink. That can't really be your job. It really can. And it really is. A text popped up on his phone, but he only glanced at it for a moment before returning his gaze to me. Clearly, I've got to hear more. You want to hear more about my job? I asked. No, I want to hear more about you. The man with the handsome face and the English accent and the smile that should be illegal was flirting with me. Flirting so obvious that even someone as dumb as me couldn't miss it. And that made my neck feel warm and my heart beat faster. The only other man who made me feel like that was Alex Kramer, the sheriff of hopeless Idaho, and our situation was squarely in the camp of just not yet. But I had the distinct feeling that Benjamin, or whatever his name was, didn't much care about not yet. Where should I begin? I said. How about where you're from? I'm from Hopeless. Most people think I'm joking when I tell them I'm from Hopeless. Not Benjamin. He just looked at me curiously, took another sip of his beer, and waited for me to go on. So I did. This man made me nervous, to be sure, but something about his accent and his charm made me open up all the same. And somehow I ended up telling him far more than I intended. I told him all about growing up in Hopeless, about Granny and Katie, and about falling in love with Jimmy. I even told him what happened the night of our accident so many years ago. When I got to that part, I could see my sadness mirrored in his eyes, and he gently tapped my wrist with his finger. It wasn't a move, or at least it didn't feel like a move. It felt genuine, and it felt really good. I told him about going to Portland, getting my job at the Portland News-Gazette, the circumstances that sent me back to Hopeless, and all of my crazy murder-solving adventures since. As I spoke, his phone regularly pinged him with texts, but he was never distracted by them. He'd glance down, but his attention would always return to me immediately. But just as I finished describing the big job opportunity in New York and the resulting decision I faced, another text came in, and this time he muttered something to himself. Something wrong? I asked. I'm so sorry. I've got to go. I walked with him silently to baggage claim, a nervous energy between us. We grabbed our bags, the only ones left on the carousel, then walked to the exit. A shiny black Lincoln waited at the curb, and as we approached, a driver stepped out and nodded to Benjamin. Your ride? He let out a sigh. Unfortunately. Well, it was nice meeting... He cut me off. Listen, I know people exchange contact info on their phones these days, but I'm a little old-fashioned. He took out a pen, grabbed my hand, and wrote his number on my palm. Then he leaned in close and lowered his voice. How about this? If you don't have plans for Christmas Eve and you're interested, give me a call. The driver put Benjamin's bags into the trunk, then opened the back door. Benjamin climbed in and rolled down the window. But I don't even know where you're going to be, I said. He gave me that gorgeous smile. That's okay. From what I gather, you're good at solving mysteries. Chapter 2. The trip from Boise to Hopeless that night was surprisingly terrible, and a few miles outside of town, the two-lane highway came to a stop altogether. I'd never experienced traffic like that heading into my hometown before, and I figured there must be an accident. I used the time to check my phone. I had 3 texts from Mark Pendergast, the TV producer. He desperately wanted me to call him. And he wasn't the only one. I glanced at the phone number written on my hand. Benjamin, the handsome Englishman, with the smile that should be registered as a lethal weapon, also wanted me to call him. I thought about the surreal day I'd had, hearing that man's head hit the floor in the concourse, doing what I could to save him with a handsome stranger at my side, and then, if possible, something even more unexpected in the airport bar. There was something about Benjamin, something I liked, and to be honest, that made me feel guilty. It had been so long since Jimmy, so long since I'd allowed myself to feel anything about any man. And then Alex came along. After I'd returned to the weird little town of Hopeless, Idaho, surrounded by my granny and my best friend Katie and all the people I'd grown up with, I found myself making a connection with the new sheriff, Alex Kramer. Honestly, I had no earthly idea how I felt about him, but I did know this. Thinking about the charming Englishman made me feel guilty. I was such a mess. I called Mark Pendergast. "Hope they loved you." "For real?" "Yes, for real." "So what does that mean?" "What does it mean? Hope, I said they loved you. It means the show is a go. They want to start production next month. They want to talk contract." "That's great, Mark." "Hope, I don't think you're hearing me. This isn't great. This is amazing. Our show, your show, Hope, is getting the green light. Your toughness and your charm, your brand of investigative journalism, it's going to go mainstream. That means any story you want to do, we can do. No more hiding a story because a paper is afraid." "You're talking about the Medola story." "You bet I'm talking about the Medola story. In fact, I wanted to talk to you about that. I want you to gather all your notes together and send me the story just as you had it, along with a summary of anything that's happened since." "Wait, are you saying you want to run the Medola story?" "What better way to announce our new show to the world? Yes, Hope. Unequivocally yes. Hope Walker takes down the Medola crime family. I wouldn't mind that kind of publicity at all." This is... I think the words you're looking for are, "This is the single greatest opportunity of my life. An opportunity that only comes once, and I've never been so excited. Where do I sign?" Yes, of course, what you said." "So you're in." "I have to talk to Granny one last time." "Hope you're not a child anymore. That's why you're so good at what you do. You don't need to ask people's permission." "I know, Mark, but I left her 13 years ago without much of an explanation. And before I leave again, I need to talk to her." "I need an answer before Christmas." "Why so soon?" "Because if for some crazy reason you can't do it, I'll have to find someone else." That made sense. It all made sense. And Mark was presenting me the opportunity of a lifetime. I knew that. I'd been working for something like this. And yet, "I have to talk to Granny." Mark sighed. "Okay, Hope, I get it. Go talk to your Granny. Then call me. But do it before the 25th. I've got a bottle of Dom Perignon I've been saving for a very special occasion, and I have a feeling this is the year I open it." When I finally passed the sign that said "Welcome to Hopeless," I knew I was home. Well, home for now, anyway. But one look around told me this was not the sleepy little home I had left a week before. Cars were lined up all along Main Street, even though it was past 10 on a Sunday night. I guess that explained the traffic. Must be some kind of event going on. I was too tired to question it. I parked in the alley behind Granny's bar, the library, then took the back stairs to my apartment on the second story. Mark Pendergast had given me a lot to think about. It truly was the chance of a lifetime. I'd never get this type of opportunity ever again, and I could chase the stories I wanted to do. Starting with my long-shelved story about the Medola crime family. The Medolas got started on the East Coast, where Anthony Medola was a small-time player in the Paolucci crime family. But it wasn't until Anthony's two sons, Tommy and his psychotic brother Michael, moved to the left coast as young men that the Medollas really came into their own. The two brothers carved out space for themselves in the Great Northwest by having a talent for particularly ruthless decisions, and by the time I arrived in Portland, they were already major power players who would occasionally come up on my radar. One day, I decided to start peeling that particular onion. That onion led to a story so good I thought for sure it would put me on the map. And then, at the last possible second, my paper, the Portland News-Gazette, chickened out. It seems the Medolla family had threatened a multi-million-dollar lawsuit. They claimed my story was full of lies. The owner of the paper, a weaselly little man named Douglas Brinkley, told my editor Henry Novak to shelve the story. A real editor would have told him to stick it, but Henry was apparently not a real editor. He suggested the only way he could run that story was if I had a taped confession. Then he fired me. That, of course, was how I ended up returning to my old hometown of Hopeless, Idaho, and how I'd found myself working for Earl Denton at the Hopeless News. At least Earl was a real editor, even if the paper was somewhat lacking in the circulation department. And though Hopeless didn't rack up quite as many hard-hitting news stories as Portland, we had gotten more than our share of murders in the few months I'd been back, so that was good. Good for someone selling newspapers, that is. But even though I'd left Portland in my rearview mirror, I had looked in on my investigation of the Medollas from time to time. In a strange coincidence, Wilma Jenkins, the mayor of Hopeless, and a woman who had become a nemesis of mine, was connected to the mysterious crime family. Rather closely connected. Wilma's company, Yellow Palms LLC, was partly owned by Tommy Medolla's wife. On an economic development trip to Bermuda, Wilma was caught on camera with none other than Tommy Medolla himself, and was later spotted having what appeared to be a romantic dinner with him on that same trip. And Wilma was working with Tommy Medolla, along with a frightening woman named Ms. Jones, to buy up all the properties on the tree side of Moose Mountain in order to turn them into a huge luxury ski resort rivaling the best that Breckenridge or Vail had to offer. So, yes, I still wondered just how much more there was to peel when it came to this particular onion. But I also remembered what Tommy Medolla said to me near the top of Moose Mountain just a few weeks earlier. He knew how much Granny and Katie and her children meant to me, and he not so subtly hinted that if I continued to look into him, he might just decide to hurt Granny and Katie, and worst of all, Katie's children. Tommy Medolla was a bad man, probably worse than I could imagine. I hated people like that. I wanted nothing more than to put him away. But as long as my life was in Hopeless, and as long as Granny and Katie were close to me, I might not be able to do it. Maybe Mark Pendergast was right. Maybe the answer to all of my problems was this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity in New York. I could leave Hopeless, get some distance between me and the people who were dearest to me, and then take down Tommy Medolla once and for all. I checked my phone once more, and in the light of the screen I saw the phone number written in pen across my hand. For a moment I thought about throwing caution to the wind and calling Benjamin, or whatever his name really was. There was something about him that made me curious and nervous. Then I thought about Alex, and that made me nervous too. I turned my phone off, jumped into bed, pulled a pillow over my face, and screamed. I was such a mess. Chapter 3. I stumbled sleepily down the stairs the next morning to grab myself a cup of coffee at Granny's bar. My morning joe of preference was the white mocha latte served at a Hopeless cup, but the dark roast that I brewed at the library was my emergency fix, my medicine. And my head was pounding this morning. I desperately needed my medicine. I was watching the drip, drip, drip of the coffee when I had the sudden and uncomfortable feeling that I was not alone, not even close to alone. I smelled the familiar aroma of Dial soap, secret deodorant, and bourbon just before Granny whacked me on the back. "That hurt," I said without turning. "That's how I say good morning." "You could try actually saying good morning." "Whacking you on the back is way more fun." That's when I finally shook off my sleep, looked around, and realized that Granny and I were far from the only people in the library. A bunch of customers were lined up in front of a long banquet table that had been set up on the other side of the bar. Bess stood at the table in an apron and a baker's hat. She had a big spatula in one hand and waved to me with the other. "Granny," I said, "are my eyes deceiving me, or is the bar already full of people, even though it's only 8 in the morning?" "Your eyes must be deceiving you, dear. There's only about 20 customers right now, but I expect we'll be packed before the hour is up." "I don't understand what's happening." "It's called an omelet station, Hope. Bess has been wanting to do it for years." "She has?" "Expert marksman, omelet chef, and monster truck racer. The 3 great dreams of her life. Only one more to go now." "Since when do we serve breakfast?" "Man, you're not very quick on the uptake." "Since about 30 minutes ago." "But why?" "Because Bucks is overrun with tourists. I don't like it any better than you do, but after 5 years, I've learned to accept it. Fact is, the mayor was right. It's brought a lot of business to town and plenty of tourists, and as much as I hate 'em sometimes, they're bringing their wallets. So this year I told Bess go with it, be an omelet chef." I thought about all the traffic coming into town the previous night and all the cars parked on Main Street. I don't understand. Why are there so many tourists in Hopeless all of a sudden? "You know, it's a miracle you solve as many mysteries as you do. They're here on account of the tournament." I put my fingers to my forehead and squeezed. Then I poured a cup of terrible coffee into a mug and sipped. "I know I'm going to regret asking this, but what tournament?" Before Granny could answer, the door to the library flew open, and in walked my best friend, Katie Rogers. She was wearing a Hopeless High School hooded sweatshirt, a gray stocking cap, black stretchy pants, and a red fanny pack. She stopped in front of us with her hands on her hips in the superwoman pose and a big smile plastered across her face. Granny and I exchanged a look. "Katie sure looks happy," I said. "What do you think that's all about?" "I bet she found out she isn't pregnant," Granny said. I frowned. Nope, I bet she finally cured that yeast infection. Katie glared. "Ha ha. I'll have you know that I have not cured that yeast infection yet, so there. But not even Granny Grouch and Granddaughter Grouch can bring me down today." She looked me up and down. "Hope, you okay? You don't look ready." I gave her a confused look. Ready for what? "The tournament, silly. What else?" Okay, now I feel like I'm being pranked. I looked around in case someone was filming this. What tournament are you all talking about? Katie threw her hands in the air. "For real? I texted you last night. Told you I'd pick you up in the morning so you could tell me about New York and we could walk around checking out all the hot chefs." I couldn't possibly be more confused. I pulled out my phone and checked it. "No, you didn't text me. The only text I got last night was from Dominic." "What? Dominic doesn't have a phone." "I know, he uses your phone." "Then how do you know it's him?" "Because he uses a special code." I pulled up the text and showed her. "His code is fart, fart, fart?" "Yeah, it started a couple weeks ago. I think it's his way of checking in on me." I respond with a sunglasses emoji and a fist emoji, and then he sends a fist emoji. I think it's cute. You're not mad, are you? "Are you kidding me? I had no idea my son could spell the word fart. He doesn't even know the first letter of his own name. This is significant progress." She looked at her own phone. "Dang, you're right. I never hit send on the stupid text." I gave a nod of triumph. "So I'm not going insane." "Well, that's debatable." She glanced over at Granny, who circled one finger around her ear. Katie laughed. "Yeah, I don't think you want us taking a vote on that, but you are coming with me." "To the tournament?" "Exactly. And are either of you ever going to tell me what kind of tournament this is? You really don't know? Remember, I've been gone a while. Oh, right. Like 12 years. 12 years without reaching out to your best friend. And here we go. But certainly you've seen the tournament on TV, right? Granny asked. I didn't really have much of a life in Portland. You mean watching TV counts as having a life? Katie said. Which means I actually have a life? That, too, is debatable, and I'm betting the vote would be 3-0 against. But since it seems no one will ever answer my question about what kind of tournament could possibly bring this many tourists to Hopeless a few days before Christmas, let me move on to my second question. Katie, why on earth are you wearing a red fanny pack? Actually, I can answer both of your questions with a single word. With a grin, Katie threw her hands into the air. Cookies! After I ran back upstairs to clean myself up and get dressed, Katie took me out onto Main Street. I stopped dead in my tracks. Although I'd spent all the Christmases of my youth in Hopeless, it had never been nearly as Christmassy as it was at the moment. Every light pole was wrapped in garland and large plastic candy canes. Christmas lights were draped along every building and across Main Street itself. Christmas music was being piped through hidden speakers. And framing it all, as usual, was a perfectly snow-capped Moose Mountain watching over our town. Except it no longer felt like our town. There were more people on Main Street than there had been even for Granny's last block party. Not only were the sidewalks packed with tourists, but so was the street itself, and a line of cars had to inch its way through them. Almost everyone was dressed in festive red and green. It was pure Christmas madness. All of this just because of a cookie tournament? I asked, trying to wrap my head around it. I'll ignore the snarky way you used the word just in front of the word cookie on account of the fact that you are my oldest and worst friend. And no, it's not just a cookie tournament, Hope. It's a Christmas cookie tournament. That's different? You bet your fanny pack it's different. You mean your fanny pack. Please note that I am not now, nor will I ever be, wearing a fanny pack. You can't shame me, Hope. This week I own who I am. Someone who wears a fanny pack. This week? Hell to the yeah. She pointed to herself. This is my uniform. This week I'm not going to be prancing around looking all cute and adorable like I usually do. This week I mean business. I am a woman who has come to get her cookie on. I didn't know a person could get their cookie on. You think I'm joking? I sure hope you're joking. I'll have you know I just did a 3-day water fast. No, you didn't. You're right, I only went 1 day, but Chris thinks it was 3 and was really impressed, so don't tell him the truth. And yes, it was terrible. She patted her waist. But it was necessary so I can get my cookie on. Listen, this week is a guilt-free, all-you-can-eat, not gonna get on that scale sort of cookie week for me. And if starving myself for 3 days is what I have to do to rationalize that, I consider it a small price to pay. I've never heard you get quite this worked up about cookies before. You've also never given birth to 3 children and gone 6 years without a full night's sleep. Motherhood and hormones do strange things to a woman, Hope. I never know if I'm supposed to want children more after talking to you or less. Then I'm apparently not making myself clear. Less, Hope, definitely less. Katie and I both broke out laughing. The maddening truth of it all, Katie said, is that having and raising children is both the greatest and the hardest thing I've ever done. I see some mothers who seem to have it all together, who make it look almost effortless, but that is not me. I'm the World War I version of parenting. Trench warfare, inch by inch, that kind of thing. Trench warfare parenting. The next national bestseller. Katie giggled. Yes, it's time to kick the tiger mom off her lofty perch. We need more books for parents who are content with low standards. Trench warfare parenting, parenting for the rest of us. Our walk down Christmas on Main Street took us to the center of town, where what we called Old Town turned into what we usually called Tourist Town, although at the moment, everything was Tourist Town. And although we'd received plenty of snow in the weeks leading up to Christmas, the town had done a remarkable job of clearing the streets and sidewalks for all the visitors. The snow that was left, whether it was pushed to the edges or behind us on Moose Mountain, acted like the perfect frame for a beautiful Christmas portrait. Once we'd made it to the town center, Katie took a right and strode with a purpose to Memorial Park, which was filled with a multitude of white tents, booths, tables, equipment, and cookie chefs. Several TV trucks with the logo for Food and Party TV were scattered here and there, and a Food and Party TV bus with 2 large satellite antennas sat off to one side. Katie, what's with the TV trucks? I told you it wasn't just a cookie tournament, she said with a smile. It's a national sensation, one of the biggest hits on Food and Party TV. It's people baking cookies. Exactly! Cookies, baking, competition. That's the big 3. Do you not understand why people watch that channel in the first place? I thought it was because they're hungry. Well, there's that too. Anyway, the Christmas cookie tournament is the basis for their most popular show, One Tough Cookie. So, Hope Walker, you ready to get in there? And get my cookie on? I know, you're overwhelmed by the moment. You're feeling unprepared. But not to worry, your best friend is looking out for you. She pulled up her sweatshirt, revealing yet another fanny pack, this one black. I brought one for you, too. Chapter 4. Katie and I and our fanny packs wandered through the tables, sampling cookies while she waxed poetic about all things cookie. Apparently, the cookie tournament was sponsored by Food and Party TV. I'd figured that much out myself, and had proven to be an unexpected breakout hit with their viewers. This year, the network was taking it to the next level, offering a grand prize of $200,000. That's insane, I said. Tell me about it. But the big prize has attracted some major chefs in addition to the 100-some amateur bakers. Doris Metcalf is supposed to be here. Oh, I know her. Weekends with Doris, right? Yup. And Cameron Thomas is here somewhere, too. Never heard of him, I said. Hope. Simply Sensual Foods? That cookbook changed my life. How have you not heard of him? Maybe because he writes cookbooks, and the only thing I cook is bad coffee? And since when did you start making sensual foods? I don't, but I flip through the pages all the time, and daydream about Cameron making me those foods, usually with his shirt off. He's smoking hot. Does Chris know you're having an affair with a picture of a celebrity chef? Not a picture. There's like 50 pictures in that book. My favorite is the one where he's cooking at a clam bake in nothing but a Tommy Bahama swimsuit. But speaking of smoking hot chefs, the smoking hot chef herself is here, Nikki Davis. That's what she calls herself, the smoking hot chef. And is she? Smoking hot? If perfect features, flawless skin, and legs for days are your thing, sure. And can she cook? Oh, yeah. But she's a nightmare. She's in the tabloids all the time. Apparently she's not very nice. Ah, she's the Jemima of the cooking world. Katie smiled. Exactly. At the center of Memorial Park, things got really serious. A large area had been transformed into a fantastical winter wonderland TV set. All around this central area were rows and rows of ovens and workspaces and tents and cables and cords and generators and heaters working overtime on this cool December day. This is unbelievable, I said. I told ya. But of all the places where this could happen, why hopeless? Katie gave me an odd look. You're not going to want to hear this. What? This happened because of your nemesis. Jemima? Your more recent nemesis. Ms. Jones? No, not her either. Sorry, I forgot you collect enemies like baseball cards. The other one. Wilma? Bingo! Say what you want about Wilma, but that girl straight up hustles. I don't know exactly how she did it, but she's the one who somehow got Food and Party TV to take a chance on Hopeless. Like they were looking for a place to do this and she pitched our town? No, like the whole entire thing was Wilma's idea to begin with, and she took it to the network. I told you, she hustles. She probably has 1,000 big ideas, but this one actually stuck. Even Granny doesn't hate it, I grumbled. It brings a lot of business to town. That new Metro hotel out by the highway is full to the brim. Plus, I'd say a quarter of the homes are rented out on Airbnb. Most importantly, it gives me an excuse to make Chris watch the kids. Because a serious cookie enthusiast like yourself can't be bothered by children. Exactly. So, how was New York? And please tell me it was the worst experience of your life and you never want to move there as long as you live. I hesitated. Katie frowned. You're going to tell me it went well, aren't you? Really well. She didn't look pleased. That's great, Hope. It really is. You deserve it. I didn't say I was taking the job. You didn't have to. It's your dream. It's been your dream for a long time. Big city, amazing job. Maybe dreams change. Katie let out a sigh. Maybe. We arrived at one of the bigger workspaces that was clearly being manned by some kind of celebrity chef. He was an older man with a handlebar mustache and skin like beaten-up leather, wearing a black leather vest, a chain of bolts and washers around his neck, and a spiked bracelet around his wrist. A gray parrot sat on a perch to his left. "This is Hammer and Hank Lopez, the pirate cook," Katie whispered. "He's got a parrot." "Of course he's got a parrot. He's a pirate cook." "What, that's a requirement for pirate cooks?" "He's the only pirate cook I've ever seen, and he has one, so yes, I assume so." "Does the parrot help with the cooking?" I asked. "Have you ever seen a parrot cook before?" "I've never really seen a parrot do anything before. I hear they talk." "Of course they talk. They're parrots. And Mango is an African gray parrot. They're like the smartest parrots in the world." "Oh, so not like all those dumb parrots you keep hearing about." "I'm serious, Hope." "I know you are. That's what frightens me." "You just watch. Anything Hammer and Hank says, Mango will mimic. He even tries to do it in Hank's raspy voice." "Doesn't that get really annoying?" Katie sighed. "The bird is one of the things that makes Hammer and Hank unique. Don't you know anything about show business?" "Apparently not." "Well, you'd better learn if you're going to be working for some fancy TV news show." "I never said I was taking the job." Katie made a face. "Sure you didn't, Hope." Hammer and Hank chatted with onlookers as he worked, and we stood back and watched as he made a recipe he called double chocolate rum peppermint cookies. He put on quite a show. He would toss spoons and spatulas in the air and catch them, and twice, for no apparent reason, he smashed a glass tumbler on the counter. Because why wouldn't you welcome shards of glass into your baking environment? And then there was the talking. So much talking. Every time Hank said something, Mango, the freaky smart parrot, would say it as well, and always in Hank's gruff and raspy voice. It was amazing at first, and then annoying, and then 10 minutes later I just stopped noticing. Except for one time. Hank walked off for a moment to chat with some TV person, and when he returned, Mango said, "How's it hangin', loser?" Everyone in the audience cracked up, including Katie. I leaned over to Katie. "How'd the bird do that? I thought he just mimicked people." "He is mimicking people. He's mimicking Hank. How's it hanging, loser, is something Hank says to Mango. This time Mango beat him to the punch." "I want to repeat for the record that your depth of knowledge about these cooking shows is terrifying to me." Katie poked me in the chest. "Don't you judge me, Walker. Until you've spent night after sleepless night watching crappy cable TV while breastfeeding a colicky kid, don't you dare judge me." When Hank finished up his recipe and put his batch of cookies into the oven, I thought we were going to move on, but Katie grabbed me by the forearm and pulled me toward the front of the crowd. Clearly, she knew what she was doing, for Hank retrieved another batch that had been cooling and started offering samples. Before I knew it, Katie and I were grabbing chocolate cookies off his spatula. I hesitated. "How sure are you that I'm not about to bite into a mouthful of glass or feathers?" I eyed my cookie suspiciously. I do believe that living in Portland all these years has turned you into a sissy, Katie said. Because a tough person would just eat a cookie filled with glass and feathers and not complain about it. Katie smiled. Precisely. We tapped our cookies together like we were making a toast, then we took a bite at exactly the same time. It might have been the best cookie I'd ever tasted in my life. As we both slowly chewed, we made noises that were somewhere between wild animal and wildly inappropriate. When we were finished, I felt like I should say something, but Katie put her finger to my lips. No words can do justice to what we just experienced. All we can say is that Hammer and Hank's gonna be tough to beat. We got samples from some of the amateur bakers' tables, and 4 cookies later, I was starting to feel sick. Don't worry about it, Hope. You'll get your second wind. You mean we're not almost done? Were we almost done when the Germans bombed Pearl Harbor? I bet you've actually let Dominic watch Animal House. I refuse to answer that question on the grounds that it might incriminate me. Point is, I can't have you flaking out on me today, Hope Walker. If you've got that feeling in your head like maybe you're going sugar toxic, don't worry, it will pass. She grabbed me a cup of water. This dilutes the sugar. I downed the little cup of water, and we kept walking through the cookie tents and tables. I'm not sure that's how it works. That's how it should work. Now you just have to think about something other than how much weight you're going to gain today. Anything cool happen on your trip? I bet you stumbled over more dead bodies, didn't you? Not exactly, but... Katie stopped me. Wait, you actually did? No, that's why I said not exactly. But I almost did. Katie punched me in the shoulder. So what happened? The short version is, a guy fell off a ladder in the Boise airport and cracked his head open. I took my shirt off and stopped the bleeding while this other guy did chest compressions, and it turns out we might have saved his life. For real? Yes, for real. Holy cow, Hope, that's a really big deal. Not as big of a deal as that double chocolate rum peppermint cookie we had back there, but still pretty big. And there's something else. I smiled. Katie squinted. What? What is it? The guy who was doing the chest compressions. It just so happens that he's kinda hot. Katie's eyes opened wide. How hot? Super hot. A super hot guy helped you save a man's life? That's super hot! And check this. When I was done cleaning up in the bathroom, he was waiting for me, and he asked me out for a pint. A pint? What is this guy, Irish? He's English. Katie threw her hands open wide. Well, did you have a pint with him? Yes. And? It was kind of awesome. This is huge! You saved a life with a super hot English guy who asked you out for a pint, and it was awesome? Please tell me you kissed him. I met him while I was covered in a man's blood. Katie shrugged. So that's a yes? I pushed her in the chest. No, Katie, that's a definite no. Did you at least give him your number? Nope, I said, while showing Katie my hand. He gave me his. It was her turn to push me in the chest with both hands. Hope, you're like a normal person all of a sudden. What happened to my emotionally stunted friend who can't get out of her own way? That's a little harsh, I said. Only a little, but seriously, what came over you? I don't know. Saving that guy's life? Not thinking he was going to make it? I guess it made me realize how fleeting and precious life is. Are you going to call him? I kind of want to. Where's he live? Katie asked. I don't know. Where is he right now? I have no idea. He told me to figure it out. Katie frowned. Please tell me you know his name. I know it's not Benjamin. She arched an eyebrow. So you've narrowed it down, then. Long story. Now Katie was getting annoyed. Do you at least know what he does for a living? He said it's really boring. Hope, do you know anything about this guy? I know that when I thought about him last night, it made me smile. But it also made me feel guilty. Guilty? Because of Jimmy? No, I'll never be totally over Jimmy. Not ever. But I'm moving on, I think. Finally. That's great to hear. Really. But if not because of Jimmy, why are you feeling guilty? I sighed. Because of Alex. Ah, you're guilty about feeling things for a hot English guy you haven't kissed because of a hot American guy you haven't kissed. There's the hope I know. Good to have you back. This is the part where you're going to tell me I'm a total mess, and then I'll agree, and you'll give me a big hug, and then we'll go eat more cookies, right? The eating cookies part sounds about right, but the rest is just a waste of time. Nope. This is the part where I make you do something that you really don't want to do. She grabbed my hand. This is the part where I make you call the hot guy. Chapter 5. I've hit hundreds of deadlines in my life, faced down a ruthless mob boss, caught a few killers, and was, of course, raised by Granny. But a simple phone call to a good-looking guy with a sexy accent still made me turn into a puddle of nervous goo. Can't I just text him like a normal person? I said, my heart racing. No, you can't text him. You're going to call him and have an actual conversation with him. So if he says something like, hey, are you free to make out anytime soon? You can say, I can be anywhere in 5 minutes or something like that. You're really a gigantic pain in your butt, I know. I think we've established that many, many times before. Now make the call, or so help me God, I will tell the whole world about the time you peed your pants in the back of Mrs. Halfley's English class. And don't say you wouldn't, because as we've also established, you know me better than that. I jumped up and down a couple of times. I shook out my hands. Then I took a deep breath. Katie rolled her eyes. It's a phone call, Hope, not the Summer Olympics. Ignoring her, I dialed the number on my palm and hoped beyond hope that Benjamin wouldn't answer. He picked up after one ring. Hello, he said in that beautiful English accent of his. Benjamin, it's me. Jemima. As soon as I said it, Katie threw her hands in the air. What the hell, Hope? I stepped away from her. Jemima, it's amazing to hear from you, but... Here it comes. I'm just about to do an important work thing. Can I call you back later today? Sure, I guess. And I'm not just saying that. I really will. I'm hoping this call is your way of saying you're interested, and if that's the case, it makes me deliriously happy. Really? Yes, Jemima, really. I'll talk to you tonight, okay? I smiled. Okay. I ended the call. Katie looked like she wanted to scream. Jemima? It's a long story. No, it's not. It's a short story. Your name is Hope. Your mortal enemy since kindergarten is Jemima. He's glad I called, I said, suddenly feeling a bit lighter on my feet. You're really not going to explain the Jemima thing? If you'd shut up for a second, I might. But did you hear what I said? He's glad I called, and he's going to get back to me later. Really? Hope? Or Jemima? I'm proud of you. How's it feel? Having emotional courage? Pretty good. I feel like a new woman. So what do you want to do now? Are you kidding me? I want to get my cookie on. Katie smiled. Like I told you, second wind. We sampled more cookies. Katie waxed on poetically about the invention of the chocolate chip cookie, and I found myself occasionally thinking about Benjamin. It was weird and different to have a guy obviously interested in me. With Alex, it was never like that. Some days I thought he was into me, and some days I assumed he thought of me as an annoying little sister. Most days I didn't know what to think. But Benjamin, the hot Englishman, had made his feelings pretty clear. And I had to admit that felt good. Really good. We eventually found ourselves in front of Doris Metcalf's cooking station, and she was exactly the same person she was on her show, Weekends with Doris. She looked like she was born to be a grandmother. Maybe early 60s, thick around the middle, gentle voice. She limped around a bit, as if her knees didn't quite work so well anymore, but she smiled no matter what. She talked to people as she cooked, and her southern accent and her cherubic matronly look made me feel like I was curled up in front of the fire. And her cookies, cinnamon roll Christmas cookies to be exact, were to die for. As I was nibbling on my cookie, trying belatedly to pace myself, someone familiar stepped up beside me. He was tall, with broad shoulders and a lean physique. He wore blue jeans, a long brown leather jacket, a black Stetson cowboy hat, and a gold star. Yes, he was the sheriff of our quirky little town, Sheriff Alex Kramer. And when he looked at me with those green eyes of his and smiled, my heart caught momentarily in my chest. "I didn't know you were back, Hope." "Well, I am. You look great." "I haven't showered, my hair's a mess, and I'm wearing a fanny pack. You think that looks great?" Alex looked at the fanny pack curiously, then back up at me. "The trip go well?" "It went great." His face fell a bit, but he quickly rebounded. "Of course it did. I'm sure you knocked it out of the park." So, is the TV show going forward?" I bit my lip. "I think so." "And that means you're moving to New York?" "I honestly don't know." "But it's your dream, right?" "That's what everyone keeps telling me." "What do you think I should do?" "Me?" "Yes, Alex, you." He looked away, then stuck his hands in his pockets. "Hope, I think you've got to do what you think is best for you. Life is too short for regrets. My parents died young enough that I know that much." "So you're saying I should go?" He smiled. "Not at all. I'm saying you can't make your decision based on everybody else. You gotta make it for yourself." Myself. The only problem was that I was a totally confused mess. One moment I wanted to go to New York. The very next I wanted to stay in Hopeless. I wanted to pursue my dream job, and I wanted to hang out at the taco house drinking margaritas with Katie. I wanted to call the super hot Englishman. And I wanted the handsome sheriff with the piercing green eyes to man up, put his cowboy boots down, and ask me to stay. But I also knew Alex well enough to know that he was both too stubborn and too decent to ask me to do that. Neither of us had any idea what we were or what we ever could be. I decided to cut through the awkwardness with my award-winning sense of humor. "Any new girlfriends while I was gone?" Alex rubbed his chin. "How many was I up to before you left?" Just two, Jemima and Secret Agent Awesome." Then yes, I'm pretty sure I'm now dating the barista down at a Hopeless Cup." "You're dating Nick? The world's most annoying human being?" "Nick's not that bad. And no, I meant the other one. Madeline." "How do you know you and Madeline are dating?" "She started giving me my white mocha lattes free last week. According to your logic, that means we're practically engaged." I ignored that infantile jab about my logic to ask the obvious question. "Since when are white mocha lattes your drink? That's my drink." Alex gently shoved me in the shoulder. "What can I say, Hope? You're not wrong about everything." When Mayor Jenkins showed up wanting a word with Sheriff Kramer, I dragged Katie away from the cinnamon roll cookies. Delicious though they were, I'd rather have my leg gnawed on by a wild animal than have to talk with Wilma Jenkins. "Hey," Katie said, "I was sampling those." 1 is a sample, 3 is a binge. Actually, I had 4. Pace yourself, Rogers, pace yourself. She wiped crumbs from her lips. "You're right, that's what the fanny pack is for. I took my eye off the ball. It won't happen again. But let me just say for the record that Doris Metcalf is going to be hard to beat." "That's what you said about Hammer and Hank." "I know. Does that make me some kind of cookie hoe?" "Yes, Katie, I think it does. But don't worry. You're my cookie hoe." Hey, that reminds me of a joke. What do you call someone who steals all Santa's best lines? I don't know. What? A ho ho ho? I think the sugar is making your brain malfunction. I think you're right. I need a bottle of water and some eye candy. How is eye candy going to help? Well, it sure never hurt. Come on, it's time to check out Cameron Thomas. We grabbed some bottled water and made our way to the other side of Memorial Park, where a stage had been set up with even more cooking equipment. A gorgeous woman in high-heeled platform shoes was prancing around as she cooked, and above her, a sign read, Nikki Davis, the smoking hot chef. You know, she actually is smoking hot, I said after I watched for a little bit. She really is. The worst part is she knows it, and she flaunts it. Why does she get a stage when everyone else just has a cooking station? Oh, she doesn't. She has a cooking station of her own around here somewhere, but they rotate the big-name chefs through a couple of stages for the sake of TV. She gestured to some cameras and a TV van. You could just park your fat keister here and watch, but I prefer to make the rounds and get the full experience. I earn my cookies. And my keister. She patted her rump. Nikki was making something called key lime pie cookies. I told Katie they sounded totally gross. Yes, but that's her shtick, Katie explained. She considers herself the anti-Doris. Doris is round and plump and grandmotherly and makes you feel like you're sipping hot cocoa around the fireplace. Nikki is young and hot and wants her food to be different. Even if different stinks? Katie shook her head. Trust me, no matter how bad it sounds, it won't stink. Nikki continued to prance around the stage, putting on quite the show and using her considerable physical assets to her advantage. At one point, she even lit some ingredients on fire, and as far as I could tell, that had nothing to do with making her recipe. It was clear that everything about Smoking Hot Nikki Davis was a performance. Alex came up alongside me. What did I miss? He looked up at the stage, and his mouth fell open. Whoa. Katie and I rolled our eyes at each other. Her name is Nikki Davis, I said, not whoa. Alex's face went a bit red. Right, Nikki Davis. So, what's her deal? I think your whoa pretty much summed up her deal. Sorry about that. Alex was obviously embarrassed. Doesn't bother me. I just don't know how you're going to explain it to your 3 girlfriends. When Nikki pulled out 2 pans of her key lime pie cookies, Katie and I, along with Alex, pushed to the front so we could each snag one. Or in Katie's case, 5. They sound so terrible, I said, savoring a bite. And yet they are so good, Katie finished. As Alex chewed, his eyes practically rolled back in his head, and all he could muster was one word. Whoa. So, Hammer and Hank's double chocolate rum peppermint cookie, Doris Metcalf's cinnamon roll cookie, and Nikki Davis's key lime pie cookie, I said. Not to mention all the amateur cookies, Alex said. It's going to be a tough tournament. Yes, it is, Katie said. But they saved the best for last. Really? What's the best cookie? Alex asked. His name is Cameron Thomas, I said. Katie's got a big crush on him. I wouldn't call it a crush, Katie said. More like a very unhealthy obsession. That's so much better. Katie smiled. I know. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, Smoking Hot Nikki Davis said. You've been a tremendous audience. It's now my great privilege to introduce to you the author of the amazing cookbook, Simply Sensual Foods. That's right. Let's give a rousing welcome to the one, the only, Cameron Thomas. The crowd, or at least the female portion of the crowd, went nuts. The men were too busy watching Nikki Davis walk away to do much of anything else. At the side of the stage, Nikki wrapped her arms around the neck of a tall, dark-haired man. I couldn't see his face, but I assumed that had to be Cameron Thomas. And the way she hugged him made me think that maybe the two were more than just fellow chefs. Katie grabbed my arm and pulled me through a group of women right in front of the stage just as Cameron Thomas walked out. I suddenly felt faint, and not because Katie's fingernails were digging into my arm. I knew this man, but not as Cameron Thomas, world-famous chef. Benjamin! I blurted out without even realizing it. Apparently, I was rather loud about it, too, because his expression changed, and he immediately scanned the audience until his eyes met mine. And then he smiled. That hide the women smile. He walked right to the front of the stage, knelt down, held out his hand, and winked. I knew you were good at solving mysteries. By the way, what's your real name? I glanced over at Katie, who was looking at me in complete and utter shock. Then I turned back to Cameron. Hope. My name is Hope. Chapter 6. You said you had a boring job, I whispered. You didn't say you were Cameron Thomas, world-famous chef. Sometimes I get tired of being Cameron Thomas, world-famous chef, he whispered back. It was nice to be a boy, just meeting a girl for a change. I think there are like 100 people staring at this boy and girl right now, I said. More like 200. Then I should leave you alone. You definitely should not leave me alone, but I get your meaning. I've got to do this presentation, then I have meetings and shoots the rest of the day, but how about tonight? Tonight sounds good. He let go of my hand, popped up, greeted the audience, then launched into his cooking presentation like the seasoned pro he obviously was. And slowly I turned around. I felt many eyes on me. Wondering about me, I was sure, but I was focused only on the two sets of eyes directly in my path. Those of Katie Rogers, my best friend, and Alex Kramer, the man who drove me crazy. Cameron Thomas, is Benjamin? Katie asked. Apparently. I tried to avoid Alex's gaze. Why didn't you tell me? Because I didn't know. How is that possible? He's Cameron Thomas. As I mentioned to you before, I'd never heard of Cameron Thomas until today, and that's not the name he gave me. Katie's expression changed from shocked and confused to something more like hurt. I'm sorry, I said. Sorry for what? I don't know, but you look like you're mad at me. I am mad at you, but it's not your fault. Alex cut in. I feel like I'm really not understanding what's going on here. I'll try to explain, Katie said. I'm mad because for years I've been having an emotional affair with that dream guy on stage, Cameron Thomas. Problem is, Cameron Thomas is apparently also Benjamin. Hope's Benjamin. Hope has a Benjamin? Try to keep up, Sheriff. Benjamin is the guy Hope saved a guy's life with on the way back from New York. Alex's eyes widened. Must have been some trip. I suddenly felt very nervous. Yeah, well, these things happen. Not to most people. Alex looked up at the stage, at Cameron. Then he looked back at me. He likes you, Hope. That much is clear. Maybe. And you like him too. That much is also clear. To that, I had nothing to say. I'm sorry, Alex. You've got nothing to be sorry about, Hope. Like I told you before, you have to make the best decisions for your own life. Stop worrying so much about what other people think. He looked at me for a long moment without a trace of a smile, but it wasn't a mean look, just an unreadable one. Alex Kramer was a frustrating man for all sorts of reasons, and I was experiencing one of those reasons right now. I wanted him to be jealous. So jealous that he'd say, screw it, hell no, I'm not going to take it anymore, and literally sweep me off my feet. But I knew the decency in him wouldn't allow for that kind of thing. He really did want me to do what was best for me. He simply tilted his black Stetson forward and walked away. I didn't feel very good watching him walk away. I turned to Katie. Why are you shaking your head at me? Why do you think? She said. I threw my hands up in the air. Katie style. You're the one who's always going on about me getting out there, going on dates and making out with guys. Yes, just not with the man of my dreams. Are you even listening to yourself? You are married with children, and you're mad at me for liking a guy I didn't even know was the man of your dreams? As much as you try to common sense your way out of this one, Hope, I'm not having it. And for your information, I'm not mad at you for liking Cameron Thomas. I mean, what's not to like? He's the man of my dreams for a reason. Then what are you mad about? Katie let out a sigh, looked away, then shook her head and turned back. I'm not mad because you like him. I'm mad because he obviously likes you. And before I could say anything more, Katie walked away too. I stayed for a while, watching Cameron Thomas talk about his simply sensual foods, and I had to admit he didn't get any worse looking as the presentation went on. Fact was, my stomach did flips thinking about seeing him later that night. And then it came time to pass out the cookies. His chocolate espresso cayenne cookie was, in fact, quite sensual. It seemed I wasn't the only person with some difficult decisions to make. The judges were going to have a very hard time picking a winner. As Cameron finished his presentation and exited the stage, he found me with his eyes and made a small phone gesture with his hand. I nodded in return and thought, yes, tonight will be just fine. After that, I wandered around the tournament by myself, sampling more cookies. They were all very good, but the ones made by the 4 celebrity judges were a cut above the rest. I fully expected to see those 4 in the last round. Were there rounds to this thing? Honestly, I still didn't even know how it worked. I was eating a traditional Christmas tree cutout cookie when Katie came up beside me. I'm sorry, she said gently. Can you at least admit that this whole thing is a little strange? Seeing as you're married, I said. I mean, I know we both joke about the emotional affair, but I guess I didn't realize it was so serious. Is it really healthy to have a dream guy? Of course it's not healthy, but it's how I get through. It's nice to have a man of my dreams because the man of my reality... Chris, he's the father of your children. His name is Chris. I know his name. We've been introduced. But like I said, he's the man of my reality, and reality, in general, can be really, really hard. And you think being with a different guy would make it better? Of course not. I'm not leaving Chris for a hot celebrity chef. That's why it's a dream. It's nice to have a fantasy where a shirtless Englishman brings me breakfast in bed. Because then the next time I have to tell my snoring husband to turn over or clean those dirty spots out of Dominic's underwear, well, I have my dream life to think about. I guess I understand, sort of. But why does that make you so mad at me? I'm not mad, I promise. But, Katie stammered. Hope, there's something else that might make it clearer. Something I've never told you because it never seemed to be a good time, and then, well, he was gone, and then you were gone, and... Katie, what are you talking about? She grabbed my arm. I'm talking about Jimmy. Before you and he started dating... She looked away. I liked him, she said softly. What? Katie faced me now, and I didn't just like him. She sighed. I way liked him, like he was my dream guy liked him. I didn't know what to say. I had known Katie my whole life, and I knew when she was hurting. And right now I saw that hurt all over her face, but her liking Jimmy? How had I never known this before? But you always gave him such a hard time about everything. That was once the two of you were dating. It was a defense mechanism. And truth be told, I was jealous of you. I knew I could never compete against someone like you. Katie, that's crazy talk. No, it's not. You joke about how you no longer fit into your high school clothes, but you only barely don't fit. And me? Not only could I not even come close to fitting into my high school clothes now, I couldn't come close to fitting into your clothes back then. You were always so pretty and thin. All the guys liked you. No, they didn't, I said. That's what you think because you're a bit of a moron when it comes to these things. But I was your best friend, and I saw the way they looked at you. And I never had a guy look at me like that. Not ever. I didn't know, I said. I know you didn't, and I know it's not your fault. And I know I'm married, I really do. And I know the whole Cameron Thomas is the man of my dreams thing is just a big fat joke, but when I saw you with him, it just brought back a lot of old and stupid stuff. I don't have to go out with him. I thought about that. But then I thought about something else. She smiled. I think you absolutely need to go out with him. You do? She nodded. And then you absolutely need to make out with him. Seriously? Yep. Make out with him to your heart's content. I only have one condition. What's that? You have to share all the details with me. That feels a little creepy. She smiled. Of course it's creepy, but it's my one condition. The way I figure it, if I'm stuck with my reality, maybe I can live my dream vicariously through you. I don't know. Please, Hope, make out with my dream man. Make out with him hard. You can't say things like that, I said. It's like saying moist. I thought I was the cute best friend who gets to say anything she wants and everyone laughs. Except when you say moist or hard. Then people just want to throw up in their mouths. She laughed. Fine. Hope Walker, I would be most grateful if you would please make out with the man of my dreams. Now it was my turn to laugh. I'll think about it. What are best friends for? Katie smirked. Other than leaving for 12 years at a time? And there it is. A horrifying scream echoed across Memorial Park, emanating from a white tent next to a TV van. At first I thought I must have misheard the tone, and that this was just someone shrieking about cookies. But then I heard another scream, this one from a different voice. And when I saw Alex sprinting toward the tent, I knew this was something more serious than mere cookie excitement. Come on. I grabbed Katie's arm and we ran after him. When we entered the tent, we found all the celebrity chefs gathered around, along with an older man wearing a headset. Cameron Thomas had his arms folded and appeared to be in a state of shock. Doris Metcalf stood beside him, visibly trembling. Nikki Davis was biting her lip in fear. The older man paced nervously. And at the center of them all lay Hammer and Hank, unmoving on the ground. Sheriff Kramer knelt beside Hank and checked for a pulse. After a moment, he looked up and shook his head. Hammer and Hank, the pirate cook, was dead. Chapter 7. Sheriff Kramer placed a call to Dr. Bridges, who said he'd be down to collect the body. Then the sheriff stood up and addressed the others in the tent. Somebody want to tell me what happened here? Doris looked at Cameron, who looked at Nikki. Then all of them looked at the man wearing the headset. He shrugged. We were doing our pre-production meeting. Then Hank started shaking, he clutched his chest, and he fell to the ground. It was awful, Doris said. I have never seen anything like it, Nikki added. But Cameron jumped right in. The sheriff looked over at Cameron. You jumped in to do what? He didn't have a pulse. You checked for a pulse? Cameron nodded. Right there, on the side of his throat. Then I started doing chest compressions. I had just done them last night at the airport. Nikki and Doris exchanged a confused look. But this time was different, Cameron continued. I could just tell he was already gone. Gone, meaning dead? The sheriff asked. Cameron shrugged helplessly. His body was, lifeless. Sheriff Kramer seemed to consider that for a moment. Then he took out a small notepad and a pen. How about we go through all of it again, this time step by step? He pointed his pen at the chefs in the room. Cameron Thomas, Nikki Davis, Doris Metcalf. Then he pointed his pen at the man with the headset. "And your name?" The man smirked. "You're kidding." The sheriff was unimpressed. "Why would I be kidding?" The man folded his arms. "I'm Alan Jennings, the creator and producer of One Tough Cookie." "So you're the one in charge?" "Yes," he said indignantly. "Great. Please take me back to the beginning, from the moment you all walked in here, and tell me exactly what happened." "I already did." I could see the muscles in Alex's jaw tense up. "Do it again, please." "Officer, how long will this take? I have a show to run." Alex stiffened. "And I have a man who is dead, a man who was part of your show. Doesn't that mean more to you right now?" "If I'm being honest, no," Jennings said. "Hank's death, while unfortunate for him, is a gigantic pain in the rear for me. The entire hook for the show this year was the addition of these 4 celebrity chefs. Now I'm down to 3. So forgive me for not being more heartbroken, but right now I have to figure out how to continue with my show." I'd gotten to know Alex well enough that I could figure out some of his looks, and the expression on his face at the moment was his wanting to kill someone look. A burst of cool air hit me from behind. I turned to see Wilma Jenkins enter the tent, accompanied by a thin young man wearing a dark suit. She gave me a dismissive look, then quickly turned away. "Alan," she said, "I want to introduce you to Tim Maddox. He's an assistant on Congressman Duckworth's staff, and I'm showing him." She stopped short when she saw the body. Her eyes went wide, and she actually shrieked. Her face contorted into an expression of horror as she looked at Sheriff Kramer. What happened?" "Well, Mayor, I was just trying to figure that out myself. According to Mr. Jennings, he and the celebrity chefs were in the middle of a meeting when Hammer and Hank dropped dead. It may have been a heart attack. Dr. Bridges will be here shortly to examine the body." The mayor put her hand over her chest like she was trying to slow down her own heart. She took another look at the body, then at the man standing next to her. Finally, she turned to Jennings. "What does this mean for the tournament, Alan? For the show?" "The show must go on, Mayor," he said. "That's why I can't be kept here any longer. I need to get with my production staff and figure out how to reconfigure the show with one fewer chef." "It's more than just reconfiguring for 3 chefs, Alan. This man died in my town. That's going to overshadow the whole production. How do we deal with that?" Alan Jennings rubbed his jaw. "I suppose..." Suddenly his eyes lit up. "We'll dedicate the tournament to Hammer and Hank. That's what we'll do. And if we do it just right..." He snapped his fingers and smiled. I bet it will be ratings gold." Wilma nodded thoughtfully, then pointed at Jennings. "Make it happen. This tournament means a lot to our town. It has to be a success." She looked around at everyone else. "That goes for all of you. I hope I can count on you to make sure that we rise above this terrible tragedy." Wilma nodded to the young man beside her, and the 2 of them left without another word. "Ratings gold, Alan?" Nikki said, glaring. "How can you even be thinking about ratings at a time like this?" Jennings rolled his eyes. "Don't go soft on me now, Nikki. And don't pretend you cared one whit about Hank. You hated the man." "That's not true." "Of course it is, and everyone knows it. That's why I put you and Hank on the show together, to watch the sparks fly. We didn't pick the 4 of you just to be chefs, We have to create storylines." "I don't really feel like doing the show anymore," Cameron said gloomily. "Neither do I," Doris said. "Well, that's too bad because you both signed contracts," Jennings said. "You will all be doing the show whether you feel like it or not. In our business, no matter what happens, the show really must go on." The sheriff cut in. "I'm afraid this discussion of TV logistics will have to wait until I've asked my questions." He gestured to the far side of the tent. "Perhaps out of respect for the dead, we could move away from the body?" Everyone moved across the tent, and that's when Alan took notice of me and Katie. "Sheriff, who exactly are these fanny pack girls?" I leaned over to Katie and whispered, "For the record, that's exactly how I thought people would talk to me if I ever wore a fanny pack." "The one with the red fanny pack is Katie Rogers, my assistant. The black fanny pack girl is Hope Walker, an investigative reporter with the Hopeless News. She's given the department some assistance on a few high-profile cases." Again, I whispered to Katie, "Is given the department assistance a euphemism for solved those cases by myself?" "You should totally point that out," she whispered back. "Men with guns love it when you publicly embarrass them." "And do they have to be here?" Alan asked, with more than a trace of annoyance. "Yes, Mr. Jennings, they do. We know you want to find out what happened to Hammer and Hank as quickly as possible, and for that to occur, they need to be here." Mr. Jennings rolled his eyes. "Fine. Go on with your questions, Sheriff." "When did this meeting start?" "It was supposed to start at 2 p.m. sharp," Doris said, with a sideways glance at Nikki. "Supposed to?" I asked. Nikki glared back at Doris. "Weekends with Doris is hinting at the fact that I was late." "You're always late," Doris snapped. "I can't very well ignore my adoring fans, can I?" "Actually, yes, you could. You could act like a professional for a change." "Spoken like someone who doesn't have adoring fans anymore," Nikki said. "Ladies, please," Sheriff Kramer said. "Now, the meeting was supposed to start at 2, and Ms. Davis was a little late, but the rest of you were here?" "Yes," Cameron said. "And what were you doing while you waited for Ms. Davis?" "Doris and I were chatting," Jennings said. "And I made small talk with Hank," Cameron said. "Hank said hi to me. I said hi back. I asked him how his bird was doing. He said fine." "Did he look like he was feeling sick or off? Anything out of the ordinary?" Alex asked. Cameron shook his head. "I was on one side of the tent and he was on the other, but no, it seemed like he was fine." "And when did Miss Davis arrive?" Alex asked. "At 2:07, Jennings said. "I looked at my phone as soon as she walked in." "And what happened then?" Alan pulled out a sheet of paper. "I began going over the schedule for the rest of the day, but I'd barely gotten started when Hank—" "He gasped and clutched his chest," Cameron said. "And he started shaking," Nikki said. "And then he just collapsed on the ground," Doris added. "Like I said, I checked for his pulse, and he had none. So I started doing chest compressions," Cameron said. "But I guess it was too late." "Who screamed?" I asked. Everyone looked at me. "Come again?" Jennings asked, clearly annoyed to be dealing not only with trivial inconveniences like dead bodies, but trivial people who wore fanny packs. "We heard a scream," I said. Alan glared. "Who's we?" "That would be us," Katie said. "The fanny pack brigade. We heard 2 screams, actually." I nodded, and I'm just curious who did it. Doris and Nikki looked at each other. "I think we both did," Doris said. "Who screamed first?" I asked. "Does that matter?" Nikki said. "You never know what matters in an investigation." "Doris screamed first," she said, "when Hank collapsed." "That's right," Doris said. "I screamed first." "Nikki, when did you scream?" "I guess when I saw that he wasn't moving." "Was this before Cameron started doing chest compressions or after?" "I don't remember." Dr. Bridges chose that moment to poke his head into the tent. "Sheriff, I assume this is the right place?" Alex pointed to Hank's body, and Dr. Bridges nodded respectfully. We all watched as Dr. Bridges knelt down beside Hank and slipped on a pair of rubber gloves. He checked for a pulse, looked into Hank's eyes with his flashlight, then looked inside Hank's mouth. He leaned closer and sniffed. Without looking away, he said, "You said he clutched his chest, Sheriff?" "That's what the witnesses are saying. You think it was a heart attack, Doc?" "Sounds likely, though that's not an official pronouncement. I won't be certain of anything till I get him back to the lab, but even if it was a heart attack, that may not be the whole story." "What do you mean?" I see crumbs in his mouth, and I detect a distinct odor that might lead us to a different conclusion. Dr. Bridges finally turned off his flashlight and looked up. I think he suffered a heart attack, but I think that heart attack may have been caused by poison. The people gathered in the tent let out a collective gasp, and Doris, Nikki, and Alan exchanged darting, nervous glances. Then Cameron popped up straight. I remember something else. What Hank was eating. What was it? Sheriff Kramer asked. A cookie. He was eating a cookie. Chapter 8. Dr. Bridges packed up the body, and an assistant helped him move it to the ambulance that doubled as a coroner's vehicle. How long before everyone finds out about this? Alan Jennings asked, as he looked out at the crowd that was pressing in on the ambulance. By the looks of all those cell phones snapping pictures and videos, I'd say in about 20 seconds, Sheriff Kramer said. Then I need to get ahead of it. Jennings whipped out his phone and spoke while he typed. R.I.P. Hank Lopez, one of America's truly great chefs. You will be missed. We are dedicating this year's Christmas cookie tournament to you, Hammerin' Hank. #1 tough cookie. He hit send, then looked up and smiled. Now everyone knows what happened. You don't think that's a little insensitive? Katie said. Well, Fanny Pack Brigade, maybe a little, but in this business, that's okay, as long as we aren't last. It's better to control the narrative. Mr. Jennings, Sheriff Kramer said, were all the chefs in their personal tents right before the meeting? As far as I know, yes. Could you take me to Hank's tent? Of course. Alex turned to me and Katie. Katie, you mind babysitting the rest of the chefs? You want me to make sure they don't try to get their stories straight? Katie asked excitedly. Something like that. Then Alex and his green eyes looked in my direction. Hope you're with me. Jennings guided us through a maze of white tents to one with the name Hank Lopez posted out front. Inside, we found an actual cooking space, complete with oven and pantry, bowls and utensils, and even a finished pan of double chocolate rum peppermint cookies. The tent also contained a large gray caged bird, Mango. The bird seemed to recognize Jennings because he cawed and said, Alan Jennings, the ferret-faced TV guy. Alan Jennings, the ferret-faced TV guy. Jennings winced. Does Mango always call you that? I asked. No, it used to be worse. R-rated. I told Hank to tone it down. He taught his parrot to insult you? Sheriff Kramer said. Jennings shrugged. Not at first. The stupid bird used to say, I need your best stuff today, Hank. I need your best, every time it saw me. It's what I always tell the talent. I don't care what kind of day they've had. The moment those cameras start rolling, I need their best. So Mango started mimicking me. Stupid parrot wouldn't shut up about it. And one day I told Hank to get that bird to say something else. So Hank taught him to call me something else. Charming. Alex looked around the tent, then pointed to the pan of cookies. I was hoping to find the cookies Hank was eating to see if we could test them for poison, but this appears to be a full pan. None of them are gone. Not surprising, Jennings said. That's not Hank's snackin' cookie. Snackin' cookie? Alex asked. Chefs don't just sit around eating cookies all day long. Obviously, you have to taste your own recipes to make sure they're good and taste your competitors' food to see what you're up against. But mostly, you don't eat what you bake. Unless you have a particular favorite, a snackin' cookie. And Hank had a snackin' cookie. You really don't follow this very closely, do you? Jennings said. Afraid not. Hank's favorite was the one that made him a star. Death by Lopez. A garish combination of 10 different flavors and toppings that, when added together, taste divine. Hank usually kept a cookie jar around somewhere so he could snack on them. Jennings opened a cabinet in the pantry, pulled out a cookie jar, opened the lid, and handed it to Sheriff Kramer. That's them right there. If Hank was eating a cookie when he died, it was probably one of these. The sheriff set the cookie jar on the work table, slipped on a pair of rubber gloves, then pulled a cookie out of the jar. He looked at it, smelled it, and motioned for me to do the same. "Smell anything funny?" he asked. "Not really. But to be fair, my poison detector is a bit rusty." Alex placed one cookie in a plastic evidence bag, then dumped the rest of the cookies into another evidence bag. Then he closed the cookie jar and sealed it with evidence tape. "We'd better take that pan of cookies, too, just in case," he said. I found some aluminum foil, wrapped up the double chocolate rum peppermint cookies, and used Alex's evidence tape to secure that as well. "Is there anything else you need from me?" Jennings asked impatiently. "Because I've got a show to run." "What I need is for you to understand the seriousness of this situation," Alex said sternly. "If Hammer and Hank Lopez really was poisoned, this entire tournament is a crime scene." Sure, Jennings said dismissively. "As long as it won't impact the tournament, you can crime scene all you want. I'll make sure the cameras film around you." Alex gave Jennings a withering look. "Actually, I was thinking you might consider calling off the tournament." Jennings laughed, and then stopped when he saw that Alex's expression was deadly serious. "Listen, Sheriff, with all due respect, I know you have a job to do, but this TV show is a very big deal. And not just to my network, it's a very big deal to your town, to your mayor, and there's no way we're calling it off." Alex let out a sigh that I'd grown to know well. "Mr. Jennings," I said, "before you go, I have a question for you. If this turns out to involve foul play, can you think of anyone who would have wanted to hurt Hammer and Hank?" Jennings shrugged. "I don't know. We are dealing in the world of crazy celebrity chefs and serious competition. I suppose anything is possible." "You said Hank liked to insult people," I pressed. He laughed. "And I'm going to kill somebody because they taught their bird to call me a ferret face?" "Not you, maybe, but someone else?" Jennings shook his head. "I don't see it. Like I said, that was just Hank's shtick. No different than, say, a professional wrestler trash-talking his opponents, all part of the show. In this business, if you can't perform, you're just a person who likes to cook. And millions of people don't tune in to watch people who like to cook. They want to see a performance." He pulled out a business card and handed it to the sheriff. "Now really, if I'm not being detained, I need to get back to work. I've got major changes to make to the show and I need to start on it yesterday. If you need anything else, please don't hesitate to call the number on that card. That's a direct line. To my assistant, Jessica." We spent a few more minutes looking around Hank's tent, but found nothing that might constitute a clue. Finally, I turned my attention to Mango. During our conversation with Jennings, Mango had occasionally mimicked something someone had said, but it all sort of faded into the background. Now that Alex and I were searching the tent silently, Mango had mostly been quiet too. "So, Mango, what's going to happen to you now?" He cawed back. "What's going to happen to you now?" Alex shook his head. "He sounds just like you." Mango cawed again. "He sounds just like you." This time he sounded kind of like Alex. It was remarkable, and I couldn't help but laugh despite the solemn circumstances. I leaned over to Alex and spoke in a low voice so Mango couldn't hear. "Seriously, what are you going to do with the parrot?" "For now, we just leave him here," Alex said quietly. "I'll be back to do a full forensic search, and we'll figure out what to do with him then." "What to do with him then?" said the bird. Apparently Mango had good hearing. The thing was, this time his voice sounded almost sad. I felt bad for the poor little fella. Alex ran police tape around the tent and sealed the flap, and we walked back to the main TV tents. He was unusually quiet, and I could tell something was on his mind. "Well, what is it?" I finally asked. "Nothing, just you and the famous chef, huh?" "It's not like that." He made a face. "It sort of seemed like that." I stopped and grabbed him by the arm. "Listen, Alex, it was a freak meeting. There I am at the Boise airport when this poor worker falls off a ladder and hits his head. He was bleeding badly and he had no pulse. I thought he was dead. Maybe at that moment he was. And this guy, this celebrity chef, though I had no idea who he was, does chest compressions while I try to stop the bleeding. The paramedic said we might have saved the man's life. And then the celebrity chef that I don't know is a celebrity chef. We're both in such a daze that we grab a beer at the airport bar and I just sort of spill my guts. And before we know it, he's got to leave to go to a work thing, and he writes his number on my hand and tells me to call, and now I'm at a cookie tournament I didn't even know existed, and there he is, making cookies. You like him, Alex said. I don't even know him. He smiled. But you like him. Alex, can I be completely honest with you? I would expect nothing less. You know what I like? What I really like? I like a man giving me his number. I like a man asking me out on a date. Alex winced. I asked you out on a date. A date that ended with your lips attached to the worst person in the world. Nope, check that. That wasn't quite the end. The end was when you arrested me. Alex took off his cowboy hat and ran his hand through his hair. He always did that when he was frustrated or exasperated or didn't know what to say. And before he could say anything, probably the wrong thing, Katie peeked her head out of a nearby TV tent. I could use a little help in here. What's wrong? Alex asked. Weekends with Doris and Smoking Hot Nikki are about to kill each other. Chapter 9. We rushed into the tent to find Doris and Nikki pulling each other's hair while kicking and screaming insults at one another. Alex pried them apart, yelling at the top of his lungs, "If you don't stop, you will both be spending the night in jail." Nikki went to one end of the tent, putting her hair back in order, while Doris limped to the other side of the tent, trying desperately to catch her breath. Would someone please tell me what happened? Alex looked at Doris, who shook her head. Then he looked at Nikki, who also shook her head. Finally, he looked at Katie. She shrugged. I don't really like to get between two women. But since I'm your boss... Well, since you put it like that... I think it all started when Doris told Nikki that she wouldn't be surprised if Nikki was the one who poisoned Hank. Nikki said, and why would I do that? And Doris said, because you hated Hank. And Nikki said, why would I hate Hank? And Doris said, maybe because Hank liked to say that you were looser than Marilyn Monroe at a sailors' convention. Then Nikki said, Hank never said that about me. Then Doris said, oh, right, that's what I say about you. Then Nikki called Doris a southern fried tub of popcorn. Then Doris... Alex raised his hands. Okay, I get the picture. Where's Cameron? I asked, looking around. He snuck out when it started to get heated. Katie, you were supposed to keep an eye on everyone, Alex said. I know, and that's why I stayed. I figured it was better to watch the two broads duke it out than to chase after Hope's new man. Nikki stopped midway through pulling her hair into a ponytail and looked my way. What does that mean, your new man? I glared at Katie. He's not my new man. Katie smiled. But you might have a date with him tonight. Nikki's eyes widened. Really? Everyone was now looking at me in a way that made me far from comfortable. Thankfully, and graciously, Alex saved me. How about we focus on why you two women hate each other so much? Because she's a know-it-all has-been who cooks food that's as worn as my shoes, Nikki said. And she's an off-the-street tramp who wouldn't know real flavors if they left $50 for her on the nightstand in the morning, Doris shot back. Nikki launched herself at Doris, but Alex stopped her with a hand to the chest. I wasn't kidding, ladies. I really will put you both in a jail cell tonight, so help me God. I might even put you in the same jail cell if you don't pull it together. Understood? The two women nodded, scowling. Good. Alex turned to me and Katie. I'll interview Ms. Davis here. Hope, would you take Ms. Metcalf outside and interview her? And Katie? Yes, boss? You go find Cameron Thomas. Have you and Nikki ever gotten into it like that before? I asked Doris. as we found a quiet spot away from the crowds. "Not like that, but we've never liked each other, plain and simple. For me, it's all about the food and how that food makes people feel. For Nikki, it's all about her legs and her butt and, oh, maybe a bit of food on the side. She's vulgar in every way. And the worst part is she actually has culinary talent. She could be a real chef, one who just happens to be gorgeous. Instead, she struts her looks about and happens to be a chef on the side. No, I don't like her one bit. Hank didn't like her either. He saw through all her crap. He wasn't afraid to tell her either. Part of what I liked about him." "And how did Nikki feel about him calling her on her crap, as you call it?" "You mean if you find out for sure that Hank's death wasn't a natural heart attack, do I think Nikki Davis might have helped him have an unnatural heart attack?" "That's exactly what I mean. She sure didn't like Hank. Like Alan said, that was no secret. And under the right circumstances, yes, I think Nikki could be capable of that." "Tell me about you and Hank. You said you're friends? How long have you known each other?" "Oh, we go back 15, maybe closer to 20 years now. The last few years we've been crossing paths mostly on these competition-style shows. The TV producers love him. Or loved him." She shook her head sadly. "He was good TV, Alan would say, because he was so crazy." "And because he always brought his best stuff." "I see you've been talking to Alan. Yes, the minute those cameras turned on, Hank brought it, every time. But the thing was, although he could perform, it wasn't really an act. Hank was who he was. And he was a darn good cook. I'll really miss him." "One more thing, Doris. I couldn't help but notice the way Nikki reacted when she thought there might be something going on between me and Cameron. Do you have any idea why she reacted that way?" Doris smiled. "Oh, come now. Do you really have to ask? You're a woman, a very pretty woman, if I might add. Surely you could see it in her eyes. You can always see it in a woman's eyes." "See what?" "Nikki and Cameron, that's what." "So they were an item." "Not were." "They are an item?" Doris nodded. "Yes, but I'm not sure Nikki could ever really be an item with anybody. As you might have gathered, she gets around quite a bit." "But you're saying that among others, she gets around with Cameron Thomas?" Doris nodded soberly. "That has always been my impression." After we were done with our interviews, and Doris and Nikki had been allowed to return to their tents, Alex and I met up. "So?" he asked. "Doris hates Nikki. Nikki hates Doris. You might have picked up on that earlier. Nikki also hated Hank, but Doris and Hank got along." "According to Doris," Alex said. "Correct. And you?" "Nikki hates Doris. Doris hates Nikki. Yes, I did pick up on that. Nikki claims she didn't really hate Hank, but she did say he and Doris were a couple of old, tired has-beens." "So we got nothing." "I don't know. Dr. Bridges called me. He'll be asking for a toxicology report, which could give us a lead. The bad news is his lady in the lab is out for the holidays, so he's going to send it to the state police. That's going to delay the results." "I wish there was a way to get the findings sooner." "I suppose we could let Nikki and Doris try some of those Death by Lopez cookies and see what happens." "Why, Sheriff Kramer, I do detect a mean streak in you." "Probably because Katie brought Dominic into the office 3 days last week. I think the kid's starting to rub off on me." "Dominic? He's a sweetie." A look of horror appeared on Alex's face. "The boy pretended he cut off his finger with my pocket knife." "Oh, cool. I gave him that fake finger." He shook his head. "Of course you did. Did you also tell him that ketchup is a great substitute for blood?" "Are you kidding? This is Dominic we're talking about. I didn't have to." I leaned in. "He put the finger in his mouth, didn't he?" "I'm still having nightmares about it." That made me laugh. We started to walk back toward Main Street, away from Memorial Park and the madness of the cookie tournament. You ever think about kids? I asked. What do you mean? I mean, do you ever think about having kids? Of course. I raised my eyebrows. What? Nothing. Just, I wasn't expecting, of course. Why not? I don't know. I guess most people these days give a more measured answer to that question. They say, oh, maybe 1 or 2 when the time is right. Sorry to disappoint you. I shook my head. Not disappointed. Alex smiled. My parents had a great marriage. They really did. And that's always something I've wanted for myself. To me, having children is just a natural extension of that. The kind of love my parents shared just feels like it has to spill over into something. You know what I mean? Your parents sound like they were good people. He looked up and a little to the right, then let out a long sigh. They were the best. Things got uncomfortably quiet, and I'm not the type of person who does so well with that, so I quickly and awkwardly changed the subject. Well, I assume you've got my Christmas present all picked out? I said in my perkiest voice. Now it was his turn to raise his eyebrows. On account of the tradition? I said. The tradition? The tradition where the sheriff of Hopeless buys the town's investigative reporter a seriously great Christmas present. Oh, that tradition. Who could forget? I laughed. In case you're curious, my size is a Porsche 911 and red is my favorite color. He shrugged. At least you're easy to please. My thoughts exactly. Actually, I do have something for you, though it comes in a slightly smaller package than a Porsche. You do? I felt like things were about to get awkward again, but fortunately, Katie came running up behind us just at that moment. No luck, guys. We both turned around. Katie stopped out of breath. I couldn't find Cameron Thomas anywhere. I exchanged a look with Alex. He just left? That would be pretty suspicious, Alex said. He was right. That would be pretty suspicious. It's too bad we don't know somebody who has his phone number, Katie said, pointedly looking at no one in particular. You want me to call him? I would not normally ask you to call my dream guy, but in the interest of solving this crime, potential crime, Alex said. And wait, Cameron Thomas is your dream guy? Try to keep up, Katie said. Alex ignored the remark and turned to me. Since you do have his number, you want me to call him? I want to question him about this case. If you calling your new boyfriend can help me with that, then yes, I want you to call him. Oh, so now he's my boyfriend. I figure if I can have 3 girlfriends, the least you can have is 1 boyfriend. I hesitated, feeling both Katie and Alex's eyes on me. Then finally, I yanked my phone from my pocket and placed the call. After 4 rings, it went to voicemail. I shook my head. He's not answering. Alex shrugged. It was worth a try. What's your next step? I asked. I'm headed back to the office to grab my stuff so I can do a forensic sweep of those tents. And I'm going home to bail out the babysitter, Katie said. They didn't tie her up again, did they? I asked. Not yet, but it's getting to be the witching hour, so it's only a matter of time. You want to help me? Ha ha, no. I've got to check in with Earl. He tells me the newspaper won't write itself. We parted ways, and I started off toward the offices of the Hopeless News, feeling more than ready for a few moments of workday normalcy. But before I'd even gotten there, my phone buzzed with a text message. Hope it's Cameron. I have to see you tonight. There's something I need to explain. Chapter 10. The temperature had dropped 10 degrees, and I pulled my cap down around my ears to keep them warm. I had told Cameron to meet me at 9 p.m. sharp at the base of the old water tower. It was a spot that was both away from the throngs of tourists and also easy enough for Cameron to find on his own. It was also a spot with plenty of snow, and despite the boots, my feet were getting cold. And the bigger problem was it was 5 minutes past 9, and I was starting to wonder if I'd been stood up. I heard a twig snap, and I swung my head that direction to see a tall figure coming my way. "Is that you, Hope?" Cameron whispered. "No, it's the other girl you agreed to meet under the water tower," I whispered back. He stepped out of the shadows of the trees and into the moonlight. He was wearing a long khaki trench coat with a red and black scarf. He looked at me with just a hint of a smile, his eyes darting back and forth a bit. "Why'd you run off so fast today?" I asked. "That's what I want to explain." "Good, because sheriffs get suspicious of suspects who take off in the middle of an investigation." "I'm a suspect?" "Of course you're a suspect. You were there with Hank when he died." "But I tried to save him. Why would I save him if I was a suspect?" "Listen, Cameron, you know you're a suspect. You know Sheriff Kramer wants to talk to you. That's why you contacted me so secretively. I'm willing to believe some silly things, but you being dumb isn't one of them. So explain." "I feel like that beautiful, mysterious woman I met at the airport is suddenly gone." "More like she's been replaced by a cold and seasoned reporter who doesn't appreciate games. Cameron, why did you run away?" "Because I want off the show," he said firmly. He threw his hands in the air. "I didn't sign up for this. I knew Hank. We may not have been friends, but we were friendly. Okay, we were sometimes friends, but I don't need this. I like money and all, but I don't need it that badly. So I went to call my lawyer about getting out of my contract." "That's why you left? Couldn't you have just called your lawyer from the tent?" "I didn't want the others to hear, because it would get back to Alan and he would blow up. Besides, I had to get away from dead bodies and temperamental chefs and cooking shows and crowds. But all I did was call my lawyer. That's it, I promise." "And what did your lawyer say?" "He didn't know if I could get out of my contract. And I told him I don't pay him not to know. I pay him to get results." "And?" "He's working on it." "And that's all it was?" He held 3 fingers to his forehead. "Scout's honor." "Then why all the subterfuge with me tonight? Why the sneaking around?" He hesitated. "Because even though you didn't recognize me, a great many people do. Especially the people who are in town for this tournament. I don't need that right now." "Need what?" "Needless speculation about why I'm kissing some mysterious reporter I just happened to meet while saving someone's life." "Roll back the train there, buddy. Who said anything about—" Cameron stepped forward and pressed his lips against mine. I reacted like you might expect a woman to react when she hasn't kissed a guy in over a decade, and he sneak attacks you. I need him in the Oklahoma Joes. And when he bent over howling in pain, I punched him as hard as I could in the side of his face. He fell to the ground. "Bloody hell! What did you do that for?" "Bloody hell is right," I said, trying to regain feeling in my punching hand. "Why did you kiss me?" "Because I like you." "Then ask me out on a date, Cameron. Don't just throw your lips all over me." Cameron got to his feet and held up his palms. "I'm sorry, Hope. I really am. I shouldn't have done that." "No, you shouldn't have." "I don't know what came over me." "That's not an excuse." He took the measure of me, drew in a deep breath, then stood up straight. "You're right. It shouldn't have happened. I deserved that. What would you call it?" "I would call it a major butt-whooping." "Then I deserved the major butt-whooping you just gave me." "Finally, something we can agree on." He held out his hand. "Any chance you could forgive me?" "You're not going to try to kiss me again, are you?" "No, I've learned my lesson. I'll probably never have children of my own, but I definitely learned my lesson." Cameron and I walked for a bit, not saying much. And though part of me was monumentally irritated with Cameron for what he had done, another part of me felt surprisingly comfortable with him. It felt good to be with a man. Even better when that man was tall and handsome and English. And truth be told, I was wondering if I should have just kissed him back. "I'm curious what you think happened to Hank," I said. "The poor guy had a heart attack. I don't think for a second it could have been murder." "We don't know for sure it was. But if it was, did Hank have any enemies? Not murder-level enemies, but Hank wasn't the easiest person to get along with. So everyone wanted him dead equally? Cameron looked at me curiously. I didn't say anyone wanted him dead. If he died from poison, someone certainly did. Poison doesn't just happen in a fit of anger because Hank's bird insulted you. It's calculated, thought out. The person who did this, if it was indeed a murder, had a reason stronger than Hank wasn't the easiest person to get along with. So unless you've got something more than that... Cameron bit his lip. I don't think this could possibly be it. What? Well, there's been something weird going on between Hank and Nicky. Doris said Nicky hated Hank. She did. She always did. But about a month ago, we were all gathered in New York for some food and party TV publicity tours in anticipation of the new season of One Tough Cookie, and Hank and Nicky were getting along. They were smiling. I even remember a couple of laughs. Every once in a while, Nicky would punch him in the shoulder. She was flirting with him? He shrugged. Maybe, but like I said, definitely weird. And there's another thing, though it may not even be related. What? Last night, when I stepped out of my hotel room to get some ice, Nicky came storming down the hallway. She was furious about something. She bumped into a side table and knocked over a glass vase and just kept on going without breaking stride. I ducked into my room. And then later, at our late-night production meeting with Alan, she was talking to Hank, and she was awfully upset about something. Upset with Hank? Cameron nodded. I think so. Was she upset enough to kill him? Cameron shrugged. I'm just a chef. I have no idea what would drive someone to kill, but you asked, and that's what I've got. Well, at least that gives me something to go on. He smiled. Does that mean I'm forgiven? I'm still thinking about that. Although the more he smiled, the less I was able to think at all. Then tell me what else I can do to earn your forgiveness. Okay. You can tell me about you and smoking hot Nicky Davis. What about me and Nicky? You clearly aren't serious about this forgiveness thing. I'm not stupid, Cameron. There's something between you two. There isn't, I promise. But there was. He backed up just a little. It's complicated. So is forgiveness. How about you explain it to me, and I'll decide how complicated it is. Before Cameron could answer, his phone buzzed. He pulled it from his pocket and looked at the screen. Crap. What is it? I asked. A text from Alan. He just got off the phone with my lawyer, and needless to say, Alan is not happy. He needs to see me. Now? He looked up helplessly from his phone. Yes, unfortunately now. Cameron called for an Uber, and I waited with him at the curb. Only a minute passed before it pulled up. Cameron got in, but before he closed the door, he said, Hope, I really am sorry about the whole kissing thing. Next time you like a girl, try asking her out on a date first. Would you say yes? If you asked me out on a date? Depends. On what? On just how complicated that Nicky Davis story really is. Chapter 11. When I walked downstairs the next morning, the library was completely packed, and the line for Bess's omelet bar snaked out the front door. You guys keep this up and you're going to put Buck out of business, I said to Granny. It would be worth it. I haven't seen Bess this happy since she stumbled on those racy pictures of Pat Sajak a few years back. There are racy pictures of Pat Sajak? Granny had a dreamy look in her eyes. I was skeptical as well. I mean, how lucky can a couple of old ladies like us get? Are you saying racy pictures of Pat Sajak are a good thing? Is a 12-pound sparrow fat? Still confused. Hell yes, a 12-pound sparrow is fat, and hell yes, racy pictures of Pat Sajak are a good thing. But it turns out my skepticism was warranted. The pictures were fakes. Wow. Someone actually went to the trouble of making fake, racy pictures of Pat Sajak. Of course they did. That's some serious clickbait if you ask me. But Bess and I did some investigation on the old Google machine. Turns out someone may have photoshopped Pat's face on Chuck Woolery's body." Fanny fanned herself like the thought made her want to faint. "Who is Chuck Woolery?" "Who is Chuck Woolery?" Granny shrieked. "Are you kidding me? He was the host of Wheel of Fortune before Pat Sajak. He was the host of Love Connection. Chuck Woolery is an American institution. And by the looks of those fake Pat Sajak pictures, he's also a man with a body that just won't quit." She looked off into space. "I sure wouldn't mind if Mr. Woolery tried to make a love connection with me sometime." I threw up a little in my mouth as I left the bar. I needed to get as far away from Granny and her indecent game show thoughts as possible. Besides, I was on the hunt for coffee, and not the barely drinkable stuff I brewed for myself. On this day, I needed the real thing. I needed a hopeless cup, purveyor of my favorite coffee in the world. The coffee shop was much busier than normal, but surprisingly, and thankfully, it wasn't as packed as the library. Both baristas were working today, Madeline and Nick, 2 members of Generation Z who treated me like I was 100 years old. Madeline and her lip ring snarled at me for having the audacity to inconvenience her by wanting to buy what she was being paid to sell, so I snarled back and waited for Nick, the world's most annoying barista. Or at least top 2, I thought, glancing once more at Madeline. Nick had a man bun and an Abraham Lincoln beard that framed his angular face. He smiled when he saw me. "Hey, Ms. Hope." I stopped in my tracks. "Nick, you okay? You've never called me anything but ma'am or lady or boomer. What's going on?" "Sheriff Kramer told me he would put me in jail if I didn't start using your name." "Did he? I didn't even know you knew my name." "I didn't. I had to ask him." "I was joking, Nick. I've gotten 100 cups of coffee here in the last 3 months. You must have known my name. Right?" Do you really want me to answer that?" No, I do not. What I really want you to do is make me the perfect cup of white mocha latte." "1 white mocha latte coming up for Ms. Hope." Was I mildly irritated that he now made me sound like I was mistress of a plantation in the old deep South? Yes. But it was Nick, and he was, in his own small way, trying. He deserved credit for that. Very little credit, but credit nonetheless. I retired to a corner table, took a large sip of white mocha perfection, and noticed a text from Cameron. Apparently, the show must go on. Can't get out of contract no matter how hard I try. Will I see you today? I thought about what to say, then typed in a simple maybe and hit send. I opened my laptop and started on that week's edition of the newspaper. I was working on an article about the new Christmas quilt being stitched by the Methodist Ladies Guild. I had to call Flo at her hairdresser's shop to double-check a few things. It was important to get the details just right when covering hard-hitting news like this. Flo guaranteed they'd have the quilt ready in time for Christmas Eve, which really put the capper on this amazing story. I then called my editor to see how he wanted to handle coverage of the cookie tournament. He actually giggled when he answered the phone. "A little early to be drinking, Earl, don't you think?" "First off, it's never too early to drink. And second, I'm not drinking, I'm just happy." That had me concerned. Earl was a good man, but he was rarely happy. And why exactly are you happy? "Are you kidding me? It's Christmas. I'm just finishing up the paint job on the rocking horse I made for my grandson, and the thought of him opening it on Christmas morning, it makes me feel like a kid again myself." "I still think you've been drinking." "Maybe a little. Now, speaking of Christmas, I've got some news that you may not expect." "You're going to give me a gigantic raise." "I sure do enjoy your sense of humor. No, Hope, something even better. I want you to handle this week's Christmas edition however you see fit." "Okay, now I'm certain you've been drinking." He giggled again. I'm serious. You know what you're doing, and I'm busy getting presents ready for the big day. What you cover, how you cover it, and how you lay it out, it's all up to you. On Christmas Eve, I'll just slip on over and run the papers, and they'll be ready for Christmas morning. Like every reporter, I had always worked with and for editors. Ultimately, it was always the editor who made the final call. The chance to make all my own decisions was kind of exhilarating. So after asking a few more questions just to make sure Earl wasn't delusional, being held against his will or possibly near death, I thanked him for the opportunity, ended the call, and threw myself back into my work. I was getting up to stretch around noon when my phone buzzed with a call from Katie. "How you feeling?" she asked. "Ready to get my cookie on again? How about you?" "I am a total lightweight." "You don't feel good?" "I feel like a cookie fraud. Like my mouth was writing gingerbread checks that my stomach couldn't cash. I knew those fanny packs were a bad idea. I may have stuffed a dozen more down my pants." "You didn't." Katie hesitated. "You're right. It was 2 dozen. 2 dozen? Fine, it was 3 dozen. Am I gonna die?" "Because of a cookie overdose?" "I don't think so." "You don't think so, or you know so, because I checked out WebMD and I feel like it could go either way." "You can't overdose on sugar." "Hope I can literally feel the sugar coming out of my feet." "Can a person get diabetes in one day? Because if you can, I just did." "Diabetes isn't the flu. You don't just catch it." "So I'm going to be okay?" "As long as you don't eat another 50 or 60 cookies today, I think so." "Am I going to see you around the tournament today?" "Yes, but I'll have the kids with me." "Great, I love your kids." "Then why don't you babysit them more?" "Because I value my eyebrows." "What are you talking about?" The last time I babysat, I overheard Dominic and Lucy giggling about shaving off one of my eyebrows if I fell asleep. You don't know where they would get such an idea, do you? "Oh, well, I may have mentioned how their Aunt Hope and I shaved off one of Jemima's eyebrows in high school, but we only did it after she called Lucy Baxter a big fat hog in front of the entire cafeteria." "You didn't call Lucy Baxter a big fat hog in front of the entire cafeteria, did you?" "No, I can't say that I did." "Then you should be safe." "Good to hear. So, I'll see you later?" "Of course you'll see me." Whoa. Whoa, what? "Yep, there it is. I definitely heard it that time. Hope, what's going on?" "Nothing's going on." "Aha! Now I know something's going on. You always say there's nothing going on when there's something going on. Spill it, sister." "It's nothing, Katie. Seriously." "Now you're backpedaling. And nervous. I can feel your sweaty palms through the phone. But what could make you—" She gasped. "Oh, my Lanta, shut the front door. Where are you?" "A hopeless cup." "Katie, kids!" Katie screamed. "Get your coats and hats! It's an emergency! And not like all those fake emergencies I'm usually screaming about. This is a real emergency!" I heard Dominic in the background. "Are zombies coming to eat our brains?" He sounded enthusiastic about the thought. "Bigger than that!" Katie yelled. "What's bigger than that?" Dominic asked. "You know that emotional cripple of a best friend I have?" Lucy's voice answered. "Aunt Hope." "Yes, Aunt Hope. You see, after many, many, many years, Aunt Hope has finally kissed a guy, and we are going to find out all about it." Chapter 12. While I grabbed us all hot dogs from a food stand on Main Street, Katie tied a red rope to a tree. "What on earth is that?" I asked. "It's a quiche," she said without even looking up. "I'm pretty sure a quiche is a delightful brunch item. That's not a quiche." "It is too a quiche. A leash for kids. A quiche. It's the only way I can control Dominic in public these days." She attached the red rope to the waist of her 6-year-old son, who didn't even seem to care. He was too busy chowing down on his hot dog with his sister Lucy. "You put him on a leash like he's a dog?" "If I had a dog, I would never put him on a leash. Dominic is much worse than a dog. Trust me, it's for his own good, and the good of society at large. Now, let's stop talking about my weird kid and focus on my weird best friend instead." I looked around and leaned in. How could you possibly have known I kissed somebody? I whispered. She pushed me in the chest with both hands and let out a cackle. I knew it! I knew it! But how did you know it? Because while you may be the expert in solving hopeless mysteries, I'm an expert in solving hope mysteries. And when it comes to stuff like this, you've got a terrible poker face and a terrible poker voice. So what happened? It was Cameron, wasn't it? My face suddenly felt warm. Katie shook her head and grinned. Hope Walker, you little devil, you. I don't know whether to be super angry that you're kissing on my dream man or extremely excited that I can live vicariously through you. Okay, tell me every detail and don't leave anything out. Celia grabbed at my hot dog. Can the baby have some of my hot dog? I asked. Are you insane? Katie said. Babies can't eat hot dogs. Because they're bad for you? Because babies can choke on them, you big dum-dum. Don't worry, I fed her earlier. Now, would you please forget about the baby and hot dogs and focus just for a moment on the tall and handsome English chef? What happened? Well, we were at the base of the old water tower. She wagged her finger at me. Hope Walker, you dirty dog. And we were just chatting about where he went when he snuck off. She leaned in. And? And to be honest, I was kind of annoyed with him. She leaned in further. And? And before I knew what was happening, he kissed me. And? I hesitated. I might have kneed him in the groin and punched him in the face. Katie shrieked and threw her hands in the air. Her hot dog went flying and landed somewhere in the nativity scene at the base of the Christmas tree in the center of Main Street. Dominic sprinted after it, but the kid leash snapped tight, and Dominic was jerked off his feet and landed on his face with a thud. He peeled himself off the ground and grinned. That was awesome, Mama! Katie shook her head. I seriously have the oddest kid in America. Now, Hope Walker, explain yourself. Why on earth did you violently assault the hottest chef on television? Because I don't know why exactly. But Katie, you have to trust me. The situation wasn't right. It wasn't natural. It was forced. The situation? The situation was that a super hot, super rich celebrity chef kissed you. That's the situation. And you went all Chuck Norris on him. Oh, Hope, you've been out of the game for so long that I think your lips might be broken. That's not a thing. Broken lips? Sure it is. You see, normally when a super cute guy kisses a girl, she gets this feeling in the pit of her stomach, her heart races, and here's the clincher, her lips kiss the cute guy's lips back. But I didn't get those feelings. My only feeling was a desire to kick him and punch him, which I did. Precisely my point. Ergo, your lips are broken. No, Katie, you're not listening. I didn't feel any of those things because it just wasn't the right situation. She frowned. First, stop saying situation. Second, are you sure? You have been out of the game for a long time. You said that already, and I know it well. Trust me, if anybody in the world knows, it's me. But I'm telling you, it didn't feel right. So you need him in the groin. And punched him in the face, don't forget that. Katie sighed. I guess that's the end of me living with my dream guy vicariously through you. Well, actually, about that. Katie's eyes lit up. Hope, spill! I told him that rather than launching his lips at me like a ballistic missile, a better approach might be to ask me out on a proper date. Did you say the words proper date? Well, no, just date. But I was thinking it would have to be proper on account of him being English and all. And what did he say to that? I shrugged. He hinted that he might just do that. Dominic yelled, Watch this, Mama! He took off at full speed for the nativity scene, got inches away from one of the shepherds, and again the quiche pulled taut, snapping him off his feet. He landed on the brick of Main Street, giggling like an idiot. Katie, was there anything unusual about your diet when you were pregnant with Dominic? I asked. Maybe putting Uncle Guido's hot sauce on everything for 9 months was a mistake. You didn't really. No, I didn't really. Katie grabbed the quiche and pulled Dominic back. Then she hugged him and gave him a big kiss on the cheek. But it sure would explain a lot. Katie and the kids and I wandered around the cookie tournament for the next couple of hours. This was the first official day of competition, and we were able to watch several showdowns. I still didn't understand exactly how the tournament worked, and Katie was no help. They bake cookies, we eat cookies, blah, blah, blah was the closest she came to an explanation. But apparently these were head-to-head elimination matchups. Most of them involved amateur chefs going against each other, but we did catch Nikki Davis in one round. In true Nikki Davis fashion, she wore an extremely low-cut blouse and a skirt that would be scandalous on a hooker. She even told her competitor to, and I quote, "Bite me, rookie." All class, that Nikki. And yet there was something about her. You couldn't take your eyes off her, like a very beautiful and talented car crash. Along the way, I noticed that Katie had gotten her appetite back. "I thought you were swearing off sugar," I said. "When did I say that?" "This morning when you thought you were going to die?" "Strangely, I feel better. I think it was that half a hot dog. Helped balance me out." Of course. I've heard that dietary experts recommend hot dogs to balance out an all-cookie diet. She grabbed a Christmas tree cookie from a nearby table and bit into it. "I've heard that too." We made our way to the big stage, where we felt sure we'd find a celebrity chef at work. Sure enough, Cameron Thomas was competing, and I was more than relieved to see that his face showed no sign of the punch I'd thrown the night before. In contrast to Nikki, Cameron really was the epitome of grace and class. When the competition was complete, his cookie was judged the best, and he went over to congratulate his competitor, even as his adoring fans roared with approval. Only right at the end did he make eye contact with me. I'd had the feeling he'd known I was there all along, but he was either embarrassed about last night or focused on his work. But now he looked directly at me and winked. Lucy and Katie looked at each other and giggled. "What?" I said. "What?" Lucy and Katie just looked at each other and giggled again. We were just heading off when a cameraman came jogging up behind us. "Miss Walker?" "Yes?" He handed me a folded-up piece of paper. "Cameron wanted you to have this." I opened up the note. "Would you have dinner with me at 10 tonight? Text yes, and I'll send you instructions. Cameron." "What's it say?" Katie asked. "He's asking me out on a date." She folded her hands. "A proper date?" "I think so." "And are you going to go?" "Should I?" Lucy shook her head at her mom as if even a 7-year-old knew the correct answer. "I think you know what we think you should do," Katie said. "Do about what?" said another voice. One that didn't belong to either Katie or Lucy. I jumped, then turned, to see Sheriff Kramer standing right behind me. "Hey, Alex, what's up?" I asked nervously. He clapped his hands and rubbed them together. "Sounds like Hope's got to make a decision about something. How can I help?" I froze. Thankfully, Katie did not. "Hope's just trying to decide which she likes better, Doris's cinnamon roll cookie or Nikki's key lime pie cookie." "What about Cameron's chocolate espresso cayenne cookie?" Alex asked. My heart skipped a beat. "What about it?" He shrugged. "I think it's pretty darn good, don't you?" "Don't I what?" "Think Cameron's cookie is pretty good." Yeah, sure, I guess, but not as good as Doris's cinnamon roll cookie." "So you've made your decision? That's your favorite?" Alex asked. I smiled. "I guess it is. Decision made." Katie threw up her hands. "It's a Christmas miracle. Well, Sheriff, Hope, it's time for me to get the children home. Dominic's almost gnawed his way through his leash, and once that happens, well, that kid could be in Omaha by nightfall." She winked at me. "Have fun." Alex walked with me through the various cooking stations and showdowns. "Cameron Thomas called me this morning," he said. "He did?" "He wanted to explain why he mysteriously ran off yesterday." "And?" "You don't already know?" "Why would I?" Alex gave me a hard look, then shrugged. "Cameron said he got out of there because he needed time and space to speak with his lawyer about leaving the show." That's all?
Apparently.
Any word from Dr. Bridges? I asked.
Yes, his examination confirms what he originally suspected. Death by heart attack.
And the poison?
He still suspects it, but we'll have to wait for the results from the crime lab to know for certain.
Any update on how long that's going to take?
He says maybe before Christmas, but there's no guarantee.
So where does that leave the investigation? Alex frowned.
In limbo, I'm afraid. Hank's death, for now, is officially a heart attack. So until I hear differently, that's how I have to treat it.
That's boring.
You'd prefer another murder just a few days before Christmas?
Well, when you put it like that, Mr. Scrooge, way to take all the joy out of the season. Alex laughed.
Bah humbug.
How's the rest of sheriffing going? You must be quite busy, considering that the population of Hopeless has ballooned to 4 times its normal size. I hear we are to cookies what Sturgis is to motorcycles.
Actually, it's not too bad. This may come as a surprise, but it turns out that cookie tournament fans are better behaved than motorcycle gangs, despite the dangerous sugar highs. The biggest issue we're having is parking, but I brought in some folks to help and we're managing. Honestly, I think it's been fun to see so much Christmas spirit on display.
"Kiss her, Sheriff! Kiss her!" shouted a voice. I spun around to see Flo and some of her church friends sitting in lawn chairs and working on their big Christmas quilt. All of them were bundled up in winter coats and hats. Flo pointed to a spot above me and Alex. "The mistletoe is there for a reason," she shouted. "Now do your Christmas duty and kiss the poor woman." It only then occurred to me that Flo was talking about me. That I was the poor woman in this equation. That said mistletoe was hanging from a light pole directly above us, and that our friendly sheriff was being publicly shamed into kissing me by a group of quilting hooligans. My throat tightened up and my mouth went dry as Alex looked at me awkwardly. Was all he managed, as his brilliant green eyes met mine. The gang was now hurling boos. "Just kiss her already, Sheriff! It's mistletoe! It's a tradition!" Alex took off his cowboy hat and ran his hand through his hair. His eyes met mine.
I guess it is tradition.
He leaned in, and my heart started beating double time. And then my phone rang. We both jumped back, startled, and in my case, blushing, and I fished my phone from my pocket. It was a call from Mr. Clowder, the goat farmer from the tree side of Moose Mountain. I steadied my voice as I answered, though my heart was still racing 1,000,000 miles an hour. "Mr. Clowder."
"Hope we've got a serious problem."
I looked at Alex and decided to put it on speaker. "Mr. Clowder, I put you on speaker because I'm here with Sheriff Kramer. What is it? What happened?"
"I think Ms. Jones is back in town."
"Why do you say that?"
"Because about an hour ago, over at the Bolt place, another animal was killed."
Chapter 13. I followed Alex's truck out Highway 15, past the spot along the Moose River where Jimmy and I had our accident years ago. We took a left and zigzagged up the tree side of Moose Mountain, past Mr. Clowder's place, past the Rutledge's place, to Fritz and Marguerite Bolt's cabin. Mr. Clowder was waiting out front, leaning against his pickup truck. He gave each of us a solemn nod, then walked us over to a paddock where a horse lay motionless on the ground. There was a small hole in her neck, a bullet hole, and blood had pooled beneath her.
"This here is Betsy, the Bolt's mare. They've had her for 7 years, ever since she was a foal. They heard the gunshot about an hour and a half ago, came out here and found her like this. Marguerite is devastated. She's still crying over the whole thing." "And Fritz?" Alex asked.
Mr. Clowder pointed back at the cabin, where a short, broad man now stood on the front porch with his hands on his hips.
"You better ask him yourselves."
We walked back to the Bolt's front porch, and Alex shook Mr. Fritz's hand.
Sheriff, Fritz said. He nodded at me. Hope. I'm sorry about Betsy, Alex said. Can you tell me exactly what happened? Fritz frowned. Marguerite and I were in the cabin playing chess. We heard a sound. Didn't know right away if it was a gunshot or not, but it must have been. So I stepped outside to investigate, and that's when I saw Betsy lying on the ground. I yelled Marguerite, and we checked on Betsy together, but she was already gone. At least she didn't suffer. He shook his head. I know what's been going on around the mountain. We all do. I knew our animals were at risk, but I was stubborn. I refused to be coerced into selling. But now, Marguerite... He choked up a bit and had to pause to gather himself. She'll never forgive me for letting this happen to her, Betsy. I just don't have the stomach to fight any longer. You mean you're going to sell your cabin to the mayor? I asked. I just did. I don't know why anyone wants this land so blasted much, but when they start killing our animals, that's enough for us. We don't want no part of it. I've never seen my wife like this in 40 years of marriage, and I never want to see her like this again. So I called Mayor Jenkins and told her we would sell if she increased her last offer by 20%. She agreed. She say anything in particular? Just that she wished us well in our future plans. She was very nice about it. But don't you think she's the one responsible for what happened to Betsy? I asked. If she is, fine. She wins. I don't quit easily, I can tell you that, but when it comes to my wife and my animals, that's a game I'm not willing to play. Hell, they already started on their stupid project anyway. It's just a matter of time before everyone moves out. May as well get a jump on things. So if you'll excuse me, I've got a lot of packing to do. When Fritz went back inside, Alex and I joined Mr. Clowder next to his truck. He looked around him and sighed. I feel like we've hit a tipping point. People are really scared, and I can't blame them. Fritz said something about them already starting on the project. What did he mean? I asked. Mr. Clowder looked confused. You haven't heard? Heard about what? She was in New York last week, Alex explained. Ah, then maybe you'd better show her, Mr. Clowder said. I don't want to go up there again myself. I'd rather remember this place as it was. I followed Alex's truck up the mountain to the rock wall that bordered Mrs. Byers's old place. There was just a little sunlight left in the short winter's day, but there was enough to see what had happened. Oh, my God. Everything's gone, I said as I climbed out of my car. They bulldozed it. I'm sorry I didn't tell you. What with the cookie tournament and Hank Lopez, I just forgot to mention it. What are you going to do about it? I asked. Do about it? Alex rubbed his forehead. Do about what? About Mayor Jenkins. She's now murdered 3 animals in an attempt to scare people off this land so she can buy it all up and build her fancy ski resort. Do you have proof that Wilma murdered those animals? No, because she had that Ms. Jones do it for her. Alex nodded. Oh, and you have proof of that, then? Alex, she paid Nick the barista to send me a message, remember? Bang, bang? Yes, of course I remember. But that's proof of what exactly? And how does it have anything to do with Mayor Jenkins? I threw up my hands. Are you kidding me? Wilma's the one who's buying the land. She's the one who benefits from these people getting scared off. Do I have to paint you a picture? I know all that, Hope. And to be fair, I agree. It doesn't smell good, but it's just speculation. There's nothing I can put in front of a judge. And I'm not about to go after a sitting mayor. And mind you, a very rich and powerful mayor without something a lot more solid than that. But I already gave you more than that. I showed you the picture of Wilma having dinner with Tommy Madola in Bermuda. I told you that Tommy Madola's wife is part owner in the real estate company Mayor Jenkins owns. Again, it smells bad, but it's not evidence of a crime. Not even close. I'd love to proceed with an arrest, or at least an investigation, but there just isn't enough here. I'm sorry, Hope. Alex Kramer, the most frustrating man in the world, was not entirely wrong. He needed more. What if I had something else? I said. I'm listening. Remember a while back when I didn't update you on the Mossback case because I lost my phone? I assumed you lied to me. I winced. I wouldn't call it a lie. I would call it not telling you the whole truth. I did lose my phone. I just didn't tell you how I lost my phone. I could almost see the migraine forming in his head. And why was that? Because I lost my phone here, at the buyer's place. Go on. I didn't tell you because I might have had a run-in with Tommy Madola here on this property. He narrowed his eyes. Hope you had better tell me everything, now. Tommy Madola was in town during the week of the state championship game. You never told me that. I know. It was sheer chance that I saw him. He was coming out of the clapback inn. And I did what I do. He rubbed his forehead. You followed him. I nodded. I followed him up the mountain all the way here to Mrs. Byers' place. Turns out he had a car following me. They boxed me in. His goon dragged me out of the car. His eyes were filled with concern. Hope, why didn't you call me? I was trying to when he grabbed the phone out of my hand and threw it a mile into the woods. Alex put his hands gently on my shoulders. Did he hurt you? No. Did he threaten you? I said nothing. Hope, did Tommy Madola threaten you? Yes. Alex balled up his fists. There it was, the wanting to kill someone look. He's a bad guy, Alex, and none of this is coincidence. You have to see that now. You want evidence? I'm giving you personal eyewitness testimony that Tommy Madola was not only in Hopeless, but standing on the very land Wilma Jenkins subsequently bulldozed. The land we're standing on now. How's that? How's that? You tell me all this, and you want to know how's that? How could you possibly be so stupid? I stepped back. Stupid? Yes. Hope you can't go up against a mob boss by yourself. Did you call me stupid? What else would you call it? Reckless? Having a death wish? Both would be accurate. And yes, definitely stupid. I didn't know what I'd expected, but it certainly wasn't that. It hurt. And I wanted to hurt him back. At least I'm not a coward, I said. Hope you could have been killed. But I wasn't. And apparently I have to stand up to Mayor Jenkins and Tommy Madola, because it seems I'm the only person around here with the guts to do it. Which is kind of strange, considering you're the one with the badge, the gun, and the duty. So if I'm out here facing down these criminals alone, maybe you should consider whose fault that is. I drove away from Alex and the mountain as fast as I could. 10 minutes later, I was in Katie's kitchen. She took one look at me before yelling to her husband, "Chris, time for you to be a parent. Hope and I need to leave." She bundled up, handed me a stocking cap, and guided me onto her back patio, where we sat in 2 rocking chairs. She looked around furtively, then lifted a potted plant, uncovering a pack of cigarettes. "Katie, you still smoke?" "Hardly ever," she whispered in reply. "Just 1 or 2, the kids are driving me crazy cigarettes per week. And right now it looks like someone is driving you crazy, so..." She handed me a cigarette and a lighter, and I lit up. She did the same. I wasn't a smoker, but Katie was right. Somebody was driving me crazy. "I assume this has something to do with a boy," Katie said after a few puffs. "You assume correctly." "Alex?" "Bingo." "And what did frustrating Alex do tonight?" "He called me stupid." "I'm sure that went over well."
Let me guess, you kneed him in the groin and punched him in the face.
No, I just called him a gutless coward.
Ouch, that's even worse.
It's true, though.
And yet, in typical Hope Walker fashion, you're not going to tell me what this was about, are you?
Another correct assumption.
You're a really fun best friend, you know that?
I try.
Fine. If you won't tell me what Alex did, the least you could do is fill me in on your romantic affair with my dream man. Are you going on this proper date with him?
I didn't answer his note yet. I've been busy.
Calling our sheriff a gutless coward does keep a gal occupied. Well, what's your answer going to be? Do you want to have dinner with Cameron Thomas or not?
Before, I wasn't so sure.
And now?
After that fight with Alex? Yeah, I sort of do.
Then why don't you?
I feel, I don't know, guilty, I guess.
Like you're cheating on Alex.
Yes.
And you know how dumb that is because of the little fact that you and Alex aren't actually dating.
I am aware of that fact.
Hope, I know you never take my advice.
That's not true. In high school, I shaved off Jemima's eyebrow when you told me to.
Oh, okay, then let this be the second time in our long friendship that you actually listened to me. Here's the thing, sister. You and Cameron Thomas, you're not gonna get married.
Meaning?
Would it be so bad if maybe, just maybe, and I'm just spitballing here, but maybe Hope Walker doesn't need to write the perfect story or solve another murder or even land the perfect job? Maybe every once in a while, you just need to go have some fun.
You think?
Yes, I do. It's just dinner with a super hot guy. Don't overthink it. Just let yourself have a good time.
Katie was right. I spent too much time in my head. Maybe not everything in life had to be so darn complex. Maybe I just needed to let my hair down. I took out my phone and pulled up Cameron's name. For a moment, I hesitated, my thumbs hovering over the screen. But then finally, I typed in my message, hit send, and stood up to leave.
Whoa there, Walker. What did you decide?
I smiled. I decided you were right, Katie. It's time to have some fun. Chapter 14. Cameron's instructions were mysterious. I was to present myself at the front desk of the new Metro Hotel and ask for a Mr. Peterman. When I did, the older man behind the desk said, "Right away, Ms. Jemima." Then he took me to a service elevator and rode with me to the 5th floor. It emptied into a small utility space with a single door that said simply, "Roof." The man handed me a pair of earmuffs before he left. "Just in case," he said. I walked through the door and onto the roof. Two tables had been set up. One held 2 roasting pans being warmed by green-yellow flames. The other, a small table with a white tablecloth, had been set for 2. Gas heaters were placed on either side. Cameron rose from his seat when he saw me. He wore a gray double-breasted suit and looked like a character from a James Bond movie. He took a good long look at me. Then he shook his head in a mischievous way and brought me in for a quick hug. "Mes chers, it is good to see you," he said as he let go and led me to my seat. It appeared the Englishman also knew a little French and some good manners. "It would appear you've thought of everything," I said. "Rooftop dinner, portable heaters, fake names. It can be challenging to get some alone time in my world, especially during a week like this. I think you did a pretty good job." I grabbed the flute of champagne in front of me, and we clinked glasses. "To us," he said a little cheekily. I remembered what Katie had said. It wasn't a marriage, just a dinner. Have some fun. I smiled. To us. We sipped on our champagne for a minute, just looking at each other. Then Cameron slid his hand across the table and tapped on my wrist like he had done in the airport bar. It didn't seem like a move then. It did now. But in the spirit of having fun, I didn't much care. "So," I finally said. "So, Cameron said in reply. I meet an investigative reporter in an airport while trying to save a man's life. And a couple days later, she's investigating the mysterious death of yet another man I tried to save. That is an odd coincidence, wouldn't you agree? I held out my now empty glass, and he poured more champagne. I very much agree, but there's something else I'd like to investigate at the moment. I do believe you are going to tell me about your complicated relationship with smoking hot Nikki Davis. I leaned forward and tried to look very serious. Does she make you call her smoking hot Nikki Davis? Cameron laughed. How did you know? I shrugged. I'm a genius investigator, what can I say? Are you really going to make me talk about her? I really am. Okay, on one condition. I'm listening. If I tell you about Nikki, and if you love tonight's meal and have a great time, then you promise to let me give you a goodnight kiss. I almost spit out my champagne. You okay there? He asked. I took another long sip of champagne, stalling for time. Is that a yes? He asked. That's a not so fast, my friend. When it comes to kissing strangers, I don't make deals. You don't want to kiss me? That's not what I'm saying. Good. You do want to kiss me. You think you're a funny guy, don't you? I like to think so. Fine. Fine what? Fine. If all those conditions have been met, then maybe. Cameron gazed at me intently for a few moments. His smile was disarming, and then he began to tell me his history with Nikki Davis. He made it sound pretty uninteresting. He said they'd dated for a few months a year ago, and then they broke it off. That doesn't sound so complicated, I said. Well, I guess that's not the complicated part. We made a deal. Full story or the kiss is off. So the kiss is on. I sipped my champagne silently. Okay, he said. The complicated part is that even after we broke up, we may have continued to connect from time to time. And by connect, you mean connect. Ah, a friends with benefits sort of thing. It's not something I'm proud of. Anything else? It's possible that she still has feelings for me. Friends with benefits feelings, or I think she'd be fine if we were in a relationship again. And how do you feel about that? I asked. He leaned forward and slid his hand over mine. I can't see a future for me and Nikki Davis. He rose and turned to the table with the roasting pans. He uncovered the pans, picked up 2 warm plates, and served us both. Grilled salmon with pineapple chutney, garlic mashed potatoes, and asparagus, he said. It looks amazing. He winked. Just wait till you try it. Cameron was right. As amazing as it looked, it tasted even better. And with each delicious bite, I found myself resisting the idea of a goodnight kiss less and less. We spent the meal talking mostly about him, which was actually nice. I'd already poured my heart out to him at the airport, so now it was his turn. He'd grown up in a small town south of London. Then he and his mum moved to London when he was 12. He went to Cambridge, where he studied literature, but after 2 years, he quit school to pursue his real love, cooking. And then, through a remarkable series of events, I got lucky. I was waiting tables at a fancy restaurant, and this one night, all 3 of our chefs went down with food poisoning. Wouldn't you know it, that was the night a very important food critic decided to drop by. The owner was panicked and desperate. He knew I liked to cook, so he asked if I could work in the kitchen and help out in any way I could. I agreed and did much better than I'm sure he ever imagined. The critic ended up giving the restaurant an excellent review, and I never looked back. And here you are, a regular on Food and Party TV with your own cookbook, plus a chance at a big prize and a brand new show. It's been quite a ride. Sometimes I just want to pinch myself. For dessert, Cameron served a gooey butter roll with some sort of whipped cream mascarpone cheese concoction. It was probably the best dessert I'd ever had in my life. Afterward, we sipped glasses of red wine, the perfect conclusion to a perfect meal.
So when, at long last, Cameron asked if he had met all of the conditions, I only had to pretend to think about it, though I pretended for a good long while. Finally, I smiled. Yes, Cameron, the conditions are met. The deal may proceed as agreed upon. He leaned over the table. Then I've got a surprise for you. He grabbed my hand, interlaced his fingers with mine, and led me to the door back into the hotel. We took the service elevator down one floor, then exited. He quickly looked both ways, then led me down the hall. "What are you going to show me?" I whispered. "I can't tell you. That's why they call it a surprise." Halfway down the hall, he stopped in front of room number 412. He spun around so fast that it caught me off guard. He took my other hand, then looked down at me with that hide-the-women smile. He leaned closer. I leaned closer. He inched forward. So did I. His lips barely brushed across mine. I hesitated for a moment. Then I leaned in and kissed him back. We kissed for a good long while, right against the door of room 412. When we separated, he said, "Would you like to come in?" No. Why not? Cameron, you and I, long term, it's never going to happen. Which means? I leaned in and kissed him again. Then I backed away. It means this was a lot of fun. And I'll see you tomorrow. Good luck in the competition. And with that, I turned and walked away. When I got to my car, I sent Katie a text. Lips definitely not broken. Then I went back to my apartment and had the best night's sleep I'd had in a very long time. When I heard the knock on my door the next morning, I was surprised to see that it was already past 9. "Coming," I said. I slipped into my robe, then opened the door. Standing in front of me was a tall, good-looking sheriff with a black cowboy hat, a brown leather coat, a gold star on his chest, and an iPhone in his hand. "Alex, what are you doing here?" "I didn't want to involve you in this, Hope. I really didn't." "Involve me in what?" He pursed his lips and shook his head. Then he handed his phone to me. "I've got the video queued up. Just press play." I took his phone and played the video. It was a grainy security tape showing a long hotel hallway. A man and woman walked down the hallway toward the camera and stopped in front of a door. Then the man pulled the woman to him and they began to kiss. I was horrified. I looked up at Alex. "What are you doing with this?" "Like I said, Hope, I didn't want to involve you in this." "Involve me? You're spying on me." No, I promise I'm not. I came across this video in my investigation this morning." "Oh, so now you're going to tell me that a video of me in a hotel has something to do with Hank Lopez?" He shook his head and sighed. "I'm not investigating the death of Hank Lopez. I'm investigating something else. Cameron Thomas was found dead this morning, and I think you were the last person to see him alive." Chapter 15. Alex took me to the Metro Hotel and up to room 412. We entered just as Dr. Bridges was zipping up the body bag. Alan Jennings and the man from the front desk, the one who led me up to the roof the night before, were sitting on a couch at the far end of the room. Alex closed the door behind us, then locked it for good measure. "What's she doing here?" Jennings asked. "I told you, she's the best investigator I know." The truth was a little more complicated than that, and of course the hotel man knew it too, but thankfully neither he nor Sheriff Kramer chose to say anything about my evening date with the deceased. At least, not yet. Alex gestured to the man from the front desk. "Hope Walker, this is Mr. Bosley, the manager of the Metro Hotel. Mr. Bosley, this is Hope Walker." We both nodded politely. Yes, we'd met, though prior to now, neither of us had known each other's real names. Jennings rose to his feet.
Sheriff, I really need to call my people ASAP. We have to get ahead of this. We've got a show to put on.
Mr. Jennings, Alex said, don't you think that under the circumstances it might be best to call off the show now? 2 people have died.
And as dreadful as that is for them personally, the truth is, whether you like it or not, this is going to be a ratings bonanza. I'm talking right into the stratosphere. If we handle this correctly, we might even set a cable record for a non-scripted show. This is a huge opportunity for food and party TV.
You're seriously still thinking of ratings at a time like this? I asked.
Young lady, that's my job. Wasn't it Jesus who said the dead will bury the dead, or some such nonsense? Besides, Hank and Cameron were extraordinary chefs. It's what they would have wanted. This cookie tournament meant everything to them, and I will honor their memories by making sure it goes forward, bigger and better than before.
I turned to Alex. Can't you just, I don't know, shut them down? Kick them out? He frowned.
I can talk to the mayor, but you know how she is about tourism.
Tell her it won't be great publicity if Hopeless becomes known as the town where Christmas goes to die.
Don't you worry about that, Jennings said. This is going to be a story of determination, of redemption, of hope, and hopeless.
His eyes lit up, and he passed a hand in front of him as if visualizing the scene.
Not even death can dampen the true spirit of Christmas.
Mr. Jennings, Alex said, putting on a TV show may be your job, but mine is keeping order in Hopeless. And with 2 murders, I'd say my job takes precedence. So please, sit back down. Jennings scowled, but took his seat.
Now, Mr. Jennings, I'd like you to go through the events once more, so Hope can hear it firsthand.
Jennings rolled his eyes.
Like I told you 3 times already, I had a meeting with Doris, Nikki, and Cameron at 7 a.m. Cameron didn't show, and he's usually the punctual one. I texted him, no answer. I called him, no answer. So I called Mr. Bosley here at the hotel.
And what time was that again?
7:15. Sheriff, I already told you all this.
And I already told you that Hope is excellent at what she does, and sometimes she picks up on things that I don't, so you'll tell us all this again. Mr. Bosley, would you continue the story from there? Bosley nodded agreeably.
Certainly, Sheriff. As Mr. Jennings said, I got a call from him on my cell phone at 7:15.
Isn't it unusual to take calls from hotel guests on your cell? I asked.
These aren't just any guests, ma'am. The show is a big deal. I gave my number to Mr. Jennings and a few other people associated with the show in order to make sure I could get them whatever they needed, whenever they needed it. Anyway, Mr. Jennings told me that Mr. Thomas had overslept and he wondered if I could go wake him up. I said, of course. Then I came up here to room 412, knocked on the door, and called out to Mr. Thomas. When I got no response, I called Mr. Jennings back. He told me that I should use my card to get in and wake him up.
You entered his room even though you thought he was in there sleeping? I said. Is that something you do very often?
Well, we've only been open a couple of weeks, so no.
But I assume this isn't the first hotel you've ever managed, I said.
Well, no. And yes, it's uncommon for a manager to enter a guest's room, but there are circumstances when it's necessary. It's really no different from the maid walking in. We try to be respectful, of course.
Fine, I said. What happened next?
I used my key and entered the room. I saw Mr. Thomas on the bed, and I could tell something was wrong. I touched him, and he was cold. I still had Mr. Jennings on the phone, so I told him what happened. He told me he would be coming over forthwith, and that I should call the sheriff, which I did immediately.
I turned to Jennings. Did you tell anyone else?
Not yet. That's why I need to get out of here.
What did you say to Doris and Nikki? Cameron didn't show up, and then you had to run off. Surely you gave them a reason.
I told them that Cameron was trying to get out of his contract, and I needed to go speak with him about it. And I stayed in the room with the body, Mr. Bosley said, just like you told me to, Sheriff.
And neither of you disturbed anything, even when the sheriff left to get me? I asked.
Except for when I first touched him and found him to be cold, we've just been sitting here on the couch," Bosley said. "Wasting time," Jennings grumbled. Alex turned to Dr. Bridges. "Can you fill Hope in about your preliminary findings?" The doctor shrugged. "Looks like a heart attack. And since I know you're going to ask, there were no crumbs in his mouth, but I did smell something. He'd been drinking, so mostly I smelled alcohol, but underneath that, it wasn't the same smell I got from Hank Lopez, but it was odd." "Odd as in poison?" I asked. Dr. Bridges shrugged. "If he wasn't poisoned, I'd say we have quite the coincidence. 2 heart attacks, 2 celebrity chefs barely more than a day apart, both with a suspicious smell. I'm not the investigator here, but I would be surprised if that toxicology report comes back with nothing of interest." "We found 2 bottles of gin," Alex said, pointing. "One on the nightstand and one on the desk." I examined the bottle on the nightstand. New Cambridge Reserve label. It had been opened, but very little was gone. I then looked at the bottle on the desk. It, too, was New Cambridge gin, but with a different label. Apparently, this was just the regular brand, not Reserve label, and this one was over half empty. I turned to Alan. "I take it Cameron liked gin." "Oh, yes, quite the devotee." He nodded to the bottle on the desk. "He'd tried different gins, but he always came back to New Cambridge. I think it's foul stuff. I also think," he turned to the sheriff, "that there's no reason for me to be kept here any longer. I really must be going." Alex looked at me as if he was trying to communicate something. Then he turned back to Jennings and Bosley. "Fine, Mr. Jennings, but I want your first call to be to Mayor Jenkins. Then you can start your PR spin however you want. Mr. Bosley, this is now a crime scene. Nobody goes in or out of this room unless their name starts with Sheriff and ends with Kramer, and that includes you." "I understand." "Good. Dr. Bridges, you're free to take the body. Mr. Jennings, Mr. Bosley, you're free to go." As the 2 other men left, Dr. Bridges hit a button on his walkie-talkie radio. "Johnny, time to bring the gurney up. Yes, we have a body. Yes, Johnny, a dead one. Don't talk to anyone. Just bring it up to room 412. A few minutes later, Johnny arrived, and he, Dr. Bridges, and Alex all lifted the white body bag and placed it on the gurney. Johnny strapped it down, then wheeled it to the door. Alex held up a hand to stop him. "Hope," he said, giving me a sympathetic look. "Do you need to—" I hesitated, then nodded. Dr. Bridges carefully unzipped one end of the body bag and pulled the flap down, revealing Cameron's face. The breath went out of me. I had been with him, had seen him, had kissed him, just a few hours ago. And now he was dead. He didn't even look like the man I had been with. The life had been drained out of him. He was gone. Really gone. I stepped away from the body, turned around, and wiped a tear from my cheek. When the door shut, I turned around to see Alex holding his cowboy hat in his hands. "Are you okay?" he asked. "I think so." "I'm sorry," he said. "Alex, it wasn't anything." He waved his hand in front of me like he was erasing something in midair. "It's none of my business, Hope." "That's not entirely true." He nodded. "Are you mad?" I asked. He put his head down, then looked back up. "As sheriff of this town, I am mad. I'm mad that ever since you and I showed up in Hopeless, people have been dying at an alarming rate. But I'm also glad that you and I are here because there's nobody I'd trust more to get to the truth." I stepped closer to him. "How about his Alex Kramer? Is Alex Kramer mad?" "You want me to be honest?" "Yes." "Not mad, really. More jealous." "I can explain," I said. "You don't owe me an explanation. I didn't show you that video to embarrass you. I was going to bring you over to help with the investigation anyway, and then I saw that video, and, Well, before I brought you in, I needed you to know that I knew, and it was easier to show you than to say it. Does Jennings know? I don't know why I cared. I hadn't done anything wrong, but I felt like I had. No. After I found the body, I told Jennings and Bosley to stay where they were while I went to get you. I'd seen the cameras in the hall, so on the way out, Bosley called his head of security and asked him to show me the footage of that night and the previous day. I didn't tell anybody, and I made the security chief swear he wouldn't tell anyone either. Thank you. I was eager to change the subject. So, I couldn't help but notice that you told Jennings you're dealing with 2 murders. Does that mean you're now convinced that neither of these deaths was due to natural causes? Suffice it to say, I agree with Dr. Bridges. I don't think it's a coincidence that Hank Lopez and Cameron Thomas both dropped dead of heart attacks. I didn't believe it when it was just Hank, and now I'm sure of it because I ran my own toxicology test. You did? How? I may have told you. We've had some problems at the sheriff's office with possums getting into our trash, so I bought a couple of traps. Anyway, last night I took one of the Death by Lopez cookies and I put it in the trap. And? I caught a possum. This morning it was dead. So it was poison. He nodded. Which means we've got ourselves a murderer, and he or she has already killed 2 people. The question is this person finished? Or just getting started? Alex dropped me off in front of the library, but before I climbed out of his truck, he grabbed me by the forearm. Listen, Hope, keeping that video a secret in a town like Hopeless, it might not be possible, and if it gets out, there will be a lot of eyes on you. I didn't have anything to do with Cameron's death. Of course you didn't, but you're the only person who was at his room last night, and with a national figure like Cameron Thomas and a nosy little town like Hopeless, well, all that matters is the story that spreads. Alex, what are you trying to tell me? I'm just saying you probably want to get yourself a lawyer, and you may want to lay low. Are you kicking me off the case? No, that's not what I meant. Listen, I know there's some tension between you and me, and that video doesn't help with the tension. But the last thing I want is for you to be off the case. Fact is, I've got 2 murders to solve, and I'm going to need the best investigator around to help me do that. Hope, I need you. Chapter 16. I took a long hot shower and had an equally long cry. A man was dead. A man I had kissed just the night before. It wasn't that I thought Cameron Thomas and I were going anywhere, and it wasn't like I had feelings for him. Okay, I had feelings for him, just not long-term feelings. I had what you might call short-term. After a very long hiatus from the world of romance, I very much liked kissing him sort of feelings. So I cried. I let the hot water wash my tears down the drain, and when I was done, I looked into the steam-covered mirror. Okay, Hope, enough. It's time to work. I put on black jeans, brown knee-high boots, a charcoal gray turtleneck, and a black jacket. I pulled my hair into a ponytail, grabbed my notebook, 2 pens, my laptop bag, and my phone, and went downstairs. I found Bess in what had become her new normal position, busily making omelets for a line of tourists, even though it was now lunchtime. Granny was bussing dishes, and after she dropped off a load, I tapped her on the shoulder. She turned. I just heard, she said soberly. Which part? There's more than one part. What did you hear? A tourist just told me that Cameron Thomas was found dead this morning. And that's all you've heard? Her eyebrow went up. Then she stuck her wrinkly hand down the front of a royal blue Boise State football sweatshirt, retrieved a wad of cash, and held it out to me. Granny, why do you have so much cash in your boobs? For times like this. I'll go let the air out of the sheriff's tires while you get a head start. Why do you always think I need to run from the law? Because even a broken clock is right twice a day, and one of these days I'll be right. Well, not today.
but I do need your help with something. Honestly, I should have come to you guys before." She tucked the wad of cash back in her shirt.
"Are you saying what I think you're saying, granddaughter?"
I nodded. It's time for a meeting of the Buck's Diner Murder Investigation Club. Granny called Buck, and they agreed that the diner currently had way too many nosy tourists for a sensitive discussion of murder. The library was no good either, but Granny had another idea. Calls were made to the appropriate parties, and 10 minutes later, after leaving Bess in charge at the bar, we found ourselves standing in Flo's beauty parlor. Flo was busy giving her newest beautician instructions on how to cut the considerable silver beehive atop Mrs. Bartlett's head, but Flo and Granny exchanged a look, and both nodded. Then Granny grabbed my arm, and we took a seat. Stank from Stank's Hardware showed up next, along with his girlfriend Cup, who ran the town bakery. Zeke Roberson followed, and last to arrive was Dr. Bridges. Leaving Mrs. Bartlett in the hands of the junior beautician, Flo walked over to us and leaned in close.
"At no point does law enforcement ever learn about what you're about to see. Got it?"
She said this to everyone in the group, but she was looking directly at me. "Yes, Flo," I said. "I got it." She led us past Mrs. Bartlett, down a back hall, and into a cramped storage room stuffed with all manner of crap: wigs, combs, shampoo bottles, wrapping paper, old china settings, an impressive stash of board games, and loads of quilting supplies. I was wondering what part of this collection of junk was supposed to be kept secret from law enforcement. Was it the wigs? Maybe Flo wore them as disguises when she went out to steal quilting supplies? When Flo stepped up to an old wooden bookcase, she slipped her hand under one of the shelves, grabbed the side of the bookcase, gave me the evil eye once more, and pulled. The bookcase swung toward us, revealing a door in the wall. Flo unlocked the door, then pushed it open. We followed her into a surprisingly spacious room featuring a fancy poker table, a small bar, and an old-fashioned Davenport. Flo closed the bookcase and the door, then motioned for us to sit at the poker table. Stank was clearly as surprised by this room as I was.
"Flo," he said, "I know I'm going to regret asking this, but why does a beauty shop need a secret room behind a secret bookcase?"
Flo exchanged looks with Cup and Granny.
"Because I run a poker game that would be considered by some standards to be highly illegal. The girls and I need to keep it away from prying eyes."
She tapped her fingers against the green felt.
"Now, Buck, do you have the condiments?"
Buck set a plastic bag on the table. Zeke peered into it.
"Looks like it's all here. Ketchup, mustard, salsa. Is that marmalade?"
Buck shrugged.
"You never know what you'll need for a murder investigation. I came prepared."
Granny folded her hands and leaned forward like a mafia don sitting at a meeting of the 5 families.
"I've called you all together under busy and trying conditions because my hope has come to her senses. After seeing the futility of trying to cut us out of the loop during her last murder investigation, this time she has requested our help. Hope you have the floor."
"Thank you, Granny. As I'm sure all of you know, the day before yesterday, celebrity chef Hank Lopez dropped dead during a pre-production meeting with people from Food and Party TV. Granny nodded to Zeke, who pulled out the ketchup bottle, set it in the center of the table, then flicked the top of the bottle, knocking it over with a thump.
"Nice touch,"
Granny said. Zeke smiled with pride. I continued. What you may not have heard yet is that this morning, another celebrity chef, Cameron Thomas, was found dead in his hotel room. Cup gasped.
"But he was such a handsome man." "You thought he was handsome?" Stank said. "That's news to me."
"Everyone thought he was handsome," Cup replied. Stank frowned.
"I'm not seeing it." "If you're not seeing it, you're blind," Granny said.
Flo was fanning herself.
"Even Buck thinks he was good-looking."
We all looked up at Buck. who was standing, dish rag over one shoulder, toothpick in his mouth. He nodded.
"Handsome fella. I think the fancy accent helped. I heard the news from a customer this morning. There's a second bottle of ketchup in there."
Zeke grabbed the other bottle and laid it sideways on the table. Everyone stared at the 2 ketchup bottles like they would find answers there. Then Granny rubbed her chin.
"Doc, what can you tell us about cause of death?"
Dr. Bridges tapped the first ketchup bottle.
"Mr. Lopez almost certainly died of a heart attack. I found cookie crumbs in his mouth and an odd smell that might have been poison. Normally, I'd have a toxicology report by now, but our lab girl is out for the holidays, so I had to send it to the state crime lab. Still waiting on the results."
"I think I can shed some light on what those results will tell you," I said.
"Really? How?"
"Sheriff Kramer put one of Hank's cookies in a possum trap last night. This morning, he had a dead possum." Dr. Bridges arched his eyebrows.
"Interesting method."
"And what happened to that poor, handsome Cameron Thomas?" Cup asked.
"He also died of a heart attack," Dr. Bridges said. "He had been drinking gin, and again I smelled something that might have been poison."
Granny clapped her hands together.
"So 2 dead bodies, 2 murders, both by poison."
"We think," Dr. Bridges clarified. Granny ignored him.
"That brings us to suspects. Do we have any?" "Could be somebody who didn't want either of them to win this year," Stank said.
Cup nodded. "The prize is $200,000 and a chance at your own show." Buck took his toothpick out of his mouth and jabbed it into the air.
"People have killed for a lot less."
"Yes, they have," Granny said. "Then we agree," I said. "The other celebrity chefs are suspects." Stank smiled a big, goofy smile.
"Let's start with Smoking Hot Nicky Davis."
"I second that," Dr. Bridges said. Zeke just smiled, too. "Oh, I see," Cup said. "I mentioned how handsome Cameron Thomas is, so now it's your turn."
"I didn't mean anything by it," Zeke said. "I'm just observing that her name is Nicky Davis, and that she's smoking hot."
Cup rolled her eyes. "I hear she's mean." "And I hear she gets around," Flo said.
"You can tell just by watching her that she's got a major attitude," Granny said. "And you can tell that she's smoking hot. Just saying," Zeke added.
I held up a hand for peace. "Yes, you can tell a lot of things about Nicky Davis, but let's talk motive. I can think of 2. First, she and Hank Lopez didn't like each other very much, but for some reason that all changed a month ago, and then in the last couple of days it might have changed again."
"Do you know why?"
Granny asked. "Nope, this is just what Cameron told me when I interviewed him."
"What's the second thing?"
Buck asked. "Nicky and Cameron had a thing, a romantic thing."
"How is that a motive?"
Granny answered.
"When things get complicated romantically, anything can happen."
She pointed to Zeke.
"We've got our first suspect. Now we need a condiment. What have you got?"
Zeke looked into the plastic bag, smiled, and pulled out a bottle of hot sauce. Granny laughed.
"We get it. You think she's hot." "Saucy, too," Zeke said.
I do believe it was the first time Zeke Roberson had attempted something approximating humor in his entire life, and I could tell that everyone at the table was proud of him.
"Okay, next suspect. How about that old lady chef?"
"Doris Metcalf is 20 years younger than you," I said to Granny.
"But I own a bar, drink whiskey for breakfast, and drive a motorcycle."
"How is that relevant?"
"She's the one doing old woman stuff, not me. I wouldn't be caught dead baking an apple pie."
I rolled my eyes. "Trust me, I know."
"Is that you being lippy with me?"
"Not in the least. Living with you was a regular culinary delight."
"Zeke, I do believe she's being lippy with me."
Zeke was smart enough to stay out of it.
"You act like I never cooked," Granny said.
"You didn't. Bess and I did." Granny looked like she was about to say something more, then stopped herself.
"You know, I think you're right. Well, how do you like that? Anyway, what do you know about this Doris?
Not much. Just that she has this famous show called Weekends with Doris, and that she almost killed Nikki Davis 2 days ago when the sheriff left the two of them alone.
When did this happen?
Dr. Bridges asked. It was right after you left with the body. Katie was with them. Doris and Nikki got into an argument that led to a physical altercation, and by the time I arrived, they were grabbing each other's hair and clawing at each other.
Sounds terrific, Granny said. Who won?
Nobody. Alex broke it up. I think they both would have lost an eyeball if it had lasted much longer.
What was the fight about?
Zeke asked. Sounds like it was mostly petty name-calling.
Regardless, Granny said, you need to include Doris as a suspect. Us old ladies are capable of quite a bit. Is that a confession, Granny? Buck asked. Wouldn't you like to know? Zeke, what do you have for Doris Metcalf?
He fished around in the bag, then came out with half a stick of butter. Granny frowned.
Is that because she's plump? Does she have a big butt? Does she love butter? Does it matter? Zeke asked. Not your best work, Zeke. But fine, butter it is.
Zeke placed the butter beside the hot sauce bottle.
Okay, who else?
Flo asked. That's it for the celebrity chefs, I said. The only other person I've met with a connection to the show is the creator and producer Alan Jennings. He's a hard-charging, driven TV guy.
I bet he's freaking out, Flo said. His show is ruined.
Actually, yeah, he's super stressed about how to rework everything, but he also said this will be a ratings bonanza.
He didn't,
Cup said, suddenly angry. He did. He said with the intrigue surrounding the deaths, the ratings could possibly go through the roof.
Granny said. You think somebody could be sick enough to kill the people on his own show just to increase the ratings? Yes, Buck said. I think somebody could be sick enough to do that. The question is, would this Alan Jennings be that sort of man?
Everybody thought about it for a long moment. Then Cup slowly raised her hand. Yes, Cup, I said.
I think Alan Jennings might be that sort of man.
Why do you say that? She hesitated. Then she turned to Stank and took his hand.
I'm sorry, Stank. I really am. Sorry about what?
She let out a sigh.
There's something I need to tell you. And, honey, you're not gonna like it.
Chapter 17. While Cup and Stank retired to one corner of the room, the rest of us moved as far away as possible to give them their privacy. But that didn't stop us from peeking, or in Granny's case, staring. Cup explained something in a whisper, then Stank threw his hands in the air and gesticulated wildly. The rest of us started debating what it was all about.
You think Cup and Alan Jennings knocked over a bunch of banks, Bonnie and Clyde style? Flo asked. Nah, Buck said. Cup would never do something like that. I'm guessing Jennings is living a secret life after supposedly dying a long time ago, like Jimmy Hoffa or Elvis. How would Cup know about it? Dr. Bridges asked.
Buck worked over his toothpick.
Maybe she's Hoffa's daughter. You're all off your rockers, Granny said. The explanation is simple. You know how there's aliens among us? Everyone nodded. Well, I'm guessing this Jennings character is one of them. And one time, Cup caught him. Caught him doing what? Flo asked. Ripping his human face off, Granny said, pretending to peel a mask back from the chin up.
Yes, indeed. This was the crack investigative staff of the Bucksteiner Murder Investigation Club. Finally, Cup stopped talking and looked up at Stank. He paused for a moment, turned away, shook his head, then spun back around and wrapped Cup in a big, long hug. When he released her, he took her by the hand and walked her over to us. Cup looked up at Stank once more.
It's okay, honey, he said to her. You can tell them. They're some of our oldest friends, and you did nothing wrong.
Cup nodded and took a deep breath. Okay, so you all know how I was in the cookie tournament the first 2 years. Everyone nodded, except me. You were in the cookie tournament? How did I not know this?
Because you were living under a rock, Granny said.
You mean Portland?
Same difference.
Flo cut in.
Cup did really well, Hope. She made the final 8. We were all so proud of her. Well, Cup said, the tournament was really small back then. Not that many people entered, and none of us knew what to expect. But still, I did well, and I was really excited for the next year because now that I understood what the judges were after, I thought I had a real shot at going further. But the show was a surprise hit, so that next year it was a lot bigger. It was intimidating, and I just felt like I didn't belong there.
Cup, Granny said. Of course you belonged there. You're a professional baker. Most of those people are amateurs.
I know, but I was scared all the same. Anyway, of course I remembered Mr. Jennings from the first year, and to my surprise, he remembered me too. He told me that Cup isn't the type of name one forgets. Then he flashed some Hollywood charm and said that a face like mine isn't something a man forgets either. To put it mildly, I didn't see that coming, and I'll admit I was flattered. I love Stank. I've loved Stank for a long time, but I'm human. And a rich Hollywood guy throws a compliment like that. It feels good. So there I was, feeling overwhelmed and down, and Mr. Jennings noticed that, and like I said, he noticed me. So when he told me that he wanted to show me something that might cheer me up, I went. He escorted me back to his personal tent, where he poured 2 glasses of wine. I thought that was a little weird, but I figured, he was just trying to be nice. I was so stupid. Before I knew it... She stopped, and Stank grabbed her hand and squeezed. She nodded and continued. Before I knew it, he leaned in and kissed me. I felt paralyzed. I didn't kiss him back, but I didn't push him away. I didn't know what to do. Finally, I stepped back, and that was when he pulled out a hotel key card to the clap back in and told me that if I wanted to visit him later that night, he could guarantee me a spot in the finals. Granny's eyes widened in anger.
That low-down, lascivious lout!
I walked away shaking, Cup said. When I got back to my shop, I locked the door and just cried. I know I should have told someone what he did, but what could they do? He was in charge of the whole tournament. I didn't tell Stank because I knew he'd want to kill him. And besides, I'd seen all the good the show was doing for the town. I didn't want to be the reason it all ended. So I dropped out of the tournament. I've never participated again, and I've kept my mouth shut.
Flo put a hand on Cup's shoulder.
I'm so sorry he did that to you. I never knew that's why you stopped entering the tournament. I'm glad you finally told us. I wouldn't have told you except... Well, you need to know that Alan Jennings is a bad guy. And based on my experience with him, I don't know what he might be capable of.
I found a young woman standing guard outside Alan Jennings' tent. A very forceful young woman. Even when I told her who I was and why I was there, she wouldn't let me in to see Mr. Jennings, said he was not to be disturbed. So I did the only thing I could do.
Holy moly, is that Paula Dean?
I said, pointing beyond her. She turned her head to look, and I walked right past her and into Jennings' tent. Alan Jennings was sitting at a folding table, studying a screen. He looked up with surprise, and when he saw me, that surprise turned to annoyance.
Jessica!
He yelled. The young woman was right behind me.
I told her you couldn't be disturbed, sir.
Jennings growled.
And yet here I am, being disturbed.
Sir, she just pushed right past me.
I stepped to the girl's aid. Mr. Jennings, I'm sorry to force my way in like this, but I'm helping Sheriff Kramer investigate the murders. He pointed toward the tent flap behind me.
Then get out there and figure out who did it.
Actually, I'd rather be in here, figuring out who did it.
What's that supposed to mean?
It means you're a suspect. He jumped to his feet.
What?
Suspect. A person thought to be guilty of a crime or offense.
I know what a suspect is. Why am I one?
Rumor is you're not such a good guy.
Rumor?
He laughed.
You'll have to do better than a rumor, sweetie. I'm in Hollywood. We breathe rumors like most people breathe air.
Not a rumor, then. An observation from people who know you. A belief that you're the kind of person who could kill someone.
Jessica, take this idiot out of here!
I turned and fixed Jessica with a fiery stare. You really want to try touching me, Jessica? She shook her head, her eyes filled with fear. I didn't think so. Listen, Alan, I know you think you're a very big deal and all, but cut the crap. You're a bad guy. I know it, you know it, and Jessica here definitely knows it. The only question is, are you the type of bad guy who could kill a person? 2 persons. That I don't know, and I don't yet have motive. Even bad guys like yourself need a motive, but I'm working on it.
I should call the police.
And the police around here would be one Sheriff Alex Kramer who wants me working on this case. So if you want me to leave, you'd better answer my questions. Let's start with a simple one. Did you have a motive to kill either Hank Lopez or Cameron Thomas?
Of course not.
Is that so? Seems to me you benefit from their deaths.
Me?
I couldn't tell if the expression was mock outrage or real outrage.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about ratings, Mr. Jennings. With the murder of 2 celebrity chefs, what was it you said would happen to your ratings? Oh, yes, you said they'd be boosted right into the stratosphere.
You have to be joking. You can't seriously be suggesting I killed 2 people, 2 of my stars, in order to get better ratings.
People have killed for dumber reasons.
Well, I haven't.
Then why have you killed? He narrowed his eyes at me.
I haven't killed anybody. Not Hank, not Cameron, not anybody. Not for ratings, not for any reason.
Then who did?
That's what you're supposed to find out.
And this is me finding out. Here's the thing, Mr. Jennings. Like it or not, you do have a definitive motive. High ratings means big money, and people kill for money every day of the week and twice on Sunday. I'd love to dig deeper into your past and see what else I can uncover. I have a feeling it won't be pretty. Or... He folded his arms.
Or
you can give me something. You knew the victims. You know the other chefs. You know everyone involved in this production. Nobody knows this cookie tournament better than you. So tell me, can you think of anyone who might have had a reason to hurt either Hank or Cameron? He grabbed a clipboard and pointed it at me like a weapon.
Lady, I produce TV shows. I do not consort with murderers.
I'm not asking who you consort with. I just want to know if anyone benefited from the deaths of Hank and Cameron, or if anyone didn't like them, was angry with them, had a grudge against them, owed them money, anything like that.
Listen, in a production like this, plenty of people don't like other people, like Nikki and Doris. They hate each other's guts.
And how did they feel about Hank and Cameron?
They didn't want to murder them. Is that what you want to know? Especially Doris. She would never hurt Hank in a million years.
Why? He gave me the isn't it obvious expression, but it wasn't, not to an outsider like me.
They were friends. Went back a long ways. In fact, Doris is the only person Hank and his stupid bird never insulted, as far as I know.
What about Cameron? Was Doris friends with him too?
They've only known each other the last couple of years. She didn't hate him, but I don't think she cared for him much. I got the impression she thought the whole English gentleman thing was an act. I don't think she respected him.
I thought about Cameron. The way he talked, his manners, the night on the rooftop, the way he had everything just so, and then the way he greeted me in French like something out of a movie. Okay, how about Nikki?
She hated Hank, he hated her.
Why?
I don't know, and I don't care. And no, I am not saying she murdered him. You asked a question, I answered it. Nikki has quite a temper and an ego. She's easy to hate. That's what makes her a great TV villain.
Is that all that matters to you?
No, money matters to me.
He smiled. He actually smiled. You're a delightful human being.
Is that all, Miss Walker?
How about Nikki and Cameron? Did they hate each other too?
They were hot and cold. Sometimes I think Nikki hated his guts, other times... Well, you know those rumors we were talking about? There were always rumors about those two.
But they were in fact involved. You knew that, right?
Listen, I don't dig into what my performers do on their own time. As long as they put on a good show, the rest is none of my business.
But if there had been something between them, which there was, and it ended badly, would Nikki be capable
of killing Cameron? I don't know. But I will say this. I would never want to cross smoking hot Nikki Davis.
Now that wasn't so hard. How about anyone else involved in the production? Was there anyone with something against Hank or Cameron, or maybe someone angry at your show? Anything that might explain why 2 chefs are dead, and I'm here investigating while you're trying to rework a holiday show just days before Christmas? Jennings was clearly fed up.
No, Miss Walker. For the last time, I don't know anything. I can't help you.
Actually, Jessica said from behind me, I might know something. I turned to face her.
Yes?
She hesitated.
Well, spit it out,
Jennings said. She took a nervous breath. Last week a note was sent to you, sir. A threatening note. Jennings held up his hands.
Why is this the first I'm hearing about it?
Because you tell me it's my job to protect you from stuff, so that's what I did. But now... Her lips started to tremble. I feel like I might have made a terrible mistake. Chapter 18. Jessica pulled a green folder out of her backpack, flipped through it, and handed me an envelope. It was addressed to Alan Jennings, Food and Party TV, New York, New York. There was no return address. I carefully pulled out the note. It was a plain white sheet of computer paper with a simple message printed on it. Dear Alan, you screwed up. I could have been a star. I could have been famous. Now you will pay. Somebody has to pay for what they've done to me. I looked at both Jessica and Jennings. I'd say this definitely counts as suspicious. I handed it to Jennings, who read it and then shrugged.
This is nothing. I've been getting letters like that and quite a bit worse for a very long time. It's part of the business. Jessica was right not to bother me with it.
Is that true, Jessica? I asked. How often does your boss receive threats like this? I guess maybe 4 or 5 threatening letters in the last year. Maybe twice that many emails. I used to tell Mr. Jennings about them, but eventually it seemed there was no point. He didn't care, and nothing ever happened anyway. Is this letter more threatening than usual? Not really. And yet you seem nervous about it. Wouldn't you be? I guess I got used to these after a while because, like I said, nothing ever happened. But now something did happen. That makes it really creepy. Other than you, I said, who else has seen this letter? Just the 3 of us now, Jessica said. Have you kept copies of the other threatening letters and emails? Oh, yes. I keep all of it, just in case. Thank you, Jessica, I said. You, at least. I looked askance at Jennings. Have been very helpful. As I left Alan Jennings' tent, I sent Alex a text. I've got something interesting. We'll drop it by your office. I had to weave around tents and push through crowds just to get back to Main Street. It was still hard to believe this major TV production was happening in Hopeless. Even harder to believe was that 2 of this major TV production celebrity chefs had been killed right here. But the hardest thing of all to believe was that I, Hope Walker, had kissed one of them. After 12 years of running away from men, I had allowed myself a little fun. And then, just like that, the guy I kissed ended up dead. I called Katie. Maybe I'm cursed.
On account of all the people who have dropped dead since you've come back home?
That wasn't what I meant, but yes, that too.
You meant because you finally kissed a guy and then he dropped dead? I know. Alex told me this morning. I'm so sorry, sweetie.
Thanks. It was a bit of a punch in the gut.
Maybe it's a good thing you haven't been kissing guys for the last 12 years. Maybe you're like that chick from the X-Men who can't touch people. Think of all the lives you've saved.
Is this you trying to make me feel better?
It is. I'm not doing a very good job, though, am I?
Not especially, no.
Would it cheer you up to watch my children all day?
Not even a little.
Wow, you really are hard to please.
I actually laughed at that one. You are a gigantic butthead. You know that, Katie Rogers?
I know that. But I'm a gigantic butthead who would gladly do anything I can to help.
How about tacos and margaritas tonight? I can tell you all about how great it was making out with your dream guy. You know, the one I killed with my mutant lips.
I'm in. No matter what stupid beer-making thing Chris has planned for tonight, my best friend killed a guy just by kissing him, so I need to console her with refried beans and alcohol excuse definitely wins out. See you at 8.
The door to the sheriff's office was locked, so I texted Alex again. Where are you? Sorry, investigating a lead for the missing baby Jesus. Excuse me? Someone stole the baby Jesus out of the nativity scene in the middle of town, and I'm tracking down a lead over at the Clapback Inn. Following the trail of frankincense? Ha ha. What's up? I've got a threatening note addressed to Alan Jennings that I want you to see. That's interesting. Leave it in the mail slot. I'll take a look as soon as I'm done here. Thanks. I slid the note through the slot, then turned around to find an unexpected surprise headed my way. And not a good surprise. It was an elf. Or actually, a woman in an elf costume. A wildly inappropriate elf costume cut low enough to show off a bountiful amount of cleavage, and with an alarmingly short skirt showing off legs that had somehow actually improved with age. The woman dressed as the racy elf, with the obnoxiously gorgeous figure, was none other than my arch-enemy, Jemima Clark. For as long as I could remember, I had hated her guts. Not because of her obnoxious gorgeousness, though that didn't help, but because she was a horrible human being. She stopped in front of me and gave me one of her plasticky smiles.
Hello, Hope.
Hello, Jemima.
Is the good sheriff around?
He is not. She made a pouty face.
That's too bad. I was hoping to deliver his present today.
Are all those for him? I asked. She was carrying a large picnic basket full of presents, and she had a handful of posters under one arm.
Silly Hope. No, I go around town spreading holiday cheer to all my fellow business owners. And the good sheriff. Is he going to be back soon?
No idea. You could stuff your present in the mail slot.
She winked. What I've got for Sheriff Kramer is quite a bit bigger than that. I think I'll wait to deliver it in person.
I bet you will. I nodded toward the posters under her arm. What have you got there? She set down her picnic basket and unrolled one of the posters, revealing Wilma Jenkins' smiling face above the words "Vote Wilma Jenkins for Mayor." She taped it up on the front window of the sheriff's office. Nice, huh? Wilma's got you putting up campaign posters, I said. Isn't that beneath you?
Beneath me? No, Hope, it is not beneath me. Beautiful, accomplished, and strong women need to stick together. Not that you would know anything about that. Oh, and that reminds me of a picture I've been just dying to show you.
She pulled out her phone, swiped it a few times, then showed me the screen. It's a drawing, I said.
An architectural rendering, she said.
Of a road. Jemima, why are you showing me a road?
You remember Patrick's cabin? You know, the one you've wanted to live in your whole life." I had a bad feeling about this. "Well," she continued, "when the probate on Patrick's estate is finished and Mayor Jenkins finally buys it, this is what she plans on doing with it. She's going to demolish it and turn it into a road. Isn't it just beautiful?" Jemima was right. I had wanted to live in that cabin my whole life. At one time, I had thought I would live there with Jimmy when we got married, and I had been tempted to challenge Mayor Jenkins by putting in a competitive bid. But who was I kidding? I could never come up with enough money to compete with her. "You know, Jemima," I said, "Christmas is the season of family, of love, of good cheer. And yet, whenever I see you, all I want to do is punch you." She picked up her basket and posters and smiled. "I feel the exact same way. Merry Christmas, Hope. Merry Christmas, Jemima." I spent the rest of the day working on the Christmas edition of the Hopeless News. Since Earl wasn't around the offices, I sat at his desk as I worked. Besides, I was the one making the editorial decisions now. For all intents and purposes, this week I was in charge. First, I wrote about the deaths of Hank Lopez and Cameron Thomas. Although I wasn't in a position to call them murders quite yet, I was hoping that by the time the paper went to print on Christmas Eve, I'd be able to make it official. And then, of course, I wrote about the Christmas cookie tournament. I used the Food and Party TV website to get an update on where things currently stood, and used that info and my own research experiences with Katie to rough out 2 articles, one strictly about the tournament and the other on its effects on the town. By early evening, I felt I had the edition mostly laid out. I'd still have to fill in some important details over the next couple of days, but for now I was pleased. Hope Walker, Editor-in-Chief. I liked the sound of that. Then I thought about that other job, the one I'd been offered in New York. It was a dream job, really. And not just a dream job. It was my dream job. Running a national news magazine, doing important stories all over the world, working for a network with deep enough pockets that they wouldn't kowtow to the Tommy Madolas of the world. It was everything I had ever wanted since I'd left Hopeless at the tender age of 19. I knew I should be really, really excited by an opportunity like this. But excitement wasn't the feeling I was having. I returned to my apartment, changed into a red top, did my hair, put on dangly earrings and ruby red lipstick, and finished off the look with black boots. It was girls' night, and I was tired of cookies. I needed tacos. And margaritas. Definitely margaritas. I was crossing Main Street to the taco house when I saw her, a tall woman with platinum blonde hair, a woman who sent a shiver down my back, a woman who had been around Hopeless before, representing herself as an independent real estate agent trying to get homeowners to sell their cabins, a woman who, I was fairly certain, had killed several animals on the mountain as a way to scare people into selling, a woman named Ms. Jones. I even sat down with her once for a rather surreal cup of coffee. I was pretty sure she was working with Mayor Wilma Jenkins and Tommy Madola. In fact, she might just be the key to figuring out exactly how they were connected. She was striding down the street with purpose, and without giving it much thought, I did what my instincts told me to do. I followed her. It wasn't hard to trail her at a distance, as she really stood out in a crowd. Even when she reached the crazy tournament area around Memorial Park, I just had to stay close enough to keep that platinum blonde hair in sight. At one point, she stopped at a table to sample a cookie, and I quickly acted like I was on my phone. After waiting a count of 5, I looked up and saw that she was once again on the move. I continued to follow her through the gathering of tourists. Again, she stopped to get a cookie, but this time she spun her head and saw me. Her eyes connected with mine for a quick second, and then she dropped her cookie and ran. I sprinted after her all the way through the park, then over to 2nd Street. But she was fast, and I was in boots, and by the time I made it to 2nd Street, she was nowhere in sight.
I was stopping to catch my breath when a car came my way, lurching forward and accelerating. I dove to the side just in the nick of time and rolled over onto the shoulder of the road. The car stopped and backed up, and the driver's side window rolled down. Ms. Jones stuck her head out and stared down at me. She wasn't smiling. "You tried to run me over?" I said. "You tried to follow me," she replied. "Listen, Hope, I thought you were smarter than this. Didn't Mr. Medola talk to you?" "Yeah, so what?" "It's my understanding that he warned you. He warned you what would happen if you continued to mess with him. And I think you know what kind of man he is." She winked, rolled up the window, and sped off. I jumped to my feet and called Katie. "Where are you?" "Just left the house. Be there in a few." "Go back!" I shouted. "What are you talking about?" "I'll explain when I get there. But Katie, if you've ever listened to me a day in your life, go back home. Go back home, now!" Chapter 19. I called Alex while I ran to my car. "What's wrong, Hope? You sound out of breath." "I need you to get to Katie's house as fast as you can." "What's going on?" "Please, Alex, just go. I'll explain when I get there." I hung up and called Granny at the bar. "Your life could be in danger." "I'm an 80-year-old woman. My life is always in danger." "You got a gun close by?" "Wait, you're serious?" "Yes, Granny, I am. Tommy Medola threatened me by threatening you. I think Miss Jones does his dirty work for him, and I just saw her here in town. She basically confirmed the threat, so yes, I'm dead serious." "Then consider me and Bess locked and loaded. Where are you?" "Meeting Alex over at Katie's place." "Don't tell me." "Yes, he threatened her too." Sheriff Kramer's brown and white sheriff's Bronco was already in Katie's driveway when I pulled up to the curb, and Alex was on the front porch talking to Chris.
"Hope, what exactly is going on here?"
I shook my head. "We'd better do this inside." Katie and the kids were in the living room. Katie was holding Celia, and Lucy and Dominic were in their pajamas playing with Legos. "Chris," I said, "would you mind taking the kids upstairs just for a minute?" Chris looked at Katie, then back at me.
"Sure thing."
He grabbed the baby and told Dominic and Lucy he'd read them 3 stories if they were quick. When they were gone, Alex and I sat down with Katie. "What's going on, Hope? You're scaring me," Katie said. "I'm sorry, but I think you should be scared. Because of something I should have told you before. A few weeks back, Tommy Medola was in town, and I followed him up to the top of the mountain to Mrs. Byers' place. He and his guys surrounded me, and he threatened me. But mostly he threatened me by threatening the people closest to me. He threatened Granny. And Katie, I'm so sorry, but he threatened you and your children." Katie put her hands over her mouth. "And on the way to the taco house tonight, I saw Ms. Jones. She's the creepy woman we think has been killing animals on the mountain. When she saw me tonight, she told me that Mr. Medola had warned me and that I knew what kind of man he was." A chill went through me when I thought about what a guy like Tommy Medola might do to the people I loved. "That's when I called you. Katie, I'm so sorry. I know I should have told you sooner, but I thought I could handle it. Now I know I can't. You need to get out of town. You need to go someplace safe." Katie closed her eyes like this was a bad dream. Then she rose silently, went to the front closet, took out a suitcase, and carried it up the stairs.
"Hope," Alex said, "you didn't tell me about all those threats."
"No, I didn't."
"When are you going to learn to trust me?"
"I'm sorry. I should have told you."
"Where and when did you see Ms. Jones?"
"I saw her on Main Street just a few minutes ago. I followed her, then lost track of her. She almost ran me down in her car, then she rolled down the window and told me those things. And Alex, she wasn't kidding. I was scared. I am scared."
"Did you tell Granny?"
"Yes, she knows the deal. She and Bess are ready."
"Ready? They're old ladies."
"Old ladies who keep loaded weapons and can handle them far better than you might imagine. I'm more worried about Katie and her family. I put them in danger. I screwed up, Alex. I screwed up bad." Alex placed his hand gently on my shoulder.
"Well, you should have told me all this as soon as it happened. And you should have told Katie and Chris and Granny too. They deserve to know. All of that is true, but this isn't on you. You're a good person. Medola and Jones are bad people. As for Katie and Chris, I think I know some place where they can stay." He pulled out his phone and placed a call. "Rebecca, it's Alex. I need a favor. A big favor." After we helped Katie and Chris pack up their van, Alex went over the plan with them once more. "I'm escorting you guys to Boise, where we'll meet up with Special Agent Vargas. She'll take you to the safe house the Secret Service keeps there for situations not unlike this one. There's plenty of room and it's fully stocked. You'll be comfortable and the Secret Service will watch over you." "For how long, Sheriff?" Chris asked. "It's almost Christmas. Plus, I've got a job." "I'll call your boss and explain."
"But we can't stay there forever," Katie said. "Our life is here and hopeless."
"I know, Katie, I know. Give me a few days to figure this out. I'm the sheriff of this town, and I'm not going to let some mobster come in and bully our people."
Chris shook Alex's hand, and Katie gave him a hug. Then, with a stone-faced look at me, she got in the van. She hadn't spoken a word to me since I broke the news. Alex turned to me.
"Go back to the bar and stay with Granny and Bess. I'll check in with you when I get back, which should be in 3 hours or so. Call me if you see anything suspicious."
"Okay." He grabbed me by the shoulders and looked at me intensely with his green eyes. They didn't make my heart race or my knees go wobbly this time. All I saw there was fear and determination.
"Hope, I'm serious. I don't know what I would do if—"
His voice trailed off.
"Just call me if you see anything at all."
The library was packed, and Granny and Bess were working frantically, Granny mixing up drinks and Bess delivering them. But as soon as I walked through the door, Granny dropped what she was doing and waved for me to join her at the back. She sized me up.
"You okay?"
I nodded.
"Sort of. And this threat from Miss Jones, how serious do you take it to be?"
"Very serious."
"Okay, then. You got a picture of her?"
I remembered the image Mr. Clowder and I had worked up, and I found it among the photos on my phone. Granny took a good long look, then nodded.
"Send that photo to Bess. Then strap on an apron. If you hadn't noticed, we could use some help around here."
When I was a kid, I used to help Granny and Bess in the bar all the time. I washed dishes in the back, I bussed tables, and yes, long before it was legal to do so, I waited tables. I learned the difference between well and top-shelf tequila, and I knew how to make Bess's signature Manhattan. It only took me a few minutes to get back into the swing of things. Before I knew it, I was so busy slinging drinks that I almost didn't have time to worry about Katie and her family. Almost. At around 10:30, a new rush of people descended on the bar, and from the lanyards around their necks, it was easy to see that they were employees of Food and Party TV. I recognized a couple from the tournament grounds, a bearded man I'd seen manning a camera, and a young woman who acted like some kind of assistant producer. They grabbed a couple of big tables and several booths, and I soon found myself delivering several cheap pitchers of beer. But one of them sat alone at the bar and ordered a Jameson neat, then told me to make it a double. "Jessica?" I said. She did a double take when she saw me. "Miss Walker, I thought you were an investigator." "I am. I also live in the apartment above this bar," I said, pointing to the ceiling. "And my granny owns the bar, so I'm pitching in." I poured her a double of Irish whiskey, then watched as she threw down the entire thing and made a horrible face. "I take it the day didn't get any better since I saw you last," I said. "Not really. I think Alan fired me somewhere around 20 times. "That seems a bit excessive." "It is. Typically, I only get fired once, maybe twice in one day." "Was it because of the note?" I asked. "It was because of everything. He didn't like the way I walked, didn't like the way I looked, didn't like the way I breathed. When someone doesn't like your breathing, that's a pretty bad sign. Pour me another." "You sure?" She stared at me and tapped twice on the bar with her finger. "I'm sure." I poured her another double. This time she just sipped. "I don't mean to be nosy," I began. She smiled. Of course you do, it's your job. Fair enough. Why do you stay with the network? Why do you work for such a horrible man? Jessica shrugged. The same reason some other women work for horrible men far too long. Because they're the power brokers. I do what I have to in order to sit in his chair one day. Then I'll have his power. And when I do, I won't treat people the way he treats them. Is that your goal? To run a show someday? She shook her head. My goal is to run a network someday. And I will. I just need to stick it out. You're a tough chick, Jessica. You know that? I don't feel like a tough chick today. I feel like I've been through a meat grinder, if I'm being honest. But you're still here. You're still standing. Actually, I'm sitting. And if I keep drinking whiskey at this rate, I won't be able to do even that for much longer. She leaned forward and lowered her voice to a whisper. Hey, what did the sheriff say about that note? Does he think it's from the killer? It's too soon to tell. But maybe. I could get you those other threatening notes if you think it'll help. The letters are back in our New York office, but I could access the threatening emails. Certainly couldn't hurt. When you have time, and when you're sober, it would be great if you could go ahead and send those to me. I wrote my email address on a bar napkin. Also, now that we don't have your boss hovering over us, can I ask your opinion on the case? Her eyes widened. You want my opinion? Yeah, you know everyone involved. And I'm willing to bet you're invisible half the time, which means you probably overhear more than you're meant to. She scowled and took another sip of whiskey. That's the truth. I'm non-existent, except... She held up a finger for emphasis. Except when I have done something wrong. Okay, so let's say that the note is a coincidence. That it's not some creepy stalker fan who did this, and that the killer is someone who knew the victims. Someone involved with the production. Is there anyone you work with who would be capable of killing Hank and Cameron? She ran her finger around the rim of the whiskey glass while she considered the question. Well, Alan was right about Doris. She and Hank got along great, so I would rule her out. Unless you think there are two different killers, in which case, I don't know. The way Doris talked to Cameron sometimes, there was clearly some bad blood there. Still, she's no killer. I can tell you she's not quite the sweet grandmother she plays on TV, but she's still pretty nice, pretty normal. Not like Nikki. What do you mean? Nikki's not nice, or she's not normal? What I mean is she's bat poop crazy. I'm not following. Okay, so compare her to a guy like Alan. Alan is a total jerk, but he's totally predictable about it. He's always a total jerk. He fires me every day. And your theory that Alan might have killed Hank and Lopez to increase ratings? It's kind of far-fetched, but honestly, I could see that because Alan is ambitious and ruthless. Predictably ambitious and ruthless, but Nikki isn't like that. You never know what you're going to get with that woman. One day she's a saint, and the next she's a demon. One day she's in love with someone, and the next day? Jessica drank the last of her whiskey. And the next day, she wants to rip their heart out. Chapter 20. We were shutting the bar down a little after midnight when Sheriff Kramer showed up. Sorry, he said. That took longer than I expected. How are Katie and Chris and the kids? They're fine. Please don't worry. Special Agent Vargas and her partner are very good at what they do. Thank you, Alex. I can't tell you how much I appreciate this. I'll even thank Special Agent Awesome. We're just doing our jobs. And of course, I'd do anything for Katie. But you know, it's not a long-term solution. I know. Do you have any thoughts on what would be a long-term solution? As a matter of fact, I do. He turned to Granny and Bess. Are you two going to be all right tonight? It'll take more than Ms. Jones to keep us down, Granny said. But I want Hope to stay with us. I could even make room for you, Sheriff. Thank you for the offer, Granny, but if it's just the same to you, I'd like to stay here in the bar. That's dumb. You're going to sleep on the floor? You should both come to my house for the night.
Actually, I may not sleep at all, Alex said. He turned to look at me. Hope and I have a lot of work to do.
While Alex brought the whiteboard down from my apartment and set it in the middle of the bar, I gathered up everything I had ever assembled on Tommy Medola, Wilma Jenkins, and Ms. Jones. We pushed some bar tables together and I spread everything out. "You really think we're going to come up with the smoking gun that puts Tommy Medola away?" I asked.
"No," he said, studying everything I laid out. "No, I do not."
"Then what are we doing here, Alex?" Instead of answering my question, he asked one of his own.
"Hope, if I were to ask you how certain you are that Miss Jones is the one who murdered those animals, what would you say?"
100%.
"And if I were to ask you how certain you are that Wilma Jenkins and Tommy Medola are mixed up in something illegal, what would you say to that?"
Also 100%.
"And finally, how certain are you that Tommy Medola is guilty of the things you accused him of in that article that caused you to get fired from the Portland News-Gazette?"
You know my answer.
100%.
Yes. So if I did the math right, we're now up to 300%. Alex, I'm sure. I'm completely sure. I just don't have proof.
"And that's my point," Alex said. "If, after all your investigating, you haven't yet found a smoking gun, I'm not going to find it by simply looking through what you've already looked through. Instead, I want to do something else. I want you to convince me. Convince me of all of it. And if you can get me to 100%, or better yet 300%, then I've got an idea for how to keep you and Granny and Katie and the kids safe."
So that's what we did. I started with my article that Henry Novak had been too scared to run in the Portland News-Gazette. Alex read the story, then I walked him step by step through the investigations that backed my story. He played the devil's advocate as much as he could, and I answered him as best I could. We talked about the supposed lies Tommy Medola claimed I was making, and we discussed how we might answer his allegations. Then I brewed a pot of terrible black coffee, and we moved on to topic number 2, the connection between Wilma and Tommy Medola. Once again, I shared everything I had. Yellow Palms LLC, the romantic dinner in Bermuda between Wilma and Tommy.
"How again did you find out about all this?" Alex asked.
My boy Darwin has mad skills.
"Remind me never to mess with your boy Darwin."
I told Alex all about my showdown with Tommy Medola and his goons up on Moose Mountain, and this time I spared no details. I even did my best to reenact the scene word for word. As I related what Tommy Medola told me about himself and his older brother Michael, I could see that Alex was growing angry. And when I reenacted Tommy making threats on first Granny and then Katie and her children, Alex's face turned 2 shades redder yet. Finally, we went over Wilma Jenkins's efforts to buy up all the property on the tree side of Moose Mountain with the help of the mysterious Ms. Jones. We talked through once again how Mr. Clowder's treasured goat Percy had been murdered, and how the killer had left behind a psycho serial killer-style note that said "bang bang." I told him about Cal and Debbie Rutledge's cow getting killed, and how I chased someone through the woods, but the only thing I could tell about the assailant was that it was probably a woman. We talked about the latest animal murder, and the fear in the eyes of Fritz Bolt, a fear that was slowly worming its way into all the homeowners, with the result that one by one they were deciding to sell their properties to Wilma. Finally, I detailed that day's encounter with Ms. Jones. Seeing her, following her, almost getting run over by her, and then being threatened by her. By the time we had gone through every last piece of information, it was almost 4 a.m, and I was sipping on the last dregs of lousy coffee while Alex stood with his hands on his hips, staring at the whiteboard. "So, what do you think?" I asked finally.
"I think this is one hell of a story."
"And?" He turned, looked me straight in the eye, and nodded once.
"I'm 100% convinced."
I breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank you, Alex. Thank you for believing me."
"It's not about believing you. It's about facts. It's about legwork. You've put together a strong case.
So, now what? You said you might have a plan to keep Granny and Katie safe.
Yes. When daylight comes, I'll drive back to Boise to speak with my old boss at the state police. Then I'll talk to Special Agent Vargas. I think I can convince them to help me drive Ms. Jones out of the shadows. And the way I see it, a person like Ms. Jones, a hitman, a fixer, whatever you call them, needs the shadows.
What makes you think they'll help? Alex gestured to the whiteboard.
This makes me think they'll help. We don't have the evidence to arrest her for a crime, but we have one very compelling story. If I can argue the case as well as you did, they'll listen, and then we can issue an all-points bulletin for her. We'll make sure that picture you have of her is everywhere.
So the plan is to bring her in?
Not exactly. I'm betting that with all that attention, a person like Ms. Jones will simply disappear. Permanently.
You're sticking your neck out to do this for me, aren't you? He said nothing, but I knew it was the truth. There's just one thing, Alex. Tommy Medola wasn't joking around when he made those threats. If we go after Ms. Jones, how do we know he won't do something to Katie or the kids?
Alex rubbed his face. You said Ms. Jones works for the mayor, right?
That's right.
And isn't the mayor trying to keep her connection to the Medolas a secret? Seems to me if Ms. Jones is her henchwoman, Tommy Medola won't risk outing their business arrangement just to take revenge on an employee. Ms. Jones probably doesn't even show up on his radar of valuable assets. I bet he won't do anything.
I hoped he was right. Oh, how I hoped it.
Get some sleep, Hope. While I'm gone tomorrow, I need you to do something for me.
Anything.
Good. Because I need you to figure out who killed those chefs.
I managed 3 hours of sleep before a dream about Tommy Medola woke me up. When I hurried downstairs to see Alex, he was already gone, but Granny and Bess were setting up for the morning crowd.
You guys figure out whatever you needed to figure out?
Granny asked. I went to the big plate glass window and looked out at the street. Alex's Bronco was gone. I hope so. After I showered and dressed, I went to a Hopeless Cup for a white mocha latte. Nick wasn't there, so I was forced to deal with Madeline, who gave off her usual angry-at-the-world vibe. "Where's Nick?" I asked. Nick might be annoying, but he also made the best cup of coffee I'd ever had. Madeline was annoying, and did not make up for it with mad coffee skills. Or any coffee skills. Her beverages were average at best. She was probably pretty good at kicking puppies while listening to death metal, though. "Not here," she said, her nose ring accentuated by the flaring of her nostrils. "Why not?" "Don't know. I'm not his mom." "Then what's his mom's number, so I can find out?" This did not amuse Madeline, as the scowl on her face, basically her regular resting expression, made clear. "Can you try to make a white mocha latte that's even close to what Nick can make?" I asked. Madeline rolled her eyes and made me a coffee. As I feared, it was only average, but I reminded myself that only average was still better than I would get back at the bar. I took my cup of average coffee down to Memorial Park, where the setup for the day's tournament events was already underway. As I walked, I texted Katie to ask if she was okay, and to tell her once again that I was sorry. Once again, I got no response. I knew she was mad, and honestly, I didn't blame her. My actions had put her family's lives at risk. As I was approaching Alan Jennings' tent, a familiar figure stepped out. "Good morning, Jessica," I said. She looked up and squinted. She didn't look well. "Hey, Hope," she said in a throaty whisper. "Has he fired you yet today?" "Not exactly. He said I look like crap, and anybody who shows up to work hungover deserves to get canned." She shrugged. "There's time. The day is still young." "Actually, while I've got you, there was something else I wanted to ask you about." "Sure, but it's gotta be quick. Tons to do." "I'll be fast. Last night you mentioned that Nikki Davis is sort of all over the place. She's hot, she's cold. I was told that she and Hank Lopez used to hate each other, but then about a month ago they were suddenly very friendly. And then a few days ago, Nikki was angry again. Possibly angry at Hank. Did you notice that? Oh yeah, how could I not? I told you, she's unpredictable. So you chalked it up to Nikki being bat poop crazy. Or are you aware of anything specific that might have caused her to be angry at Hank? She looked up at an angle, as if she was trying to review recent memories. When we first arrived at the hotel, Nikki was in a surprisingly good mood. Alan told everyone to check into their rooms and then to come together for one last production meeting. By the time she came to that meeting, her mood had changed entirely. She was furious about something. She and Hank went to the corner and argued, and at one point she loudly called him a couple of four-letter words before storming off. Yes, but why? Jessica paused for a moment, still looking off into space. Then she snapped her fingers. She was holding an envelope. What kind of envelope? Just a plain white one. I wasn't really paying attention to it. Any idea where I could find Nikki? Jessica checked the time on her phone. Oh yeah, she never skips it. Skips what? Her facial mask? Every day before shooting starts. You'll find her in her tent. Chapter 21. I told the young woman standing guard outside Nikki's tent that I needed to see her. And who are you? The girl asked. I'm Nikki's mother, I said without flinching. She looked skeptical. But you don't look that much older than Nikki. It's the ketogenic diet. Great for the skin. She leaned forward. You're into keto? Oh, yes, I'm so into keto. It's hard to put into words just how into keto I am. The girl got excited. I try to tell people that it's not a diet, it's a way of life. I pointed at her enthusiastically. I tell people the exact same thing. Well, Mrs. Davis, I hope I can look as good as you do at your age. I'm planning to live to 150. Why not 200? It's just a number. I tell people that too. It's just a number. I leaned in. You didn't hear this from me. But one of the contestants here, her name is Barb, has this keto clause cookie that should be illegal. In fact, while I'm talking to my daughter, I wouldn't hate it if you went and got us each one. You think it would be okay? Trust me. I'm Nikki's mother. I pointed in a random direction. You'll find Barb over that way. You can't miss her. Thanks for the tip. As the girl hustled off, I was grateful there were still a lot of dumb people walking the earth. Inside the tent, I found Nikki lying flat on a massage table, with cucumber slices over her eyes and a dark green mask covering her face. 3 space heaters were pointed at her. Who is it? She asked. Your mother, I replied. She picked a cucumber slice off her eye and looked at me. You? What are you doing here? And why did Natalie let you in? Because I told her I was your mother. She is so fired. You know, yesterday I would have felt bad about getting someone fired, but not today. Today I'm angry. Today I want answers. She put the cucumber slice back over her eye and lay back. Tell someone who cares. You don't care that 2 of the 4 celebrity judges have been murdered? Apparently not as much as you think I should. I guess it's true what everyone says about you. That I'm hot. The other part. Oh, that I'm a cold, heartless chef willing to do almost anything to get what I want. Yes, that's true. So you admit to killing Hank Lopez and Cameron Thomas. Nice try. I said almost anything. I can understand why you killed Cameron, I continued, pressing. You guys were an item of sorts, after all, but you liked him more than he liked you. That kind of situation can drive a woman to do crazy things. Unlike you, I don't have a problem with men. Cameron was a plaything, nothing more. I kept talking as if she hadn't spoken. It's harder to pinpoint a motive for killing Hank Lopez, although I have to say I am really curious about that letter. I paused, letting the words hang. Nikki's face twitched, but she said nothing. You and Hank Lopez didn't like each other, I said. No surprise there. You're basically a miserable human being who thinks you're the center of the universe. And Hank was cantankerous toward everyone except Doris Metcalf. But something changed about a month ago. You and Hank started to get along. Care to share why? I stood over her face and peered down into those two cucumber-covered eyes of hers. As a matter of fact, I don't. Suddenly, she sounded on edge, tense. These good vibes between you and Hank continued until you arrived in Hopeless. In fact, even after you arrived, things were still going well. Isn't that right? She removed both cucumber slices and sat up on the massage table. You need to leave. Bingo. I was getting close. But then something happened, I continued. You got that letter. A letter that made you angry. A letter that caused you to hate Hank Lopez once again. She slid off the massage table and walked right up to me. Keep talking. Keep talking, and you'll be speaking out of the wrong end of your mouth. I had to hand it to Nikki Davis. She had spunk. She could probably even fight. A little. But she was not raised by a woman who threw drunks out of her bar on the regular and lit matches off the end of her tongue for fun. I was. And that woman had taught me a thing or two. Trust me, Nikki, today is not the day you want to come at me. You may think you're a very big deal, but celebrities come crashing down to earth all the time. All it takes is the right story. At the moment, I've got a very compelling story. Hot-tempered chef with notoriously bad attitude kills two competitors. An affair gone wrong. A mysterious letter. It's all very juicy stuff. I stepped closer to her, my nose almost touching hers. You want that kind of story to get out. I shoved my business card into her hand. If not, call me. I'll let you tell your side. I'll let you tell the world what was really in that letter. And without another word, I turned and left. It was a short walk from Nikki's tent to Doris's. Doris had two young assistants standing outside, a man and a woman, both looking at clipboards and talking a mile a minute. They smiled at me as I approached, and I got the feeling that this time I wouldn't have to lie about who I was. Good morning. My name is Hope Walker. I'm an investigative reporter, and I'm helping Sheriff Kramer look into the deaths of Hank Lopez and Cameron Thomas.
Oh, it's so awful, the young woman said. Is there anything we can do to help?
Well, actually, I was wondering if I could speak with Miss Metcalf.
Of course, she said. Hold on.
She poked her head into the tent.
Doris, there's a Hope Walker here to see you. She's a reporter who's helping the sheriff with his investigation.
I know Miss Walker, said Doris's voice. Send her on in.
The girl smiled at me and gestured to the tent flap.
Be sure to let me know if there's anything else we can do to help.
I found Doris sitting in a comfortable chair reading a romance novel. As I entered, she took off her reading glasses, wiggled forward in her chair, and slowly rose to her feet, using the armrests to push herself up.
The old knees don't work like they used to, she explained. Doctor says a knee replacement is in my future. I just gotta find the time to do it.
She put out her hand.
Good to see you again. I'm sick to death about Cameron, and I can't even put into words the magnitude of Hank's loss. They were both good men and great chefs. She sighed. What can I do for you, Miss Walker?
Please, call me Hope. She smiled.
Only if you call me Doris.
Doris, then. Can I just cut right to the chase?
I'd appreciate it.
Do you think Nikki Davis killed Hank and Cameron? Her eyes widened.
Well, you did cut right to the chase, didn't you?
She frowned, considering.
It's no secret that I don't like the girl. And by the way, I'm sorry about the scrap with her the other day. Terribly embarrassing.
It's fine, but you didn't answer my question.
Maybe because I'm reluctant to say it out loud. Yes, I definitely think she could have done it.
Why do you say that?
Because she was that ambitious. If anybody got in her way, there's no telling what she could do.
I've heard that Nikki and Cameron were an item. Doris paused, then nodded.
I've heard something like that, too. Frankly, and I don't mean to be uncharitable, Nikki is a little loose. She's had plenty of men over the years, and I suspect Cameron was among them. Though I'm not sure I'd say they were an item. I'm not sure Nikki is ever an item with anyone.
But suppose she actually fell for Cameron, I prompted. Maybe she even loved him, and he rejected her. Could she have killed him in a jealous rage? She nodded again.
She's got the temperament, no question. But if you don't mind me saying, if that's your theory, it doesn't add up. Why would she have killed Hank?
I was hoping you could help me with that one.
I'll do what I can.
I've been told that the first night you guys arrived in Hopeless, Alan Jennings called a late-night production meeting. And though Nikki had been in a good mood earlier in the day, she arrived at that meeting furious, and she started a big argument with Hank.
Oh, yes, I remember that.
I was also told that Nikki was holding an envelope, and that this envelope might have been what set her off. Do you have any idea what that fight was about?
Actually, I think I do.
Doris moved over to a folding table, reached into a large leather purse, and pulled out a white envelope. She handed it to me.
You see, she said, I received a similar letter.
Chapter 22. The envelope had only the word Doris on it, written in black marker. The letter inside was handwritten as well. Congratulations, Doris. You will be this year's winner of the Christmas Cookie Tournament on One Tough Cookie, and you will be awarded a new show next season. You are a proven commodity for the Food and Party TV family, and we can't wait to develop our relationship even further. Sincerely, Alan Jennings. I looked up, stunned. The result of the tournament is predetermined? Doris patted my shoulder.
Sorry to disappoint you, dear.
But it's a competition. Everyone watches to see who wins.
No, they don't. Well, they do, but that's not what makes it a good show. What makes it a good show is the drama, and good dramas need to be scripted. You know all these reality shows are heavily edited to create narratives that weren't there. Real scenes are reshot or prompted by producers. You can't be sure your show will hit the right notes if you just let the chips fall where they may. The magic of TV is that we can make it look real. But in the end, it's still Hollywood.
It's dishonest, I said. It's illegal.
Technically, it's not.
What do you mean?
You know when you sign a contract, and there's all that information that you scroll through because you're too busy to read all of it and you just sign it anyway? TV shows have that too, especially reality shows. It comes in the credits, and it's basically a disclosure that not everything you see is real. The amateur competitors get a similar disclosure, explaining that dramatic considerations are part of the judging criteria.
I thought of the implications of this on everything I'd ever watched. Then my thoughts turned back to the case. So you and Nikki both got these letters informing you who would win. I assume Hank and Cameron got letters too? Doris nodded.
When we went to our rooms that night, we each had a letter waiting for us. Their letters would have told them that I was the chosen winner.
I thought back to my meeting with Nikki. Why didn't Nikki tell me about this? I specifically asked her about the letter, and she wouldn't say a word.
I can think of a couple of reasons. The main one being Alan can sue me for what I just divulged to you. Then why'd you tell me? Because 2 people are dead? Under the circumstances, I felt you needed to know. I can deal with a lawsuit if it comes to that.
And the second reason Nikki didn't tell me?
Because she's young and arrogant and full of pride. She wouldn't want to admit that Alan didn't pick her.
How did he make this pick anyway, do you know?
We've been doing tryouts, basically. Over the last couple of months, we've each pitched an idea for a new show.
But you already have a cooking show. Weekends with Doris.
Yes, but it's a little long in the tooth. I think both Food and Party TV and I are ready for me to do something different.
I turned this new information over in my mind. I knew it was important, but there was one part of it that didn't make sense. So, you all got these letters, I began, and Nikki is angry because she wasn't picked as the winner. I can understand that. But then why was she arguing with Hank about it? Why not with you? Or better yet, with Alan? He's the one who rejected her pitch, not Hank. Doris smiled.
Doris, if you know something...
She raised her hands.
Don't worry. I've come this far, I'll tell you everything. And though I'll admit that it wasn't the most Christian impulse I've ever had, I really did enjoy it.
Enjoy what?
About a month ago, Nikki and Hank decided to team up. They called a truce to their ongoing fight, and Hank agreed to throw his support behind Nikki as the best person for the next new show.
How did she convince him to do that?
She thought it was her good looks and feminine charms.
She thought?
She thought it because Hank let her think that. The whole thing was a prank. There was no truce. Hank didn't go to Alan and put his support behind Nikki. You see, Hank hated that girl as much as I do, so he set up the whole thing just to mess with her. Now, in my defense, I didn't know any of this until just recently, but when I found out, well, I did get a laugh out of it.
So Hank never officially endorsed her?
That's right. And when she found out she didn't get the show, she confronted Hank about it, and he told her the truth, that he'd lied to her the whole time. And that's when she went ballistic.
Doris, do you know what this is? It's motive. Nikki Davis had a powerful motive to kill Hank Lopez.
What about Cameron?
I'm guessing that once she realized how easy it was to kill, she took out her rage on her ex-lover.
Wow, that gives me the creeps just thinking about it.
And maybe it should. Nikki doesn't like you either, so it would be wise to be careful. Keep your assistants with you at all times, and don't eat anything you haven't prepared yourself.
I'll take precautions. What are you going to do?
I'm going to wrap up this case before someone else gets hurt. I texted Alex, asking if he could talk. He called back immediately. What's up, Hope? I was wondering if you had an update. I finished laying everything out to my former boss at the state police. Now I just have to wait for his decision. But I think it went well, and I'm hopeful. How about you? I think I might have solved the case. Already? Yeah, but before I do anything stupid, let me stop you right there, Hope. What you call stupid ends up solving murder after murder after murder. What you call stupid is what professionals in law enforcement call intuition. What you call stupid... Oh, looks like he's out of his meeting. I gotta go, Hope. But I need your advice. My advice is, trust your instincts. They've served you very well thus far. My instincts carried me back to the offices of the Hopeless News, where I went back to work on the Christmas edition. Or at least one version of the Christmas edition. I needed to put some pressure on Nikki Davis. With what Doris had told me, I felt like I just about had Nikki dead to rights, but I had very little that would convict her in a court of law, which meant I needed her to confess, to crack. And to make that happen, I needed to put on the pressure, to make this all seem real. So my new lead story, the one about the murders, now had a very different focus. That focus was smoking hot Nikki Davis. The story made it clear that the investigation into the deaths of the two celebrity chefs had zeroed in on her as the lead suspect. I laid out her temperament, her opportunities, and most importantly, her motives. It was a convincing narrative, and it would surely ratchet up the pressure. But to make it really hit home, I needed to print off an actual physical copy of the newspaper. I had seen Earl run the machine enough that I had a pretty good idea of what I was doing, and although the old machine was entirely unreliable, I was lucky. It didn't shut down on me until after I had printed off one complete edition. I was ready. Alex called while I was heading back down Main Street that afternoon. "That took a long time," I said. "Much longer than I had anticipated." "Is it good news?" "Yes. I can officially report that an APB for the platinum blonde calling herself Ms. Jones was issued 15 minutes ago to every state, local, and federal police force in the country." "That's great." "I know. And unbelievable. We did it without any physical evidence connecting her to a crime." "How did you manage it?" "You were right. I had to put my reputation on the line." "For me?" "Yes, but not just you. The people in this town are my people. And you and Granny and Katie and her kids all mean a lot to me." "Thank you, Alex Kramer. You are a good and decent man." "I'm a sheriff, that's all. Now, I expect Ms. Jones to go far away, and if we are lucky, we won't ever hear from her again. So what about the case? Were your instincts right?" "We're about to find out." "You haven't done anything yet?" "I've done quite a lot, actually. I've been busy preparing my bluff. I'm a newspaper woman, and the truth is my greatest weapon." I found Jessica with some other assistants outside the large production tent. Jessica told me that Jennings and Nikki and Doris were all meeting inside, and then, to the astonishment of the other assistants, she asked if I wanted to go in. "You're not going to try to keep me out?" I asked. Jessica smiled. "What's he going to do? Fire me?" Inside the tent, Doris, Nikki, and Alan Jennings were reviewing some notes on the folding table. I walked right up and tossed the Christmas edition of the Hopeless News in front of them. "I wanted you all to see this before it comes out on Christmas," I said. They all leaned down to read it, and their eyes grew big. "Are you crazy?" Nikki shrieked. "Not really, but I am curious. Just how long did you think you could keep this a secret?" "Keep what a secret?" "The fact that you had conspired with Hank behind the scenes to help land you the show this year." Jennings turned on Nikki. "What? What is she talking about?" "I haven't done anything. This degenerate is out of her mind. I never killed anyone." "Sure you did, Nikki," I said. "It's all right there. And remember, this will be in digital form as well. The Hopeless News may be a small-town paper, but once we send out a press release to the news services, I'm pretty sure our little story will get linked by every news organization around the world within a half hour, which means your life, as you currently know it, will be over." "You can't do this!" she shouted. "I didn't kill anyone!" "Of course you did. 2 people. And not just anyone. We're talking fellow celebrity chefs. Nikki, you always wanted to be famous, didn't you? Well, here's your chance." Nikki looked helplessly at Jennings and Doris. Neither looked eager to help her in any way. I smiled. The kicker, of course, was motive. At first, I didn't know what your motive might be for killing Hank, but once I figured it out, well, as they say, the puzzle pieces fell into place. I turned to Jennings. "It started when Nikki charmed Hank into advocating for her to be the winner of this year's competition. Hank was going to help Nikki get a new show." Jennings looked confused. "That's not how this works. Each chef pitches themselves. I wouldn't have cared what Hank advocated. Besides, he never said a word to me about Nikki." "No, he didn't, but Nikki didn't know that. And all was going swimmingly until they got their letters. Your letters, Mr. Jennings. That's when Nikki learned that she would not be winning this year, that she would not be getting a show. And to make matters much, much worse, when she confronted Hank, he admitted the truth, that he'd been jerking her chain the entire time.
"He lied to me!"
Nikki screamed. Right to your face, I agreed. And nobody messes with smoking hot Nikki Davis and gets away with it, do they? Nobody jerks your chain. That's right, she said. Which is why you poisoned Hank, I continued.
"No, wait, I never—"
I cut her off. And when you realized how easy it was, you turned your focus to someone else. A man you once loved but who never loved you back, Cameron Thomas. You killed him, Nikki, like you killed Hank. And you haven't shown an ounce of remorse for any of it. But now you can start making things better. Own up to what you did.
"What I did?"
she shrieked.
"I did nothing!"
She put a finger in my face. "You can stick your stupid story where the sun don't shine, because the one thing I know is this. If you had any proof, I'd already have been arrested, but I haven't been because you don't. All you have is a pretty story. So if I were you, I'd concentrate on facts. Like, how were these murders committed and who had the opportunity? You know, actual investigation, not groundless accusations. In the meantime—" She threw the newspaper on the ground and stomped on it. "This is what I think of you and your stupid newspaper. And if this story ever sees the light of day, I will sue you for everything you have." Chapter 23. The joke was on smoking hot Nikki Davis because everything I had amounted to a crappy car and a 16-year-old pair of Lucky Charms underwear. If I were to accept the big TV job in New York, that would all change, but for now, I was dirt poor. Suing me? That wasn't much of a threat. Still, Nikki was right about something. I had been so focused on figuring out the why that I'd spent no time thinking about the how. And if my previous case had taught me anything, it had certainly taught me that the how is critically important. So I called Dr. Bridges. "Hi, Hope. What's going on?" "Just wondered if you'd heard back from the state crime lab yet on those tox screens." "Unfortunately, nothing. I actually just checked in with them about an hour ago at the sheriff's request. I'm afraid everyone's pretty well shut down until after the holiday." "Okay, then I have another question. You believe the cookies were poisoned and the gin was poisoned, correct?" "That's only an assumption, but yes." "Let's pretend for a moment that the assumption is a fact. If those things were poisoned, how would it have been done?" "Well, with the cookies, the poison could have been mixed into the batter or simply placed on top of the cookies. As for the gin, you would just mix it in." "What if the bottle hadn't been opened yet? What if it was still sealed?" "Still easy, since the only seal on those bottles is a cork. You just get a syringe, fill it with poison, then stick the needle through the cork and inject it into the gin." I thanked Dr. Bridges, then called Jessica using the number on the business card Alan Jennings had given me. "Still employed?" "For the next few minutes, at least. What's up?" "How far is Hank's personal tent from the cooking station where he was doing his baking?" "I don't know, maybe 100 feet. "And how many people would have had access to his cooking station?" "Oh, dozens. We keep people out of the celebrities' tents, but the cooking stations are basically part of the TV set. So you've got cameramen, lighting, hair and makeup, production assistants like me, and then all the food assistants. Even the tourists can wander about pretty freely." "One more thing. Alan Jennings said Cameron was a devotee of gin. Was that well known?" She laughed. "Oh, yes. Cameron loved his gin. Every night before bed, 2 glasses of New Cambridge gin. He even talked about it in interviews, so yeah, it was well known. Why do you ask?" "Can I tell you something in confidence?" "Of course." "We think his gin was poisoned." "Yeah, I already knew that. Rumor travels fast on a TV set." "Oh, well, then maybe this part you haven't heard yet. There were 2 bottles of gin in his room. One was New Cambridge gin. It was half empty. The other one was called New Cambridge Gin Reserve Label, and it had just been opened. Does that mean anything to you? Sorry, Hope. Despite the excessive amount of whiskey I drank at your bar the other night, I'm not an expert on alcohol. I laughed. I understand. Thanks, Jessica. Anytime. I was now convinced of one thing. The gin was my best lead. It would be almost impossible to figure out who poisoned the cookies. It seemed half of Hopeless had the opportunity. But the gin? That was in Cameron's room. And I had questions. How did the gin get in his room? Did he bring it? Did someone else? It seemed reasonable to assume that the poison was in the gin he was drinking, but if it was, why was the poison put into the reserve label if Cameron usually drank the standard New Cambridge? I needed to speak to someone who knew Cameron's drinking habits well. Someone who might have personally witnessed his bedtime ritual at some point in the past. I knew of only one person who fit that description. His former lover, Nikki Davis. Alan Jennings came on stage and announced the first semifinal round, Smoking Hot Nikki Davis going up against Wendy Wiley from Kansas City, Missouri. The crowd went crazy. The familiar One Tough Cookie music started, and the cooking began. Wendy Wiley was short and a bit squatty, but very cute. She had a wide smile and a nice way about her. That made for a perfect contrast with Nikki, the short-skirt-wearing, trash-talking bad girl of the culinary world. I now understood that this made-for-TV contrast didn't come about by chance. Nothing about this competition was real. Poor Wendy, like all the other competitors, including Nikki herself, had been a pawn from the start. I waited patiently as the 2 women baked, and then waited some more while the judges came to their decision. I wasn't the least bit surprised when it was announced that Nikki Davis was going to the finals. A mixture of cheers and boos rang out as she left the stage. I grabbed her by the arm. "You were right," I said to her. "I didn't focus enough on the how of the murder." She shook me off. "Good for you. Goodbye." "Wait, please." I grabbed her arm again, and she spun around, looking like she was ready to fight. "I just have one question, Nikki, I promise. Did Cameron ever drink New Cambridge Reserve Label gin?" "That's your question?" "Please." She scowled. "Fine. The answer is no. He didn't drink it because they only just came out with it, but he was definitely excited to try it." "What if I told you that he got his hands on a bottle?" "Then I'd say, at least, he died happy." And with that, Smoking Hot Nikki Davis turned on her heel and stalked off. The New Cambridge website confirmed what Nikki had told me. The reserve label had come on the market just a month before, and it must have been super premium because it cost $400 a bottle. A blurb from another website said that New Cambridge Reserve Label was to gin as Cristal was to champagne. It stood to reason that Cameron, a gin aficionado who had been eager to try the Reserve Label, would have drunk it at his first opportunity, which meant he had almost certainly been given the gin that same day, the day of our date. I called 2 liquor stores in town and asked them if they carried Reserve Label. The answer from both store managers was the same. No, and we probably never will. Why?
First, because very few people around here would be able to afford it. And second, they like to keep the supply limited. That means London, New York, Los Angeles, San Francisco, places like that. Not Hopeless, Idaho.
As I puzzled over the question of how Cameron got his hands on the poisoned gin, Alex called.
"Hope, I'm back at the office, and I'm looking at the note. Is this for real?"
"Yes. Alan Jennings' assistant opened it last week."
"Why didn't Jennings tell us about it right away?"
"Because he didn't know. His assistant Jessica didn't tell him about it because it's a regular thing. Apparently he gets several of these types of notes a year, plus a bunch of threatening emails. Jennings doesn't think anything of them. I forwarded those threatening emails to you."
Okay, I'll go through those and see if anything jumps out. What are you up to?
Trying to figure out how the poisoned gin bottle got into Cameron Thomas's hands.
Any luck so far?
Not really.
I would check with that Mr. Bosley. Maybe he has some ideas.
Mr. Bosley escorted me into his office.
Still trying to keep things as discreet as possible, he explained. It's not ideal for a famous person to die in your hotel during your first week of business.
I imagine it's been difficult.
More than you know, but we are managing. How can I be of assistance?
Do you remember Mr. Thomas having a bottle of gin with him when he checked in? Mr. Bosley tilted his head a bit and thought about it.
No.
No, you don't remember?
No, he didn't have a bottle with him. I remember everything. It's a big part of this job. But it certainly could have been in his bag.
Could someone have delivered a bottle of gin to his room?
No. If someone wants to deliver something, I ask the guests' permission, and if they give it, then I or one of my employees would deliver it. That didn't happen.
What if someone delivered it without asking permission? Like, say, one of the hotel maids?
That would be against the rules.
Does everyone always follow the rules?
I do, and I expect my employees to do the same.
I'm sure you do. But can I be honest with you, Mr. Bosley? I often don't follow the rules, and I'm not alone. So I'd have to say it's at least a possibility that a hotel employee delivered that gin to Mr. Thomas's room without permission. He frowned.
It's a possibility.
Could we review the video footage to confirm?
Of course, but my head of security and Sheriff Kramer already reviewed the footage, which I think you already know. Plus, I went back through it myself. The only people to enter the room that day were Mr. Thomas and Dolores, one of our maids. Sheriff Kramer spoke to her yesterday.
And what did he find out?
I have no idea. But Dolores reported to work today, so she's not under arrest, if that's what you're suggesting.
Of course, Alex had thoroughly reviewed all the security footage, not just the kissing part. He wasn't stupid. And he hadn't said anything to me about the maid, which meant he didn't think she was involved in any way. I trusted him. But it didn't hurt to double-check. Mr. Bosley, do you think I could look at the footage of the maid, just to be sure? Mr. Bosley sighed, but only a little.
Of course.
He sat down at his computer, and with a few clicks, he brought up the security footage of the hallway outside Cameron's room on the day leading up to the murder. He rewound to just before noon, then hit play. A cleaning cart came into view, being pushed by a short, round hotel maid. She stopped in front of room 412, used her keycard to get in, and then stepped inside. For the next 10 minutes, she went in and out, bringing out dirty linens and trash, and taking in fresh linens and cleaning supplies. Every time she grabbed something from her cart, I looked closely, but the video was grainy, and it was difficult to see details. And you said her name is Dolores?
Dolores Clyburn. She's great. Our best maid, in fact. I assure you, if you think she had anything to do with this gruesome affair, you're barking up the wrong tree. The sheriff interviewed her for an hour and even had her show him her cleaning routine.
Mr. Bosley fast-forwarded through the rest of the day's footage, leading up to my moment with Cameron outside his hotel room. Mercifully, he kept right on going. A couple of people walked down the hall, but nobody even so much as paused by Cameron's door. The next time anyone entered was the next morning, when Mr. Bosley himself showed up. I asked Mr. Bosley to rewind to the maid again, and with a slightly louder sigh this time, he complied. We went back through the night, through the evening, and all the way back through the day. And while the video rewound, I noticed something. Dolores had only cleaned the one room on the 4th floor. Another maid, this one tall and rail-thin, did all the other rooms. "Who's she?" I asked, pointing.
That's Anna.
Why is she cleaning all the other rooms?
That's her floor. She does the whole 4th floor.
Then why is Dolores doing Cameron's room?
Like I said, she's our best, so when the TV crew showed up, we assigned Dolores to do all their rooms, regardless of what floors they're on.
I frowned. Anna had clearly never entered Cameron's room, but is there any way Anna could have accessed room 412 from the room next door? Mr. Bosley paused, then turned and looked up at me.
Actually, she might have. The rooms on the 4th floor can be converted into suites by opening up the door between them, but those doors are locked unless the guest requested a suite, which Mr. Thomas didn't.
Can the maids unlock those doors?
Well, yes.
Did Sheriff Kramer talk with Anna?
No.
May I speak with her now?
Of course.
He hit a button on his radio.
Rosie, I need Anna to come to my office for a few minutes.
That's a no-can-do, boss. She left about an hour ago. Said she wasn't feeling well.
She's gone?
Yes, boss. She's gone. Chapter 24. Sheriff Kramer met me outside Column Hill Apartments 10 minutes later. The mailbox in the foyer listed 8 apartments. The hotel maid, Anna Freitag, was in 203. We headed up, and Alex knocked on Anna's door. I heard footsteps from inside the apartment.
Anna Freitag, Alex said loudly. This is Sheriff Kramer with the Hopeless Sheriff's Department. You're not in trouble, but we need to talk to you.
The footsteps came closer, then the door opened. A tall, thin woman stood before us. Her hair was a mess, and she had tears on her cheeks. "Anna, are you okay?" I asked. She shook her head.
I did a terrible thing.
I sat on the sofa with Anna while Alex fetched her a glass of water. She sobbed for a few minutes, but I comforted her, and eventually she settled down enough to talk. "Tell us what happened, Anna." She sobbed again.
I killed him.
"Who?"
That famous chef. I put a bottle of gin in his room, and now people are saying he was poisoned, and I can't help but think.
She took a deep, shuddering breath.
I didn't know. You have to believe me, I didn't know.
Alex sat down across from us, leaned forward, and spoke in a soft voice.
Anna, you're not in trouble. We just need to know what happened. Where did you get that bottle of gin? Why did you put it in Mr. Thomas's room?
I'm so stupid.
I put a hand on her shoulder. You made a mistake. You didn't know. And now you can help us catch a killer. Just tell us what happened. She wiped tears from her face.
It started that morning when I arrived at work. I was getting out of my car and a woman approached me. She said she was a huge fan of Mr. Thomas's. She'd heard that he'd been wanting to try this new kind of gin, so she was hoping to surprise him. She held out this bottle and asked if I could leave it for him on his nightstand.
What did you say?
I told her I'm not supposed to do things like that, but then she handed me $100, and $100 is a lot of money to someone like me, and really, I just thought I was some crazy fan. That's all, I swear. So I took the bottle and the money. I wasn't assigned to clean Mr. Thomas's room. Another maid was doing all the celebrities, but when I was in the room next door, I went through the door that joined the 2 rooms and put the bottle of gin on his nightstand. And that was it. I promise that was it.
Part of me wanted to shake Anna. Part of her must have known there was something seriously off about sneaking a bottle of booze into a celebrity's room for a fan with $100. But now wasn't the time to come down on her. Right now, we needed answers. We needed to know who had brought Anna the gin. I brought up a photo of Nikki Davis on my phone and held it out to her. Was this the woman? Anna looked at the picture.
No, she was older.
Alex and I exchanged a look.
Can you describe her? Alex asked.
She had dark hair and dark sunglasses.
What else? Short, tall, skinny, fat?
Average height, not skinny. Not what I'd call fat, but bigger.
This wasn't helping. Anna, I said, please, anything you can remember about this woman would be helpful.
I'm sorry. I didn't know I would need to remember her. I'd probably recognize her if you had more pictures.
Alex leaned over and whispered, an older, bigger woman. Any chance she's talking about Doris? I pulled up the browser on my phone and went to the Food and Party TV website, where I found a publicity photo for Weekends with Doris. I showed it to Anna. Is this the woman you saw? Anna looked shocked.
That's Doris Metcalf.
Yes.
She has silver hair. The woman I met had dark brown hair.
Could it have been a wig?
I don't know. It didn't look like a wig.
Alex took her hand. Anna, I'm going to need you to come down to the station and make an official statement.
Now?
Doesn't have to be now. He gave her a card. Get yourself together, then call me. But soon, Anna, preferably today. Can you do that?
Yes, I'll do that, Sheriff.
She escorted us to the door, then paused.
You know there was something else.
About the woman? I asked.
Yes. She limped. She definitely limped.
Lots of people limp, Hope, Alex said as we sat in the sheriff's office, trying to make sense of everything. How many people have you seen in the last 2 days who limped? Alex thought about it. See, I said. That's not proof of murder. You're the one who asked me if she could be talking about Doris. Plus, remember Occam's razor. The simplest explanation is usually the right one. We are looking for an older woman with a limp who is connected to Cameron Thomas and Hank Lopez. We have one person who meets that criteria. And yet Anna didn't recognize her photo. Would you expect her to? If this was Doris, she deliberately disguised herself in a dark wig and sunglasses. She's famous. She's probably used to disguising her appearance. But what would Doris's motive be? Why would she kill Cameron? She didn't like him. She didn't respect him. Alex frowned. Seriously? That's all we've got? Not good enough? For murder? Alex said. Not by a long shot. Plus, why would she kill Hank? They were friends. I sighed. You're right, it doesn't add up. Yet. It doesn't add up yet. I'm not saying she didn't do it, just that we have some work to do. You keep doing what you do. Find a motive, figure out this puzzle. In the meantime, I'll pursue the crazy stalker angle. I'll go through the threatening emails. Maybe between us, we can wrap this up in time to still enjoy Christmas. Back at my apartment, I pulled out my laptop and went once more to the Food and Party TV website. They had a few old episodes of Weekends with Doris available for streaming, so I watched a couple. The woman was charming, warm, comforting, the kind of person you'd think would be entirely incapable of murder. But one thing was certain. She did walk with a limp. It had to be her, didn't it? And yet we had nothing in the way of motive. Nothing. Love? That wasn't a possibility. Money? No, because Doris was the one who'd been chosen to be the winner of the tournament. She already had a show, and now she was slotted to have another one. She had no reason to kill Cameron for money. If anything, he'd have motive to kill her. Revenge? I knew Doris didn't like Cameron. Maybe there was something more than general dislike. Maybe he had done something to her, something she had never been able to let go. I searched some of the other streaming shows on the Food and Party TV website, looking for anything they both appeared in. I found 3 things. 2 holiday specials, one for Thanksgiving and one for Valentine's Day, and a competition show where they both appeared as celebrity judges. I watched all 3, and that's when I noticed something. In the competition show and the Thanksgiving special, Doris was a bit gruff with Cameron. Professional, but gruff. Yet in the Valentine's Day special, the most recent of the 3 shows, I watched it again. Yes, it was definitely there. Wasn't it? I needed a second opinion. I texted Katie. Please talk to me, Katie. I'm sorry. So sorry you can't even imagine. But right now, I need your help trying to figure out something about the case. Please. I was watching the Valentine's Day special again when my phone rang.
I'm still mad at you,
Katie said. I know. You should have told us. I know that too. Alex told us about the APB. He's pretty sure that will scare her off, I said.
Pretty sure is not the same as a guarantee.
I know.
So you can't solve crimes without me now?
There are a lot of things I can't do without you, Katie. Solving crimes is just one of them. Right now, we're looking at Doris as a suspect.
Doris? But I thought she and Hank got along great.
They did, but I'm more focused on Cameron's murder right now. Can you go to the Food and Party TV website? There's a show I need you to watch.
You called me because you want me to watch a cooking show?
Yes.
And you think that me watching a cooking show is going to help you catch a murderer?
Yes. She paused.
Okay, I'm still mad at you, but now I'm also curious. I'm bringing up the website.
Thank you. Go to the streaming shows and find the Valentine's Day special from last year.
Okay, got it.
Watch it. Watch Doris and Cameron. And then call me back and tell me what you think.
That's all I have to do?
That's all you have to do. 30 minutes later, Katie called me back.
I saw it.
So I'm not crazy.
You might be a butthead, but you're not crazy. You can totally see it in her eyes. Doris Metcalf was in love with Cameron Thomas.
Chapter 25. Katie and I spent the next 2 hours on the phone, scouring the internet for other clips from the past year that featured both Doris and Cameron, anything that could confirm our suspicions. We found 5 other shows, and by the time we'd watched them all, there was no doubt about it. Doris definitely loved Cameron. A woman knows, and to us, it was plain as day.
You know, because of this, you have to get us some really awesome presents,
Katie said. Because you just helped me crack open this case, or because I put you and your family's lives in jeopardy?
It's not that funny when you say it out loud.
I know. I'm sorry, Katie.
I know you are, you big dum-dum head. I also know you can't help yourself. So let's talk about these presents.
Do coupons for free babysitting count?
Those are great, but they don't count. What I want is going to cost you.
Can you give me a hint?
If you're the friend I think you are, you'll figure it out.
I love you, Katie Rogers.
Don't be gross, Hope.
But you're still mad, right?
Of course I'm still mad. My family is living in a Secret Service safe house.
By the way, how is Secret Agent Awesome?
Hope, I saw the woman do a dozen one-armed push-ups. I can barely get into a push-up bra. I think she's a robot.
A very pretty robot. More like gorgeous.
Do you think she still likes Alex? Oh yeah, big time.
And she's better than me, too?
In just about every way that can be measured. But don't worry, Dominic loves you. And as gross as it is to admit it, I love you too.
The next morning, I awoke to a text from Alex. I'd texted him the night before to tell him we'd discovered Doris's motive, but I'd fallen asleep before he replied. Wow. Meet me for a white mocha latte at 8. My treat. I checked the time. It was 7:45. Crap! I threw some water on my face, put some deodorant on under my t-shirt, pulled my hair into a ponytail, and threw on my creme-colored turtleneck and my brown puffy coat. Then I hustled downstairs. The bar was crowded once again, maybe even more crowded than before. I found Granny. I bet Bess is going to be sad when the omelet station is over.
Oh, yeah, Granny said. But there's always next year. Where are you off to?
Coffee, Alex, and murder?
I feel like a sentence like that should bother me.
But instead, you're merely intrigued.
Very. Got an update?
Yeah, it was an old woman.
Really?
You sound surprised.
Not surprised. Proud.
She thumped her chest with her fist.
I'm team old lady all the way.
Murder isn't something to be proud of, Granny.
Says the woman who's never had a credit score above 600 in her life.
What's that have to do with anything?
Nothing. I just like to bring it up every once in a while.
So thoughtful.
Oh, speaking of thoughtful, some presents magically appeared under the tree this morning.
She pointed to the Christmas tree in the corner.
It's a Christmas miracle.
Oh no. Did Bess get me another ugly sweater?
Hope, you know I can't divulge the identity of a present giver.
She leaned in and whispered,
But between you and me, it ain't pretty.
And how about you? I asked. Did you get me an emergency roadside kit? Granny took a step back.
Now how in the hell did you guess that?
Because you've bought me probably 10 emergency roadside kits in my life.
That can't be true.
You bought my first one when I was 10. I wanted a doll. Instead, I got road flares.
You might want to remind me not to get you another one next year.
Got it.
There's also another present for you over there, Granny said. A little one. Says to Hope, but doesn't say who it's from. Very mysterious. It appears you have a secret admirer.
A secret admirer? My thoughts flashed to Alex, and I smiled. I was late arriving at a hopeless cup, and Alex was already sitting down with 2 white mocha lattes. I took a sip and was overwhelmed by the taste of perfection. Clearly, Nick was once again making the coffee. Thank God Nick is back. Alex smiled.
It's a delicate balance. I have to flirt with Madeline enough that she gives me the coffee for free, but still make sure Nick is the one who actually makes it.
He raised his cup to Madeline, and she responded by doing something weird with her face. Is Madeline trying to smile?
I think so, Alex said.
It's a shame you don't know for sure, considering she's your girlfriend and all.
Exactly. Girlfriend number 3.
At least. It's exhausting keeping track. He laughed.
So, you got motive?
Yup, and Katie confirmed it. His eyebrows went up.
You and Katie are talking again?
We are. I apologized 100 times, and she made fun of me and told me not to be gross. She also told me that Special Agent Awesome is even more awesome than she realized. He shrugged.
I guess.
What do you mean, you guess? You know.
I know what?
You know she's gorgeous and brilliant and can do one-armed push-ups.
I suppose.
And that doesn't impress you? He smiled.
It impresses me.
But
nothing. For the record, whatever this is, it's really quite endearing.
The this to which he referred was me being jealous. It came with a side of sweaty palms and a purple face, and I was pretty sure it wasn't endearing at all. But Alex was thoroughly amused.
Will I get to hear the motive any time today? He asked.
You were, but now that you're being like this, you'll have to wait. I stood.
Wait, you're seriously not going to tell me?
Of course I'm going to tell you. During my big reveal. But first we have to stop at Flo's. I need a wig. When Alex and I interrupted Alan Jennings' morning production meeting with his 2 remaining celebrity chefs, he buried his face in his hands.
This cannot be happening to me. It's Christmas Eve, people. Our last day of shooting. Please just let me finish this disaster of a week in peace.
Disaster? I said. I thought you said the ratings would be great.
They'll be spectacular. But I'm pulling my hair out, trying to rework everything on the fly in the midst of all this murder and mayhem, and I can't afford to waste any more time. Now, what do you want?
It has something to do with murder and mayhem. I stared directly at Nikki. You trying to tell me you got proof? She said obstinately. I shrugged. I'll let you be the judge of that. I turned to Jennings. May I? He rolled his eyes.
Like I have a choice. The floor is yours.
Thank you. I want to talk about Cameron Thomas for a moment. I think we can all agree that he was a good-looking, charming Englishman. Even I was caught up in his charms. Nikki raised an eyebrow. The two of you went out, didn't you? It was innocent, I said. Trust me. But the same can't be said for you. You had an on-again, off-again thing with Cameron. And my guess is that you cared for him a lot more than you will ever admit. And thus I killed him, Nikki said, her voice thick with sarcasm. Fantastic work, detective. Might as well slip the cuffs on me right now. She held out her wrists. No, you didn't kill him, Nikki. I spun around and pointed at Doris. She did. What? Doris shrieked. Nikki laughed. Your guesses are going from bad to worse. Why would Doris kill Cameron? You really didn't know? Didn't know what? Nikki said. Huh, I thought women always knew these things. Doris here? She was in love with Cameron too. Nikki turned on Doris. You? She laughed harshly. You're old, Doris. What made you imagine that you and Cameron could ever work? Doris said nothing, but she was clearly shaken by my accusation, and at Nikki's comments, her face turned red. Because, Nikki, I said, here's the big shocker. I'm guessing it already had worked. Doris and Cameron were, at one time, involved. Nikki wasn't laughing anymore. Cameron and Doris? You can't be serious. But one look at Doris told everyone the truth. I had hit the nail on the head. They had been involved. And she did love him. You don't have proof of this, she said. You're just flinging random accusations around like you did with Nikki. I'm innocent. I pulled a brunette wig and a pair of dark sunglasses out of my bag. Are you innocent? Good. Then I have a very simple way for you to prove that. Just put on this wig and sunglasses. What? Why? Because you're innocent, Alex said. So, please, help us eliminate you as a suspect so we can focus our investigation on other people of interest. You have no reason not to, right? I said. You want us to catch Cameron's real killer. I don't see what a bad wig has to do with anything, Doris said. Me neither, Nikki said, sitting forward. But I'm interested to see where this goes. Alan Jennings was shifting from foot to foot. Just do it, Doris. We've got work to do. We don't have time for this nonsense. Doris looked uncertain, but apparently she couldn't come up with a good excuse to resist any longer. She stood, grabbed the wig and sunglasses from me, and put them on. Happy? She said. Almost, I said. Jessica, send her in. A young woman entered the tent. As soon as she looked at Doris, she covered her mouth and pointed. That's her! That's the woman who gave me the gin! Chapter 26. Doris fell back into her chair and cried. Sheriff Kramer stepped up in front of her. So you admit it, Doris. You poisoned the gin that killed Cameron Thomas. Doris closed her eyes, took a breath, then nodded slowly. Yes, I did it. Why? Jennings asked. Why'd you do it? Because Hope was right. I loved Cameron, and it wasn't some dopey, doe-eyed crush either. We had a serious, passionate affair. It started last winter after the holidays and lasted for a few months. Nikki looked absolutely stunned. You and Cameron? He made me feel things I'd never felt before, Doris said quietly. But mostly he made me feel young again. Listen, I'm successful, I have money, and I get to do work I love. But I was so ambitious with my career that I never had a husband or children, and I look at my life and I feel like my best years are over. These creaky knees of mine remind me of it every day. Cameron changed all that. The way he looked at me, the way he touched me. I felt like I was 19 again.
I don't care how successful you are. To be young again. There's nothing better in the world.
But Cameron broke it off, I said.
Yes.
And it was devastating. Her voice became even smaller.
Yes.
When did you decide to kill him? Alex asked. Doris shrugged half-heartedly.
You know, I thought about Cameron constantly. That's why I did this tournament. I thought it might be a chance to reconnect. I even bought him a bottle of the reserve label gin I knew he'd been wanting to try. And our first evening here, I met him in the parking lot. I said I had a surprise for him, and I invited him to my hotel room.
She paused, and her expression turned hard.
He laughed in my face, literally laughed at me. He told me that our affair was just a meaningless fling, and now he'd met someone new, better, prettier, younger. I asked him who, and you know what he said? He said, anyone, Doris. Anyone but you.
The man she was describing was mean. In my limited experience with Cameron, I hadn't seen that. Perhaps I'd just been lucky. Or foolish. Doris, I said, if Cameron was the one you were angry with, why did you kill Hank? Her head snapped up.
What are you talking about? I didn't kill Hank. He was my friend.
Alex frowned. You want me to believe it's pure coincidence that two of the chefs on this show happened to be murdered with poison in the span of 2 days?
It wasn't entirely coincidence. I was devastated by Hank's death. I still am. But when I heard the doctor say he thought it might be poison, it gave me an idea. Maybe that was how I could kill Cameron. And because people would assume the two murders were related like you did, nobody would suspect me because everyone knows I wouldn't hurt Hank.
But the poison, Doris, how did you get it? Alex asked.
Oh, Sheriff, I've made a living making recipes for the last 40-some years of my life. It wasn't that difficult. I injected it through the cork into the gin bottle, and then I gave it to that maid and told her to take it to Cameron's room. And I wish I hadn't. I really, really wish I hadn't.
Doris Metcalf, I need you to stand up and turn around, the sheriff said. You are under arrest for the murder of Cameron Thomas. After Alex took Doris away, Jennings and Nicky stood there in stunned silence. Then, finally, Jennings said to no one in particular,
Maybe we should call off the show after all.
Nicky paused to think about it, then shook her head. If Doris is telling the truth, then Hank's murderer is still out there. If you call off the show now, maybe that murderer will get away. I say keep it going and give Hope here a few more hours to catch whoever it is. Jennings looked completely shaken.
Miss Walker, what do you think?
I think what Nicky says makes a lot of sense. For now, try to act like everything is normal. As normal as it can be. And if you think of anything that might be helpful, please call or text me. I handed them each one of my business cards. As I walked out of the tent, Nicky came up beside me. I should probably tell you something, she said. Cameron wasn't who he appeared to be. Yeah, from what Doris said, he was a real jerk. Yes, that too. He was capable of playing a role to get what he wanted. In fact, his whole life was a role. Cameron wasn't his real name. Let me guess. It was Benjamin. Her eyes opened wide. You knew? No, but he once jokingly referred to himself as Benjamin when I didn't know who he was. Well, he wasn't joking. His real name was Benjamin Broussard, and he wasn't English. He grew up in Louisiana. You're kidding me. I am not. Straight up bayou. He wanted to get out of there his whole life. A memory flashed in my mind of Cameron greeting me on the roof that night with a fancy French saying. I thought it was funny the way he pronounced the French at the time, but now I knew why. It was Louisiana French. And becoming a chef was his way out? Heavens, no, he became an actor. And then somewhere along the line, he came up with the role of a lifetime. An English chef named Cameron Thomas. How did you find out? She bit her lip. We got close. He got drunk. He spilled his secret. And you know what? I didn't care. I liked him, warts and all. I'm sad that he's gone, even though I can understand why Doris did it. I had just returned to my apartment when Alex called.
Dr. Bridges got the toxicology reports back.
So soon?
Apparently someone owed him a favor.
I bet lots of people owe Dr. Bridges a favor. So, did Hank die of natural causes? And can we all go about our merry business?
Unfortunately, no. Both Hank and Cameron were poisoned. But the poisons were different.
That would support Doris's story.
It would.
So Doris killed Cameron with his favorite drink? I feel like there's a lesson in there somewhere.
If you figure it out, let me know.
I needed to take a break from it all, so I called my best friend. I updated her on the status of the investigation. I told her that Doris had confessed to Cameron's murder, but that we believed someone else had killed Hank. She told me how awesome Secret Agent Vargas was, that Dominic had asked for a 9mm for Christmas, and that Chris was starting to go through withdrawals from being away from his brewing equipment for so long. Sometimes the conversation was a little strained, but it almost felt like we had put the past behind us. Then she told me that she had gotten sucked into the Food and Party TV website and had been watching old episodes of various shows. So I pulled up the show she was in the middle of watching, one of Hammer and Hank's old shows, and we watched the rest of it together. It felt like we were back in high school again. It felt good. And the show was funny. Hank was a TV natural. But every few minutes, Hank would take a bite out of one of his Death by Lopez cookies, and each time he did, I winced, knowing that was how he would die. Then Katie said something that caused me to stop. I didn't know birds could eat so many cookies. She was right. Every time Hank took a bite of a cookie, he would give another bite to Mango. The cookies weren't just Hank's favorites, they were Mango's favorites as well. And that's when it hit me. Katie, do you think it's possible?
Huh? Think what's possible?
It was Hank's cookies that were poisoned, so naturally we all assumed that he was the intended target.
I missed something. I have no idea what you're talking about.
What if the murderer wasn't trying to kill Hank Lopez? What if the murderer was trying to kill Mango?
The stupid bird? Hope, and I'm saying this with all the love and respect in the world, that might be the dumbest idea you've ever come up with.
Well, you know what they say about dumb ideas.
That they're dumb?
That sometimes they happen to be right.
Nobody in the history of the world has ever said that.
Just watch. In a few hours, they will. Chapter 27. With only a few hours left before the end of the tournament, I didn't have a lot of time to shift my focus from a human murder investigation to a bird murder investigation. Katie was right. This was a dumb idea. Totally insane. Which was why I didn't want to tell Alex yet. Besides, he was busy investigating those threatening emails. But I couldn't do this by myself. I needed help. I made a few calls, and an hour and a half later, I was inside Flo's secret poker room, sitting at Flo's secret poker table, where I had gathered a very odd collection of assistants. Flo and Granny were there, of course, as was Angela, the high school art genius who worked at Stank's. Beside her sat Erwin, the 20-something kid who worked at the Claptrap Inn. And beside Erwin, wearing his hopeless fire department shirt and pants, was Fireman Bob, my one-time suitor. Then a knock sounded on the wall, and I knew the last member of our team had arrived. Flo got up to open the door, and a woman waltzed in, looking around in amazement. She wore a bright blonde wig, oversized sunglasses, and a name tag that said, Jemima. Subtle disguise, I said to Katie as she sat down next to Fireman Bob. The Secret Service had arranged for Katie and her family to come back to Hopeless, but advised them not to parade themselves around town. This disguise was Katie's solution. Fireman Bob held out his hand.
I'm Fireman Bob. Nice to meet you.
We already know each other, Katie said. It's me, Katie.
He winked.
I like your game, going around town telling people you're someone named Katie.
No, I'm actually Katie. I'm just dressed up like Jemima Clark.
She took her wig off to make it clearer, and Fireman Bob jumped out of his seat and screamed. Can we get on with this? Angela said, scrolling through her phone and popping gum. I nodded and stood. The situation is both simple and complicated, I began. I'm working on a hunch that the person who poisoned Hank Lopez, the pirate chef, was actually trying to poison his bird Mango.
Why do you think that?
Flo asked. Because I can't figure out who might have killed Hank. I'm running out of time, and I'm hoping to get lucky.
Fair enough, Granny said. What do you need from us?
I need you to help me figure this out.
But why would someone want to kill a bird?
Erwin asked. Let's start there, I said. Why would someone want to kill a bird? Let me tell you about this bird. His name is Mango. He's a parrot, and he's been mimicking people for years. Hank taught him to associate all sorts of insults with different people.
And lots of times they're funny,
Katie added.
Your hunch is that someone killed a bird because it hurt their feelings?
Fireman Bob said. I'm not saying that. I'm asking if that would be possible. Everyone around the table thought about it, and then everyone started to shake their heads.
I don't think so, Granny said. I just don't see it.
Me neither, Hope, Katie said.
Depends on the insult,
Fireman Bob said. Everyone looked his way. He held up his hands.
What? I'm just saying, words can hurt. But yeah, I don't think it's very likely either. Sorry, Hope.
Okay, I said. What other reasons can we come up with for why a smart parrot with a bad attitude would get killed? They thought about it some more. Then, suddenly, Angela looked up from her phone. What if he heard something?
What do you mean?
Flo asked. What if the stupid bird heard something he wasn't supposed to hear? He's a parrot, right?
He's an African gray parrot, the best mimicking bird in the world,
Katie said. Angela nodded. If he can mimic anything, that makes him like some weird recording device. What if Mango recorded something he shouldn't have and somebody wanted to shut him up? Slowly, the others started to nod in agreement. That makes sense, I said. Let's walk through it. Someone says something in Mango's presence. Maybe they didn't realize the bird was around, or maybe they just weren't thinking about it. And then the bird repeats it back to them, and they know they've messed up.
Then why not just kill the bird then and there? Erwin asked. Like, I don't know, smother it or just let it go.
I doubt Hank's bird would fly away, and they wouldn't want to make any noise and draw attention. If they tried to attack Mango, you just know that bird would start screaming.
Where has Mango been during the tournament? Granny asked.
He's been in Hank's personal tent the whole time, except when he was performing with Hank.
So whatever they said, they wouldn't have said it during a performance. They must have said it in Hank's tent.
Do you have security camera footage of his tent? Angela asked. We could see who went in there. Unfortunately, no. It's a tent in a park. There are no security cameras. But I have an idea. I called Jessica and explained what I needed. Okay, she said. I'll make it happen. The boys from the fire department gave us a ride to Memorial Park and dropped us off right in front of the Food and Party TV production bus. Jessica was sitting inside with numerous technicians. I told Mr. Jennings what you needed, and he relayed it to the guys. We've got every minute of footage taken this week. I faced the techs. Thank you for your help in this investigation. We are looking for any footage of Hank Lopez's tent taken on that first day of the tournament prior to his death, even if it's just in the distant background of another shot. Specifically, we want to capture anyone at all going into or out of that tent. I know this is going to be like searching for a needle in a haystack of white tents, but we really need that needle. For the next hour, we went through tape. We had 3 monitors, each one manned by a technician and 2 of my assistants, but we weren't finding anything. It was rare that we even saw Hank's tent at all, and there was never anyone near it. People were starting to grumble, and I was worried that we were going to come up empty. And then something unexpected came out of Erwin's mouth.
I remember that guy.
I went over to his monitor. What guy, Erwin? He pointed to the monitor.
That guy.
The technician zoomed in on a young man's face. He was clean-cut and wearing a black suit. Who is he?
Remember that one guy?
Clearly not, Erwin, since I'm asking you about it.
The day Tommy Madola and his bodyguards were at the clapback inn.
The hairs stood up on the back of my neck. Yes, I remember that day. But who's this guy?
Remember I told you there was a young guy in a suit who came by to make the arrangements for the Madolas? This is him.
Are you sure, Erwin?
Of course I'm sure. I never forget a face.
I looked closer. The fact was, neither did I. I had seen this guy before, too. But not at the Clapback Inn. I'd seen him at the beginning of the week, with someone else. Zoom out, I said. Then can you zoom in on the woman next to him? The technician did as I asked, and everyone gasped.
That's Mayor Jenkins,
Erwin said.
Yes, it is,
Katie said. I nodded. I saw her with that man before. She said he's an assistant to Congressman Duckworth. His name was Tim something.
An assistant to the congressman was arranging a meeting for Tommy Madola?
Apparently. This can't be good. Angela had come over to look. Maybe this is the kind of person who would say something you wouldn't want a parrot to overhear. She's right. Everybody, we have something new to look for. We want any footage of this man. Double bonus if Mayor Jenkins is with him. Triple if they're anywhere near Hammer and Hank's tent. It took only another 10 minutes before Fireman Bob yelled "Booyah!" and raised his hands in triumph. The rest of us crowded around the monitor while the technician ran the video back. It clearly showed Mayor Jenkins and the congressman's assistant ducking into Hank Lopez's tent. They came back out a minute later.
Do you think that's it?
Granny asked. I'm not sure, but I can think of one way to test it. I called Bess. When she silently answered the phone, I said, "Not asking you to speak, Bess. Just listen. I want you to grab one of the mayor's campaign posters from Main Street and hustle it down to the TV production bus in Memorial Park as fast as you possibly can." When Bess arrived with the campaign poster, Katie, Jessica, and I took it to Hammer and Hank's tent. Mango still had no new home, though Katie reported that he was well cared for.
Alex says a couple of production assistants have taken the bird under their wings, so to speak. They make sure Mango is fed, and they even take turns sleeping on a cot next to him each night. I don't know what's going to happen to him when this is over, but maybe one of them will adopt him.
That would be nice. I feel bad for the poor bird.
You really think this will work?
Katie asked. I have no idea. We entered the tent to find Mango's cage covered with a gray blanket. Katie and I unrolled the campaign poster, revealing Wilma's smiling face, and turned it to face the cage. Then Jessica put her hand on the blanket. "Ready?" she said. We nodded. Jessica removed the cover, and Mango, who appeared to have been sleeping, looked around, gathering his bearings. For a moment, I thought this wasn't going to work, that he wasn't going to say a word. Could a bird even see a printed picture? I didn't know. But then Mango faced the big poster, cocked his little feathered head, and did what he did best. He talked in Wilma Jenkins' voice. And when he'd said what he had to say, Katie and I looked at each other in astonishment.
Is that a good enough reason to kill a bird?
Katie asked. If you're Wilma Jenkins and you're trying hard to convince the world that you're pure as the driven snow and that you'd never, ever associate yourself with bad people, yeah, I think so.
So what do we do?
She asked. We call Alex, and we hope that Alan Jennings and Nikki Davis can offer us just a little bit more help. Chapter 28. At 5:45, with all the food and party TV cameras rolling, the entire production staff filled the largest tent for a wrap party. The tournament was over. Now that Doris had been arrested, I wasn't surprised to learn that Nikki had won, and it was time to celebrate another successful show. Alan Jennings and Nikki were both there, of course, as were Jessica and the other production assistants. I recognized the techs from the bus. Basically, everyone was invited. The mayor was there too, as we had been told she would be. Alex and I were tucked in the back, where nobody could see us, just observing the festivities and hoping our plan would work. Nikki invited Wilma to join her and Jennings in front of a table blocked off by a hanging decorative sheet. She'd told everyone that behind that sheet was a surprise cake she'd baked just for this occasion. As the winner of this year's Christmas cookie tournament, I just wanted to say a few words, she began once she had everyone's attention. This has been a tough week, as tough as they come. But I'm proud of all the people at Food and Party TV for rallying together to finish this show off strong. Alan and I also wanted to thank one very special person, the visionary behind this great event, Mayor Wilma Jenkins. Wilma smiled widely, and everyone cheered.
I'll be honest, Jennings said. When Wilma approached me about holding a holiday baking show in a small town named Hopeless, I thought she was nuts.
That got a big laugh.
But it's a credit to Wilma and to the people of this great town that they made it happen. On the surface, this show is about cookies and baking. But at its heart, this show is about a town. And if I might be so bold, it's about the mayor of this town.
I could see the pride on Wilma's face. As Katie had said, she was a straight-up hustler, and to her credit, she had worked very, very hard to put Hopeless on the map. Unfortunately, somewhere along the way, she had lost track of what was important. I looked at the cameras. 4 of them were pointed directly at her. The cameramen hadn't been told what they were waiting for, but they had their instructions. Keep your camera on Mayor Jenkins. Nikki took over. So, Mayor, in thanks for everything you've done to make this show a reality, I have a special treat just for you. Merry Christmas, Mayor Jenkins. She gestured for Wilma to step up to the hanging sheet, and then Nikki pulled it away. But the surprise behind that sheet wasn't a cake. It was a bird. And when Mango saw Wilma in the flesh, he spoke in Wilma's own voice.
Caw! Nobody can know that Wilma Jenkins is connected to Tommy Medola. Nobody can know.
Wilma's face contorted in horror, and she spun to face the room. Everyone fell silent, except Mango. He said it again, and again, and again. That's when Sheriff Kramer and I pushed our way through the crowd and walked right up to the mayor. Sheriff Kramer pulled out his handcuffs. Wilma was shaking.
It's just a bird. It's just a stupid, stupid bird.
No, Wilma, Alex said. It's a story. A big, fantastic story about organized crime, a power-hungry mayor, and a famous chef's incredibly smart bird. And when the world hears this story, I wouldn't want to be in your shoes. Wilma was shaking terribly now, and her eyes darted around, looking at all of the people focused on her. Wilma Jenkins, you're under arrest for the murder of Hank Lopez. As Alex put the cuffs around her wrists, Wilma looked at me in stunned anguish, as if her mind was still trying to piece it all together. Finally, she managed to speak.
You, Hope? This was you?
Not just me, I replied with quite a bit of satisfaction. It was all of us. In the back of Sheriff Kramer's Bronco, Wilma broke down.
It wasn't even me who poisoned the bird, Sheriff. It was Miss Jones.
Beside me, in the driver's seat, Alex said, But you directed her to do it, which makes you just as guilty.
Sheriff, Alex, please. If I go into the system, I'm a dead woman. Literally dead. Tommy Medola can get to me anywhere.
Not really my problem. You broke the law, Wilma. I enforce the law.
But what if I have something to trade? Something to give you? I'm not in a position to make that kind of exchange.
Surely you must know someone who can.
Alex frowned. Maybe, but it would have to be an awfully good trade. A hint of hope crept into Wilma's voice.
What if it is?
At Wilma's request, Sheriff Kramer drove the three of us to her real estate office. She led us to her desk, where she opened a secret compartment underneath. And she was right. It was a good trade. It was a jackpot. She had kept tapes. Lots and lots of tapes.
This is almost every phone conversation I ever had with Tommy Medola and Ms. Jones, she said. I had a feeling I might need some insurance one day.
The sheriff immediately got on the phone with Special Agent Vargas and his old boss at the state police, and they got in touch with their bosses. Within a half an hour, the powers that be had decided that Wilma Jenkins would be offered witness protection on the condition of her full and absolute cooperation with every level of law enforcement, and for testifying against Tommy Medola, the Medola Crime Organization, and the woman known as Ms. Jones.
What do you think, Mayor? Alex asked. That's the deal. Take it or leave it.
Wilma didn't hesitate.
I'll take it.
Chapter 29. He was the pipe-smoking, bow-tie-wearing editor of the Portland News-Gazette. His name was Henry Novak, and he was about to have a heart attack. He just didn't know it yet. When I called him and explained what had just gone down, he was silent for a long time. Then he said,
Hope, you're serious about all this? This isn't some Christmas prank?
I'm dead serious, Henry, I said, with an enormous amount of satisfaction. I meant every word.
Tommy Medola has been arrested.
Yes.
And you've got the story.
I do.
And you've got a source within the FBI who has given you an exclusive?
Yes, Henry. Yes to all of that. He took a deep breath.
This will be the biggest story our newspaper has ever done.
So you would publish it? You think it would be approved by Dennis? As I recall, he wasn't too happy with my Medola story before. Dennis Brinkley was the owner of the News-Gazette, the man who, along with Henry, had spiked my story, and then fired me.
If Medola has been arrested and you have actual tapes, I'm sure he'll be on board. Enthusiastically. Everything is good, Hope. Everything is great.
I was hoping you would say that.
How quickly can you get me the story?
I'm sorry. Get you the story? I'm confused.
I need the story in order to start the edits.
This was the moment I'd been waiting for. The moment I'd been thinking about for months. This was the getting even moment. Henry, were you under the impression that I was calling you to offer you the story? I could practically hear him gulp through the phone. Yeah, I was being a little mean, and I wasn't entirely proud of that. But I was Granny's granddaughter, after all. Some of her mean streak was bound to surface from time to time. I'm so sorry if there's been any misunderstanding, Henry. I was just calling to tell you that the story has already been sold. The story that you could have had months ago, but lost because of your cowardice. That story went out over the wire about 30 seconds into our phone call.
Hope, you can't do this.
I already have, Henry. Merry Christmas, Henry. And one more thing. You're fired. I locked up the Hopeless News and walked down Main Street feeling pretty darn good. But there was one last piece of business to wrap up before I took a shower and went to Katie's to celebrate Christmas Eve with her and Granny and Bess and the kids. I called Mark Pendergast. Mark, it's Hope.
Hope! Congratulations on the story. I'm thinking it can be the first one we do on the program. This is huge, Hope, huge.
Thank you.
So when will I see you?
You won't, I said. He was silent for a moment.
Are you saying what I think you're saying?
I am.
Are you sure? Have you really thought it through?
I am, and I have. And I'm doing what my heart is telling me to do. You offered me the opportunity of a lifetime. I know it, and I'll always be grateful to you. But if I leave hopeless now, I'll be giving up an even greater opportunity.
Is this about money? Would a higher salary change your mind?
I'm afraid not. There was another long silence. Then,
Hope. For what it's worth, this is what I like so much about you. And if you ever change your mind...
Thank you, Mark. I know this isn't the answer you wanted to hear, but I really am thankful. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas to you too, Hope. I wish you all the best.
As I walked home, I didn't feel an ounce of doubt or regret. Instead, I felt free. I couldn't stop the grin that spread across my face. My feet felt light. If I were in a movie from the 50s, I'd probably be dancing. And as I unlocked the door to the library and stepped inside, for the first time in a very, very long time, I knew I was right where I belonged. I flipped on the lights, and that's when the right side of my face exploded. Chapter 30. I was on the floor, looking up but barely able to see. My head throbbed and my vision was blurry, but I was able to make out the shape of a woman standing over me. A woman with blonde hair. She kicked me in the stomach. The wind was knocked out of me and I felt like I was going to die. Then she kicked me in the head and I was certain I was going to die. She knelt down and punched me in the face again. Then she grabbed my face in both hands. Did you think that APB would scare me away, Hope? Did you think taking down Wilma Jenkins would take me down too? She punched me in the face once more, and it felt like something broke. Then she backed up and stood tall again. I tried to look up at her, but it was difficult. Hope, when I'm done with you, I'm going to go visit that friend of yours, Katie Rogers. I'm going to visit her. I'm going to visit her husband. I'm going to visit her kids. There are moments in life that seem like they take forever. I had a moment like that when I was 19. My boyfriend Jimmy was driving a car and I was sitting beside him. Another car came right at us. Jimmy swerved. I'll remember that swerve until my last breath on earth. In that swerve, I lost everything. It took away who I was. It took away who I could have been. It took me away from the people I loved. But then, after far too long, I came back to Hopeless, and I learned something. Or relearned something. Something Granny had taught me as a girl. Something I'd forgotten. Something I'd lost in the swerve. Hope, Granny had said to me many times, you can't always control whether you get knocked down, but you can always control whether you get up again. Get up, Hope! Miss Jones wound her leg back, preparing to send one more powerful kick at my head. Get up! I caught her boot with my hands. Startled, she stumbled back. Though I was dizzy and could barely see, I leaped to my feet and threw myself at the blurry image of Miss Jones, driving her right through the plate glass window at the front of the bar. We fell hard onto the sidewalk outside, shards of glass showering down around us. I wasn't done. I hit that psycho in the face as many times as I possibly could, and when I couldn't possibly hit her anymore, my head started spinning. Everything went dark, and I collapsed. I saw the headlights again. I saw the headlights, and I felt Jimmy swerve. But this time it wasn't just me in the car. Katie was there too, and Dominic, and Lucy, and even baby Celia. And as we all fell into the Moose River, I reached for them. They were gone. I couldn't breathe. There was something in my mouth, in my throat. I tried desperately to pull it out. A hand grabbed me.
Hope, it's okay. It's going to be okay.
My eyes opened, and I saw Granny's old, wrinkly, and loving face hovering over me. As usual, she was wearing her bright blue Boise State football sweatshirt. She had her hands wrapped around mine.
You're in the hospital, Hope, but you're going to be all right. I've got you.
She winked.
I've always got you.
And I do too,
said another voice. I turned my head to the right to see who had spoken. Dear God, did it hurt to move my head? And saw Katie, her face wet with tears. She leaned in and kissed me on the cheek.
You scared me, Hope. You scared me bad.
A doctor and a nurse came in and removed the breathing tube from my throat. The nurse gave me some ice chips. Then they left me with Katie and Granny. I've only been that scared once before in my life, I said to Granny in a raspy voice.
I know, darling, I know. I'm guessing Alex felt pretty scared as well. He's the one who found you.
I then realized there were 2 more people in the room standing at the end of my bed, Bess and Alex. When I found you like that, Alex said, then stopped, at a loss for words. He was wearing what had become his sheriff's uniform, long brown leather coat, gold star, blue jeans. He held his black Stetson cowboy hat in his hands, and his brilliant green eyes were shiny with unshed tears. I suddenly remembered how I'd ended up there, and I would have bolted upright if my head didn't hurt so badly. Miss Jones. I found her too, Alex said. She's in the hospital as well. But she's in bad shape. She's in really bad shape. Hope, what happened? I relaxed back into the bed. I opened the bar so I could go up and take a shower before meeting you guys at Katie's. And just as I turned on the light, Miss Jones punched me harder than I've ever been hit before in my life. And then she kicked me and beat the crap out of me. I knew that was it. I turned to Katie, and then she said she was going to visit my friend and her kids. Hope, I don't know what happened then. I just knew that couldn't be it. Somehow, I don't know how, I saw her foot coming for my face and I caught it. And then I drove her through the plate glass window, and then I made sure she couldn't hurt my friend. Katie squeezed my arm.
Hope Walker, you're my hero, and one bad woman.
I'm sorry for being a butthead.
You're my butthead.
I looked back at the others. I'm sorry for everything. I put all of you in great danger.
Nonsense,
Granny said firmly. And she wasn't joking. She was giving me her not messing around face.
There are bad people in the world. They're the ones who put us in danger, not you. When it counted, you got us out of danger. You got back up. When so many people wouldn't have been able to, somehow you managed to get back up.
I love you, Granny.
She winked. I love you too, kiddo. Is there anything you need right now?
I could use a new face.
She nodded. You really could.
Is it that bad?
Katie arched her eyebrows. It's worse.
Well, while you guys are looking for face transplants, I could use some sleep. Katie leaned over and kissed me on the forehead.
Sleep, Hope. I think you've earned it.
Chapter 31. Sleep came in fits and spurts, partly because nurses were in and out of my room all night, partly because of the pain, which was horrible. But horrible was a lot better than dead. Or at least that's what I kept telling myself. And every time I opened my eyes to look around, Granny was always there, sleeping in her chair. But the sun streamed through the window in the morning. I opened my eyes, and Granny wasn't there. Instead, her voice echoed from the hallway.
I don't care what the hospital rules are. It's Christmas morning, and by God, we're going to celebrate with my granddaughter.
Oh, no. Granny came in wearing her Sunday best, followed by Bess, Zeke Roberson, Flo, Stank, Cup, Katie, Chris and the kids, and finally Pastor Leaf. They all barely fit in the room. "Merry Christmas, everyone," I said, struggling to sit up. "Merry Christmas," they replied almost in unison. I held my head. Maybe not so loud.
Okay, Pastor Leaf, Granny said. Do your thing so we can start this party.
Party? Pastor Leaf held out his hands and bowed his head.
"May the God of mercy send his spirit of healing upon you on this joyous Christmas morning. We are thankful for the life of our sister Hope, and we continue to entrust her to your care. We ask this through Christ our Lord."
Amen, said everyone, including me. Pastor Leaf left, but not before handing out some gift cards for buy one get one free New Year's Eve beef tenderloin special. Then Bess lifted up a large trash bag full of gifts. "Presents," I said. "Maybe a party wasn't a bad idea after all."
"Simmer down, they're not all for you," Granny said.
Katie jerked her thumb my way.
"She sacrifices her life to save us, and now she thinks she's some kind of a big deal. The nerve of this one."
While Bess passed out gifts, Katie brought Celia over, and they both kissed me on the forehead.
"How you feeling this morning?"
"Like I've got 20 stitches in my face."
"Well, that's good, because it's more like 50.
"Seriously?" Granny shot Katie a look. "Guys," I said, "could someone hand me a mirror?"
"I don't think that's such a good idea," Granny said.
"Sure it is," Dominic yelled. "Aunt Hope looks totally cool. Mama said we should start calling you Scarface."
"Scarface? Please show me a mirror." Everyone just kind of stood there, looking uncertain what to do. Then Lucy crawled onto the bed and gently touched my cheek.
"Does it hurt?"
she asked. "Only a little," I lied.
"Don't worry, Aunt Hope. You will always be beautiful."
"Thank you, sweetie. I needed that. Okay, I can wait on the mirror. Did someone say something about a party?" And the party, such as it was, began. Katie played Christmas music on her phone, Granny poured eggnog and hard apple cider, and Bess and Katie finished passing out the presents. I opened Bess's present first. Morbid curiosity, I guess. Sure enough, the sweater she gave me was suitable for winning every ugly sweater contest between now and the end of time. What made it better was that I knew she did not intend for it to win an ugly sweater contest. Things got better when I opened my presents from Dominic and Lucy, both of whom had made me pictures. Lucy had drawn me with a horn on my head and wings on my arms.
"Because you're a unicorn," she said sweetly.
Dominic's picture had me as a stick figure next to another stick figure with no head.
"Because Mama said you knocked that other lady's head clean off."
"Sidebar," I whispered to Katie as Dominic wrapped his arms around my neck. "Miss Jones does still have a head, doesn't she?"
"Of course she has a head, but they're still trying to figure out how to reattach it to her spine."
That made me laugh, and laughing made me hurt. I closed my eyes until the waves of pain subsided. "Ouch, that hurts."
"Well, no wonder. You've got broken ribs, a concussion, the facial fracture, and lots and lots and lots of cuts."
"It feels like more than that."
"Because you are clearly a wimp."
That made me laugh again. Darn you, Katie. "Where's Alex?" I asked. I would have thought he'd be there. I wanted him to be there.
"Alex had a very busy night putting away some very bad people. Thanks to your brilliance and bravery. I expect he's still busy tying up some loose ends. Why?"
"No reason, just curious." Later in the morning, Angela came by, accompanied by her Uncle Juan. She was uncharacteristically happy, even smiling, and told me I was a pretty cool chick. Which I was, I just hadn't expected her to say it. Erwin came by too and wished me a Merry Christmas. He also told me he did some research on the internet to find the name of the young man from Congressman Duckworth's office. His name was Tim Maddox. Someone to keep an eye on, clearly. Fireman Bob stopped in with a couple of his buddies, and a 6-foot sub. "Thanks, but I can't eat a 6-foot sub," I told him.
"Don't worry about it. Just put it in the fridge until I can come over and help you finish it. Also, Johnny here repairs doors and windows on the side. We'll have the library's front window replaced in no time."
"That's very generous of you guys."
"Not at all. We need a cool place to drink beer."
I turned to Katie. "Speaking of beer, where'd Chris go?"
I see what you did there, Hope, and I don't like it. I don't like it one bit. He said he was going home to get something. A surprise for everyone."
"That doesn't sound good. What do you think it is?"
"I really don't want to imagine."
We didn't have to wait long for an answer. Chris soon appeared in the doorway with a large cooler and a plastic bag holding a thermos and a bunch of clear plastic cups.
"Hey, everybody! Look what Santa brought!"
Katie buried her head in her hands.
Oh, dear God. The homebrew nightmare has followed us to the hospital.
"It can't be that bad," I whispered.
Is it? Honestly, I've never tried it.
"You've never tried your own husband's beer."
He makes it in our house, Hope. Our house. Do you know how infrequently I clean?
"Ladies and gentlemen," Chris said, "many of you know that I have been interested in home brewing for a while now. This particular batch is based off a recipe I've been perfecting for months. I call it a hopeless brew, and I hope you enjoy it."
He poured small cups, and when everyone, including me, had one, he raised his own in a toast.
"Merry Christmas, everyone!"
We all raised our cups and drank. And for a moment I assumed my taste buds must have been permanently damaged, because Chris's beer might have been the best beer I'd ever tasted in my life. Katie looked at me with wide eyes. Then she looked at her husband.
Chris, this is unbelievable.
Chris looked like he wasn't sure if he was being set up.
"You really think so?"
Heck yeah! It's unbelievable, Granny said. Wow, Chris, this is some grade A, top-notch hooch. We should be selling this at the bar. What do you think, Bess?
Bess drained the rest of her cup, then smiled and gave a thumbs up. Katie threw her arms around Chris, and he beamed with pride, maybe for the first time in his married life. And then another guest arrived at our little party, a tall, good-looking man with a black Stetson hat. Alex smiled at me.
"How's our patient?"
"Much better now that I'm surrounded by my friends and family."
"Not all your friends,"
said a voice behind Alex. Earl Denton walked in, his arms behind his back, and stood at the foot of my bed.
"And I have a bone to pick with you, young lady."
I wasn't expecting that. Why, what did I do?
"What did you do? When I gave you editorial control over the paper this week, I didn't expect that I'd be working so much on Christmas morning."
Then he smiled and produced a copy of the day's paper from behind his back. The front page headline read, "Mayhem, Murder, and a Mayor."
"Hope," Earl continued, "nothing like this has ever happened to our paper before, not even close. This story has gone viral, as the kiddos say. I've been on the phone all morning, and when I left the office to come here, it was still ringing off the hook."
"Is that a good thing?"
"Is that a good thing?"
He looked around.
"She asks me if that's a good thing."
He turned back to me.
"Hope that's a great thing. You just put the hopeless news on the map. The national map. International, even."
Now it was my turn to beam with pride. I'm glad it worked out.
"Worked out? You worked out? Best hire I ever made. When people called to ask about the story, I told them who edited the paper this week. Hope Walker, I said, but I also told them who hired her. Earl Denton." He laughed. "Which brings me to something I've been wondering about." He looked down at his feet. "I can see you're a big fish in a small pond around here.
Knew it when you came. Definitely know it now. So I'm wondering if you gave that Mr. Pendergast an answer yet.
Actually, I have. And Katie, this is my present for you. I looked around the room, at Granny, at Bess, at Alex, and then, finally, at Katie. I met each person's eye, and then I turned back to Earl. Earl, I told Mark Pendergast that everything I really want, everything I've ever really wanted, is right here in Hopeless. Earl's jaw dropped.
You mean?
I grinned. I turned down the TV job. I'm staying. The room broke into a roar of applause. Dominic crawled back onto the bed and hugged me again, and I didn't even care that it hurt. Katie leaned over and kissed me on the forehead again. Then she whispered in my ear,
I would have preferred a new pair of stretchy pants, but this will have to do.
When the commotion died down, Earl cleared his throat.
In that case, I have some business to attend to, and I don't care who knows it.
Sounds serious.
It is. Recent events have convinced me that it's time to do something I've thought about doing for a long time. Now, I don't mind telling you all that the Hopeless News has done well financially. They say small-town newspapers are dying. Well, not here. The people of Hopeless love their town. They love news about their town, and they're still willing to buy old-fashioned paper and ink to get that news. I've also gotten the occasional donation from the Thorndales, which certainly doesn't hurt. Suffice it to say, I've done just fine for myself, and I've invested wisely. And I am now, finally, ready to retire.
Earl, you can't, I said.
I can and I will. But under one condition. I'm going to sell you the Hopeless News for the premium price of...
He paused dramatically, looking around the room and smiling like a big idiot. Then, finally, he held up his big old index finger.
$1.
What?
You heard me, and don't try to haggle, because I won't accept a penny less. In exchange for this outrageous price, you will allow me, whenever I want, to come to the office, bang on that old printing press with a large wrench, drink some whiskey, and harass you incessantly.
Earl, I don't know what to say.
How about it's a deal?
I held out my hand. It's definitely a deal. He shook my hand, and once again the room broke into applause. Wow, I said, honestly feeling rather choked up. I want to tell all of you that despite my current condition, this is easily one of the top 20 or 30 Christmases I've ever had.
Mama,
Lucy said, tugging on Katie's dress.
Can we give Aunt Hope the other present now?
They have another present for me? I said.
Apparently, though they won't tell me what it is. Surprise and all.
Dominic came forward with a big wrapped box in his arms. Both he and Lucy were grinning widely.
Merry Christmas, Aunt Hope,
they said together as they handed it to me. I opened the box to find something I truly did not expect. I guess you could call it the real meaning of Christmas. Sheriff Kramer, I think one last mystery has been solved. I lifted the present out of the box and turned it around so everyone could look upon the little face of the baby Jesus. Katie screamed.
You two stole the baby Jesus from the nativity scene? No, Mama, Lucy said. Dominic stole it, but I thought it would make a nice gift.
Katie buried her face while the rest of us burst into laughter.
We're going to hell, Chris. Our whole family is going to hell.
Alex promised not to arrest Katie's children, and we laughed some more. Then we sang Christmas carols. Singing made every part of my body hurt, but I didn't care. It was Christmas, and I was home.
It's not over yet,
Granny said, looking through Bess's bag of gifts.
You've got one more present. This little one I told you about. The one that doesn't say who it's from."
She pulled out a small wrapped box and handed it to me. I looked at Alex. "Is this from you?" He shrugged.
"No, I have your present here."
He pulled a Christmas card from his breast pocket and set it beside me on the bed.
"Actually, it's a two-part present. This is just the first part. 2 lift passes to our humble little ski resort on the slope side of Moose Mountain. I figured once you got healthy, we could spend a day skiing."
"Just you and me?"
"Why not?"
"I agree. Why not? What's the second part?"
"The second part might be even better. I had to call on your friend Darwin to help me out. You did say he had mad skills."
"You called Darwin?"
"And, by the way, according to him, he's your boyfriend, which brings you up to 2 boyfriends, if I'm not mistaken."
Ha ha ha. What did you need Darwin for?
"Nothing big. Just to track somebody down so we could see if they wanted to get a message to you. And they did. Darwin forwarded the message to me, and now I'm going to read it to you."
He pulled out his phone and cleared his throat.
"Dear Miss Walker, today is the best Christmas I have ever had, because me and my 4 children will celebrate Christmas with my husband Louis today. The doctors tell me that if it wasn't for you, my husband would probably not be alive today. That it was on account of your quick thinking and heroism at the airport that this year might be our merriest Christmas yet. So on behalf of my children, myself, and of course my Louis, thank you, and God bless you, Miss Walker. Love, Deanna Gates and family."
I wiped a tear from my eye. My voice came out as a whisper as I fixed my eyes on Alex. "Thank you." He winked.
"You're welcome."
Katie apparently couldn't handle this sentimentality, as she quickly changed the subject. "Has anybody figured out what to do with Mango yet?" Alex shook his head.
"No. When the TV crew left last night, no one wanted to take him. I guess it's up to us to find him a good home."
I had an idea. What about a kind old man who lost a goat/best friend?
"Mr. Clowder?"
I bet he and Mango would get along just fine.
"Hope, that's a great idea. After all, he's not going anywhere."
You mean?
"I mean, I talked to Earl and the rest of the city council about having the city assert legal rights to the properties that Wilma bought. I'm not sure how it's going to work, and I'm sure it's going to take a while to sort out, but everyone agrees. We are going to make sure development stops on Sawtooth National Ski Resort."
Katie shook the little box in the air. "This is all wonderful news, but when are you going to open this last present? If it's not from Sheriff Kramer, I'm dying to know who it's from." She was right. I had no idea who had given me this gift, but I was anxious to find out. The truth was, everyone who meant anything to me was already in this room, or had visited me earlier. I took the present from Katie, unwrapped it, and opened the box. Nestled in some white tissue paper was an old photo of a young woman with a baby. I recognized them both. And underneath the photo was a note. I read it to myself slowly and carefully. Then I read it again. I was sure I looked as stunned as I felt.
"Well, what is it, granddaughter?"
Granny said impatiently.
"Who is it from?"
My hand shook as I gave her the picture and the note. And as she looked them over, her eyes widened with astonishment. Then she looked back up at me.
"Hope?"
"It's from Mom, Granny. She's alive. Mom is alive." This has been A Hopeless Christmas, Book 5 in the Hope Walker Mystery Series, written by Daniel Carson, narrated by Tavia Gilbert. Text copyright 2019 by Daniel Carson. Production copyright 2023 by Daniel Carson. For more information about Daniel Carson and his books, go to authordanielcarson.com. Thank you for listening.